Hello there, hi! We are live. Hello, hello. Reactions, I must send you a video. Yeah, I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for it, frog. Just send you the video to react to. Yep, I've seen it. Okay, I deserve hugs. Give me hugs, Poke. Sure, I can give you a hug. If you really need one that desperately, sure, I can give you one. If you need one that desperately, why not? Sure. Why not? Yeah, it has been a pretty chill, I must admit, pretty chill, Saturday. I must admit, pretty nice. Though, it is kind of cold today. I don't know why. I wish it was a little warmer, but okay. We gotta deal what we gotta deal with. I've got some nice stuff to react to. Some nice stuff. I was actually struggling this week to find stuff. Can we start with my doze? I mean, we can, sure. You okay, buddy? But yeah, sure, we can start. Let me first look for something real quick, since we have to start. Let me look for something first. Okay, Coty animation, let me look for something. Since we have to, you know. I might as well do it. What do we have? Would you stop, kitty cat? Thank you. No, what does that mean after the big reveal? The big reveal? That's interesting. I need to find one that's good. Cause I don't know, something that's like, eh. Is there one that's kind of a little longer? Yeah, let's pick this one. It's the longest one that is here. We take this one. Doesn't sound too good though. You alive, buddy? Okay. I don't see mine. You super speed. Yep, super speed. Yep, definitely. Most certainly, I have. No, it's all good, you little gumper. You shall not goon. Okay, I got everything that I wanted to look for. Guess we're watching Coty animation first before I do anything else, I guess. That's fine. I was planning for a different video for the start, but I guess not. Still have to wait till Samax is here, because her video I want to react to that too. Okay. Okay, we'll switch to this. Let me drink first water, and then we'll start with the reactions. Also, I feel like my laptop isn't bright enough. Wonder how this thing survives the constant work hours, not gonna lie. Anyways, let's go. I got some things. We'll start with Coty. So this deer can finally be peaceful. After giving me my dose, I can finally go to eat. Yep, okay, we'll give you your dose, I guess. Your daily dose of brain rot. Coming up right now. Let me reload this before we start. Perfect. Alright, here's your dose of brain rot. Coty animation. Pro Samurai. Let's just go. Let's just get that behind us. Really? A fish? Really? A fish? Okay. I like how it's synced with the music. I do like that. Honestly. Also, he solos. Keep your eyes open when using when you're using katana, his animations are good, but he used his skill for brain rot. That's like artists that use their skill for hentai. Same level. Sa- same level. Same level. Crazy. Yeah, but that's it. You got your dose of brain rot. Now go eat. Go eat, my child. Go eat. Anyways, now what was the video I wanted to watch? Yeah, this one.
From predict.
This one. This one. This one, we're gonna start with this. The real reactions, but this is good. Nah, it's not. This one is, hentai is not good. I didn't say that the hentai is good. I said the art is good, but they don't use it for that. Anyways, what I want to do, I'd like to stream before anyone. Let's go! Appreciate that, I guess. Okay. Anyways, we got a video that I want to look at. That I must look at. And this is this one. Times YouTubers tried to warn us by Atix or Atix? One of those two. Yeah, let's like that. First of all, let's like that. This is probably about. Okay, one, I've seen Markiplier on the thumbnail, so I can assume that he's talking about Markiplier predicting something. Jacksepticeye, I have no idea. And for Sunny V2 as well. Okay, let's just see. Who predicted what?
From predicting the biggest scam in YouTube history.
But there's some shady shit going on. I can't put my finger upon it.
To unmasking a shady influencer project.
$1 million worth of eggs in the first day. And did I mention the game hadn't even been launched yet?
These are the unbelievable times when YouTubers were right all along. Starting with the well-loved YouTuber Markiplier, who would be called a crazy and paranoid influencer for questioning what would eventually be exposed.
Did anybody ever call Markiplier crazy or paranoid for some reason? If so, that went completely past me. I do not remember that.
As the biggest scam in YouTube history. In 2019, Markiplier would kick off his stream by questioning the credibility of Honey, a free browser extension that promises to save you money.
But there's some shady shit going on. I can't put my finger upon it. But why do they spend millions on advertising?
I mean, yeah, bro predicted that in 2020. That the actual Honey scam happened in 2024. That means bro predicted it 4 years before that. That's crazy. Hello, Chris Collider. Hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Cat, stop it. It's very interesting how he predicted that and how I don't know. It's interesting. Though to be fair, that scam would have been more obvious early on, or like straight up public, if I think some tech channel, I could be wrong, but some tech channel already knew about this and did not make it public, which kind of sucked.
And then people are getting money out of it, and then people are saving money out of it, and that makes sense, but the other part doesn't make sense, and then something's going on here. Where's all this money coming from? Where is Honey getting the money? Where's Honey getting all their money from?
But he wasn't finished with his predictions.
I have a feeling there's gonna, in like a couple years, there's gonna be the great Honey conspiracy of like 2022. And I don't know what is.
But although his intentions were completely innocent, Markiplier would leave a chilling message for his viewers.
Listen, if I disappear like in the...
Nobody would ever hurt Markiplier. Nobody. But yeah. It's just like, if something is too good to be true, then it probably is.
Next few days, it was Honey. If I disappear in the future and then suddenly like Markiplier just mysteriously disappears, it was Honey. because there's some shady shit happening.
However, since Honey had been endorsed by all your favorite influencers,
Do you have Honey installed?
What's honey?
Oh, no.
Honey.
Honey is a free browser extension.
Free browser extension.
Free browser extension.
Free browser extension.
and was raking in a fortune, Markiplier would be called crazy and paranoid. That is, until YouTuber Megalab would release a shocking video titled Exposing the Honey Influencer Scam.
Honey is a scam, and the majority of claims promoted by those influencers aren't even remotely true. But it gets worse. Honey hasn't just been scamming you, the consumer, they've also been stealing money from influencers, including the very ones they paid to promote their product.
Yeah, they pretty much change in a way who that is counted for. So if you buy something from an affiliate link or something like that, that does not go, or something like that. It was something like that. You buy something that is from an influencer or creator, whatever. I hate the word influencer. From a YouTuber, you buy something that goes not onto their account, but Honey's account. So the creator does not get the money. Honey does. If that makes sense. They changed the address or cookie. I don't know what it was.
And I'm not just talking about a few bucks here. I believe the scam has likely cost content creators millions of dollars. Sound crazy? Well, I didn't believe it at first either, until I experienced it myself firsthand. In fact, I'm confident this might just be the biggest influencer scam of all time, which is insane considering Honey is owned and run by PayPal, who purchased this company for $4 billion.
With undeniable
And I still don't know what happened here. Apparently, this guy said he is suing Honey, or like multiple people are suing Honey. I don't know what happened with that. Interesting. Also, I don't think, well, that's never going to have any proper, what's the word, consequences for PayPal now, does it? I don't think so.
proof that he had been right all along, Markiplier would then upload another revolutionary video.
I knew there was something shady. I knew it because it didn't smell right. A lot of other YouTubers that I talked to were saying like I'm crazy and paranoid, but it didn't make sense because where does the money come from?
Not only is he the king of Five Nights at Freddy's, he's also the king of predicting a scam when others were blinded by it. Genuinely respect him for having morals and not accepting the sponsor because he felt it was iffy. But while Markiplier's prediction turned out to be shockingly accurate, Sunny V2 would face a wave of hate after refusing to bow to cancel culture on April 13th, 2023.
What did Sunny V2 do? Was that... What was in that time frame? What was in that time frame? Eva Chris Tyson?
Drama YouTuber Sunny V2 would come under public scrutiny after releasing a video titled, "How Will the Chris Tyson Situation Impact Mr. Beast?"
Jimmy has no option but to publicly express acceptance of Chris's transition, as silence or even worse, disapproval would come with obvious severe repercussions. However, in accepting Chris's transition, Jimmy implies that this will be the new
It is. Hello. How do you say that? Slave Mai? I don't know. I saw one of you. Oh, so hi. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. I saw some of your Somali video reactions. Have you watched that K-Town Hank video? Oh, I have not. That's your missing link for the Johnny Somali and Hank Yo stuff. Okay. I'll look into that.
normal within the content, thus annoying a different group of people, many of whom will never express their true feelings and may rather simply click on fewer Mr. Beast videos. If this is the case, Jimmy has no option but to accept this fate, as removing Chris from the videos in any kind of way could create an even more severe media firestorm.
This sparked a wave of backlash, not only from
Interesting. Very interesting. So he got shit for that, but he also kind of predicted it.
the internet, but also from Mr. Beast himself. Yeah, this is getting absurd. Chris isn't my nightmare, he's my friend, and things are fine. All this transphobia is starting to piss me off.
Absolute psychopathic behavior, bro. Have some shame and decency before you put out a video.
Every time I see Hassan, I could just throw up. I'm gonna throw up in my mouth every time I see this man.
like this. You don't even fucking know this person, dude. You parasocial freak lord? What the f?
I don't get it at all. This whole video, I mean, you could have just said, hey, I'm outwardly transphobic and I feel like I don't like when people take HRT.
But despite the immense criticism the video generated, Sunny V2 refused to apologize or back down from his initial stance until 2024, when Chris would be accused of inappropriate behavior with underage individuals. Proving him right, this prompted Mr. Beast to change his tone and set the record straight. Over the last few days, I've become aware of the serious allegations of Ava
Interesting. I didn't even know that happened. What, base Sunny V2? Yeah, that apparently that Plants vs Zombies video was kind of doo-doo and not well researched, but okay.
Tyson's behavior online, and I am disgusted and opposed to such unacceptable acts. Surprise, surprise, Sunny V2 proved everyone wrong. He knew in the first place that Chris will negatively impact Mr. Beast's reputation, and now that Chris was exposed as a pedophile, Mr. Beast just got a major L for even protecting him. Sunny V2 taught me two things with this whole saga. Silence sometimes is the best answer, and a very powerful one at that. Time has the tendency to kill lies and let the truth be seen. Although Sunny V2 had the last laugh in the end, Jacksepticeye would find himself in hot water after his controversial comments about Mr. Beast. In 2023, Jacksepticeye would face immense backlash after his shocking response to a question about YouTuber Mr. Beast.
Like Mr. Beast? No.
Yeah, I've seen that. That one I've seen. Okay, that one I've actually seen. K-Town Social Club Hank interview. That is an hour, 6 minutes long. But the interview starts at 34 minutes, so it's just about 30 minutes long interview. The first 17 minutes are a different topic, but everything is there. Okay, okay. I'll take that into consideration at looking at that. Okay, okay. Sure.
Jack, do you think Mr. Beast ruined YouTube?
Yes.
Now, in all honesty, Jack, why?
Because it became more about views, money, and popularity than it did about having fun.
Prompting Mr. Beast to immediately lash out. Sue, I ruined YouTube because I didn't buy a mansion and sports cars, and instead reinvested my money into making content and focused on doing good and inspiring kids to help people. This clip is insanely disrespectful in my opinion. And obviously...
I'm gonna go with what Jacksepticeye said here, though. I agree, though, kind of. In a way. More so because he changed how content is made. People have adapted this Mr. Beast Cocomelon brain rot editing, and for maximum viewer attention. And I'm not a big fan of it. I do not like it. I do not like looking at it. I cannot sit through a Mr. Beast video. Maybe it's just not my style of content, but I cannot do it. I cannot sit through these videos.
There is so much I could say about his content, but I'll just take the punches and be the bigger man. Since this happened when Mr. Beast was still riding high on widespread admiration, the internet tried to cancel Jack. Mr. Beast quality is higher than most can produce. This dude is emitting some real quitter and loser energy. Despite the situation, this controversy would eventually die down until September 2024, when Mr. Beast would announce that he was teaming up with Logan Paul and KSI to launch Lunchly, a healthier alternative to the well-loved Lunchables.
Alright, we'll start off with the Lunchables.
Bro, I'm sorry, that's...
This is 3 grown men acting like little children. Not gonna lie. And you like your cheese moldy, bruh.
trash. Alright, now we're trying Lunchly. Come on. We're not biased at all, but ours is way better.
Despite being marketed as a healthier alternative to Lunchables, Lunchly quickly came under fire when both consumers and content creators uncovered a major red flag.
And I usually don't make videos discussing creators' products, but when terms like healthier or better for you get tossed around, I feel it's important to set the record straight. They're often too high in sodium, saturated fat, and added sugars, and don't use healthy whole food ingredients.
I didn't even know Dr. Mike called this out. That's interesting. Never heard that he did that.
Because they fall into the category of ultra-processed foods, they aren't healthy to consume often, period.
This is molded. That's mold. This is not safe.
Following these allegations, Mr. Beast would try to set the record straight.
Every single bluntly with cheese meat is US.
Yeah, by the way, this Oompaville interview was horrid. This entire Oompaville video was interview was absolutely horrid. Bro did not ask any serious, like really like pushing questions. He wasn't really pushing at all, which is weird for an interview. I think the only thing he set straight or like corrected and like actually went in on was the, what was it, with the chocolate. That was the only thing he really talked about. Everything else he kind of just like dismissed. You know, like the classic we did an internal investigation and found nothing wrong type of thing, which is like, yeah, if I investigate my own company, no shit, I'm not gonna find anything wrong. I'm in my grandparents' house with my cousins, aunt and uncles. Okay, enjoy Zoom, enjoy. Also, hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good.
SDA inspected. There is no mold when it leaves our factory. Like, we have the highest QC standards imaginable. Like, what do we have? Why would we ship that out? Like, that doesn't even make sense.
But the internet did not take this well. Mr. Beast ruined YouTube. His whole point of defeating T-Series was because it was a corporation. Now Mr. Sellout is a corporation. Looks like Jacksepticeye was right about Mr. Beast. In the end, Jacksepticeye's take on Mr. Beast aged like fine wine, much like investigative YouTuber Coffee.
I mean, this makes sense, right? At the end of the day, Mr. Beast is not really like a single it is a corporation, right? It is. It just is.
CoffeeZilla, who would get hit with a lawsuit after exposing a shady crypto influencer scam. On December 17th, 2022, investigative YouTuber CoffeeZilla would release a gripping 3-part series titled Investigating Logan Paul's Biggest Scam.
How much did you guys make from CryptoZoo?
I lost around $50,000 in CryptoZoo.
I lost $40,000. I lost around $15,000 US.
I lost $25,000.
$120,000.
$500,000 Australian, which is $500,000 in CryptoZoo.
Just as everyone expected, Logan Paul did not react to the criticism well and released a now-deleted 30-minute video attacking CoffeeZilla.
CoffeeZilla tried to work with law enforcement in the past, but his work was described as not anchored to truth and...
I feel like CoffeeZilla also has some real balls. Like, bro is involved in some shady, really, like looking into some really shady and kind of dangerous stuff. I reacted to one of his videos where he looked into some kind of gambling stuff, right? Where like actual lives are on the line, and it's like bro is involved in there, and like I don't know, kind of feels unsafe. Hi Cricket, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Mr. B's a rich joke. He was on the good side, and then suddenly things are released that there's probably even some stuff that we don't even know about that he did, to be honest. Didn't he also hire a criminal that didn't even do background checks on the dude? I remember something like that.
and often speculative. He is a lopsided journalist with an agenda, and he's nothing more than the Keemstar of crypto and finance. As soon as I knew the extent of the internal issues, took all of the heat on social, and you still published a defamatory hit piece, fully knowing I was innocent, just so you could enrich yourself in your $10 million studio. Sharp, but deeply unethical, dangerously misleading, and illegal. I suggest you use the money you got from pumping your Patreon to hire a good lawyer. You're gonna need it.
Trying to silence an investigative reporter is a massive sign that you've done some illegal shady ass shit. Logan seemed to realize that too, apologizing just a few days later.
CoffeeZilla is not a criminal. I called him, I apologized. My initial response to his series was that of fire, an ego, flare, whatever it is.
Alongside a bold promise to refund every penny he owed.
I am personally committing 1,000 ETH to this, which is about $1.3 million.
But
Yeah. You don't apologize. You don't apologize if you're actually in the right. You don't do that. They're on the good side till the truth is exposed. Yep. It's just in the video I forgot to send it to you. Okay, okay.
A year later, it would be uncovered that this so-called refund had an outrageous condition attached to it.
Logan Paul is refunding people he scammed if they promise to stop suing him for the vastly larger amount he may owe them.
Understandably, this received a lot of backlash. Should not be a surprise, Logan Paul is a fake content creator, a fake entertainer, a fake boxer, and clearly a fake business guy. What did you expect? To this day, Logan Paul is yet to refund the victims of CryptoZoo. But if CoffeeZilla set out to prove that Logan Paul's true intentions had been to scam his followers all along, Toddy's bombshell revelation would be overshadowed.
Yeah, the scamming is actually wild. There were dudes investing like $40,000, $30,000, and I'm like, bro, I don't feel sorry for these dudes particularly because I'm gonna say it. If you invest into crypto stuff, especially when it comes from an influencer, and it's not like the big crypto things that actually have proven to work, I feel like that's your own fault, because let's face it, these influencers have no idea. I mean, just look at the Hawk Tua girl. That is a different situation, though, because the way it sounds, I genuinely believe that she actually messed up, and she got tricked. For Logan Paul, that's not the case. I doubt that WWE will release him, even after everything that happened. Yeah, probably not. Probably not. I wish the world would start judge the rich the same way they... You mean chase the poor? Okay. I mean, not all rich people are assholes. A lot of them are, though, for some weird reason. Like, reset the clock. Until it happens again.
By her desire for revenge. On May 10th, 2019, beauty influencer Toddy Westbrook would release a video accusing a then 19-year-old James Charles of predatory behavior.
You were talking in detail about things you wanted to do to the waiter. And when I said, James, he's straight, your response was, doesn't matter, I'm a celebrity.
Huh? Huh? The fuck you mean what you're gonna do? Whatever you want to do to the waiter, because you're a celebrity. What? Did you just confess to grape fantasies, bro? What the heck? All the videos are like super short, but it's worth watching them together. Only about 10 to 15 minutes, okay? They all assholes until they prove differently. That's my take. Nah. I'm an innocent until proven guilty.
So freaking gross.
Although the allegations were shocking, fans were quick to point out that Toddy had only decided to come forward following James's public endorsement of Sugar Bear Hair, a competitor to her supplement brand, Halo Beauty. Toddy didn't have a problem with him trying to get a straight man to hook up with him, until he promoted Sugar Bear Hair. She didn't speak up until she felt betrayed. The final blow for Toddy, however, was when James released a 41-minute video revealing his own side of the story.
Sam and I talked for a very, very long time, and his sexuality, like I said, wavered a lot. Every time that he was a little bit confused, we had open and honest conversations about it, and he always asked me my input, and I gave it to him. I would never out somebody, and I have never, ever tried to manipulate somebody's sexuality.
You certainly wanted to give something to bro. That's for sure.
Including his point blank period.
But while the internet was convinced that it was all a long and elaborate lie by Toddy to ruin James's career, the truth would come to light just 2 years later, when James Charles would find himself facing shocking accusations of predatory behavior from a 16-year-old aspiring YouTuber.
Trigger warning, I will be talking about grooming and James Charles, so if you get triggered by any of those, keep scrolling, but if not, watch this video, please. So last Wednesday on the 17th, James Charles snapped me on Snapchat. I was getting really uncomfortable, so I told him my age. I told him I'm 16. Meanwhile, he's 21. He's a grown man.
What is it with popular creators going after? What? Why? What's the reason? Huh? Hi, Green Mountain. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hope you're doing good. Hi, Sota. Hi. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. What is it with big creators doing that? Why? So many fine ladies out there.
And then he proceeds to say, oh, but I didn't even get to see the, meaning my body. And after telling him, like, no, like, I'm not going to send it to you, he kept on asking for pictures and videos of body hair and me flexing and stuff.
As expected, James wasted no time and immediately fired back with a statement. The accusations that I have groomed this person are completely false. After false allegations like this in the past, I would never knowingly engage with anyone underage and put my life on the line for a few Snapchats. Because of situations like this, instead of taking someone's word for it, I will now ask to see the ID or passport of every guy I have a conversation with. This, however, didn't convince fans, though, forcing James to drop an apology video just days later.
First and foremost,
I hate apology videos because they're never genuine. They're never, ever genuine. Never. You're not sorry because you think you did something wrong. You're sorry because you were caught. Hi, Diagonal. Hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Good morning, Poker. How are you today? I am doing fantastic. How are you?
I need to say sorry. I owe a massive apology to anybody that I've hurt or anybody that I've made uncomfortable with my actions.
But this time, no one was buying it. Now, if someone that wasn't famous did this, they would be put in prison. I believe Toddy did the right thing by exposing James's predatory behaviors. James should be kept behind bars, literally. The way I used to be one of his biggest fans. I couldn't look past the situation. He's honestly a bad person. Fortunately for Tati, this sickening revelation turned the tide of public opinion in her favor. But as for James Charles, his YouTube account has since been demonetized, making it yet another one of those situations where a YouTuber tried warning us, but we didn't listen.
I find this ironic. Bro is demonetized for grooming a 16-year-old, right? Allegedly. Allegedly. I find it funny, however, since Dr. Disrespect got monetized for doing the exact same thing. Remonetized. I find that very interesting. Odd, but okay. It is what it is. I mean, some of these I knew, like the Markiplier one I knew, the Jacksepticeye one I knew, and the CoffeeZilla one I knew. I never knew the one about Sunny V2 and obviously Tatty here. I never knew these, but yeah, very interesting to see that. Very, very interesting. I'm doing okay. You're doing fine. Okay, I'm doing pretty, Poker. That's very interesting. It's my day off. It was nice to sleep in. Nice, nice, nice. Anyways, we got something that is interesting that I wanted to look at. There's something that I need to look at regarding Johnny Somali. Okay, how long is that? An hour and 6 minutes.
From Korea.
This one, huh? Okay. This starts at... When does that start? Here, apparently. Wait, here. Here. Apparently that starts that part about Johnny Somali, as far as I am aware. That should be the right one. So this is an interview apparently with Johnny Somali's best friend, BFF, Hank Yo. Johnny Somali's BFF Hank Yo explains himself, okay, by K-Town socials, and the website froze again. I don't know why this happens. It's really odd and weird why that freezes, but okay. And I can't like videos.
All right, and we are back with K-Town Social Club. Joining us, me, Michael Kim, Douglas Kim, and Ed Choi. Joining us all the way from Seoul, Korea, is you may know Johnny Somali. It's Johnny Somali's buddy in Korea. Hank Yu, welcome to the program, Hank.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Yeah. So what's going on with you? Where are you going?
I'm going to the gym right now.
I'm gonna say it there. I'm gonna say it, and I said it earlier. But if you are the cameraman for a nuisance streamer, if you are the cameraman of a nuisance streamer, you are essentially in the position of a cuck. Just gonna say that straight up. You are in the position of a cuck.
Early in the morning.
Oh yeah.
Wait, what time is it there?
It's like 9 a.m., right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what can you bench press?
I maxed out at 100 kilograms, which is like 220 pounds.
That's not bad.
Yeah, that's not bad. That's
But,
pretty good.
Yeah, but I don't like max out much anymore. I do like which weight I can comfortably bench for like 8 reps without assistance. So for that, it'd be like 60 kilograms to 70 kilograms around there.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah. So anyway, yeah. You sent me a text. You sent me an email because when we first covered the Johnny Somali thing, when he got his ass beat or whatever in Korea, you were there too. And, we talked about how you kind of got pulled to the ground and some girl was stepping on your face and all this stuff is going on. Like, you said you wanted to clear something up. Like, what is it?
Bro also got violated. Interesting. Bro also got violated by a girl. Based woman.
Is the misconception people have?
Well, a lot of people think it's a 1v1, and that guy took me out like fair and square just because that dude took me down to the ground. But in 1v1, I would have pulverized him. Simple, like basically yes, he took me down to the ground because I was imbalanced due to holding a baton, but I actually reversed and bridged, reversed, trimmed out, and got a back control. That's when those are two, that fatty and the bowl cut kneeled on my legs, and his girlfriend like stomped on my head and my neck. So
yeah, but
it's 41.
So, bro wanted to come here and, wanted to clarify that he got whooped by a dude, another dude, and his girlfriend? Is that what you're saying? What? Why? Huh? And got mobbed on the floor too? Good. Yeah, sure, buddy. Sure. Bro wants to clarify that he's not a pussy.
Yeah, but it was never a 1v1. I think you were just getting jumped because of your support of Johnny Somali and all that. You feel like you shouldn't have been jumped then. You should have just had a one-on-one fight.
No, because I know better not to, I know better than to expect fair fight from a street fight, because that's why, like, I don't like street fighting, If they want to fight me, they can fight me 1v1 at the gym, Because anything can happen in the
right.
street
Okay.
fight.
So what?
This guy can't have a knife. This guy can have a gun,
Yeah. So why are you friends with Johnny Somali? What draws you to him?
If you're trying to avoid street fights, I think being friends with Johnny Somali in Korea is probably not a good idea.
Yeah. Korea has a really bad self-defense law. The reason why I'm friends with Johnny Somali is I don't agree with everything what he does, but I do support his freedom of speech. And
what do you agree with? What do you agree with that he does?
I agree with pissing off Korean Xers. For sure. Generation X, yes.
Huh? What? Hi, Rainbow Core. Hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Huh? What? What? Huh? Is bro retarded? You're dying? Well, It was nice knowing you. What? It makes no sense. What is bro yapping? He is friends with Johnny Somali because Johnny Somali pisses off Gen X Koreans.
Why? What did Generation X do?
Generation X is the worst in Korea.
Yeah, explain,
Have you guys
explain
ever...
it. Explain it. Well, why are they the worst? What do they do?
So, do you know the Generation X attitude? Like, how dare you disagree with me?
Okay.
I mean, I think that's just the general
Boomers
Korean
too, right?
Boomers too, but boomers, I believe, they have their own reason because Korea was actually poor then.
Yeah, but Johnny was not just going after Generation X. He was mostly targeting like Gen Z Koreans on the street and like harassing them, no? And boomers too.
I thought
Gen Z actually loved
pretty sure
Johnny.
zero Gen Xers were comfort women too, so confused on that.
I know, but Gen Z actually loved Johnny. Trust me.
You mean like 90% of Gen Z love John?
Yeah, Gen Z loves Johnny Somali so much. Someone goes up to him and whoops his ass. Yup, definitely. Poor Rainbow Core, you're dead. Comes back to life. Okay.
Johnny or
okay, so that boomer that was in the convenience store in the 7-Eleven that was getting harassed by Johnny, that woman deserved to be harassed like that
and have stuff
like
thrown at her.
the ramen.
No,
what does
that
freedom
I
of
actually
speech have to
disagree
do with
with.
action?
Okay.
That I actually disagree with.
So you
Johnny,
have a line then. You have a line. So what did you tell to Johnny when that happened?
I told him why did you do that? That's actually illegal. You can get a criminal trespass warning for that. I mean, and he did.
So then, if that woman if that Ajuma was a Gen X Ajuma, you'd be totally fine with that?
They were boomers. Actually.
No, I know, but what I'm saying is if that Ajuma at the 7-Eleven or whatever was a Gen X Ajuma.
20 years younger.
Yeah. It would be okay?
Absolutely not. I mean, like, I am
Huh? Hates Gen Xers. Says it's fine if he harasses Gen Xers. Wait, I need to comprehend this. This is frying my brain. This guy is actually that stupid. Okay. Proceeds to then say that if the woman was a Gen Xer, that would still not be fine. I am so confused.
For pissing Xers off.
Okay, so what is
within legal boundaries.
So what does Johnny Somali do that pisses Generation X off?
Yeah, what's one example, something that he did that you really like?
You know, Kunde culture?
Yeah, Kunde, yeah.
Kunde, yeah. Johnny Somali goes directly against Kunde, and I fucking hate Kunde. Like,
like an old fart. Boomer.
Yeah.
So, what's one specific thing that he did to a Kunde? Like, what did he do? Did he say something to them, or?
He said, "What the fuck you gonna do about it? Free speech, nigga."
Oh, that's what he said to a Kunde in Korea.
Xer, yes.
So you say that
I am in full support of it.
So you say you support Johnny Somali's right to free speech, right? But then when you continue to hang out with him after he then gets violent with people and puts his hands on people or does break the law, you do realize you're no longer supporting his freedom of speech and you're just supporting his illegal behavior, right?
Right.
You're supporting a criminal by that point. Hey, Somax, how are you doing? Everything good? Yeah, it seems like it might be that Rainbow Core is trolling. And it might choose violence. At this point, you're just supporting a criminal. I still don't, and still, you just still not harass people, even if it is in the so-called legal boundaries. You probably, if you take off his hat, there's probably just open.
Right, but Johnny never actually put his hands on people.
He has threatened to rape, hasn't he?
Rape Mopsy as a joke. Yeah.
So
yeah,
he jokingly
sure, but
threatened to rape someone.
Yeah. Who doesn't do that? Oh, a grape joke. Yay, funny. This guy's so stupid. I'm losing my mind already. This guy is actually that damn stupid.
Somebody.
So how do we know if it's a joke or not?
Like, that's an online like streaming stuff, and I don't know if it's a threat because he said that you should get raped by Somalis.
No, didn't he say he was gonna get his homies to like rape her or something?
I don't believe so. No, I do believe that he said that you should get raped by.
Okay, so
like, a gang of Somalis.
you're saying he wouldn't cross that line, right? Because he's not that kind of guy.
Yeah, I mean, he's not a violent dude. Like,
all right,
he's
and
really not. Like,
yeah, and
I almost chimped out on him a couple times. You know, like.
No, we've heard you. Okay. So for me, when I see you get mad at Johnny a lot. You try to drag him away from trouble. You yelled at him in the police car to stop drinking. It seems like you're trying to get him out of trouble, but he keeps fucking around, and you're always there to have his back. Like, I don't understand why you keep helping this guy who keeps defying your orders. Like, you're trying to keep him out of trouble, but he doesn't care, and you keep helping him.
Isn't he at the point, as far as I'm aware now, where like I wouldn't first of all help this guy? Second of all, isn't he at the point where he's probably going to what's the word? Be in prison for 31 years? Aren't we at that point as well already?
I'm like, I mean, do you feel sorry for him? Like, what is this? What is it for?
Do you feel respected?
I do really feel sorry for him too, because he didn't kill anyone, he didn't rape a child, or like he didn't like abuse kids, but like, why is he the most hated person in the world just because he disrespected like Japan and
Israel
and supposedly now Korea? I mean,
Japan, Israel, Korea, anything else?
No, Korea. Did you not see the
Japanese and Koreans need to learn how to take jokes? You know.
Wait. Did you wait? Supposedly Korea, but you didn't see what he did with the baby oil and the statue.
I have, but I honestly don't think that's a big of a deal.
But
I mean,
can you see how it's
with it?
Yeah, if you don't think it's a big deal, but do you see how 50 million South Koreans might see it as a kind of a big deal? Even
yes,
if you
sir.
don't.
I mean, I can definitely see it.
Right. So
However,
why do you keep protecting him and help?
Thailand as well. I stand by what I said when I said this is your missing link video. To truly understand Johnny, Somali, and Hank, you as mods and all sit tight. This is actually. I feel like my brain is actively trying to leave, like avoid this. There's no way. There's just no way. What is going on in this man's mind? I just feel like he hates his own culture. Could that be the case? Just he hates his own country?
Helping him.
Yeah, look, what if Johnny what if you were in let's say you were in Israel with Johnny, right? And he said the Holocaust was fake and in Israel, just everywhere. Would you be like, what's the big deal? He's just saying words. Or would you be like, yeah, I'm getting the fuck away from this guy because I don't want to get killed?
I mean, basically, I would take care of my safety first, right? But at the same time, like
but taken to the logical
Johnny
conclusion,
doesn't really endanger my
but taken to the
right
logical
now,
conclusion.
Didn't you just get your ass beat last? Didn't you get your ass beat though?
I did.
Right.
So how did he not put you in danger then?
He did, but that wasn't supposed to happen in a first world country like Korea. You know.
That could happen anywhere. It doesn't matter if it's a first world or third world country. That does not matter. That doesn't matter. You're still getting your ass beat. If you pull a stunt off like that in Germany, you would also get your ass beat.
You know,
Why wouldn't it?
That would happen in Mexico, basically.
Okay, but it happened in
it would
Korea,
happen anywhere.
so
It would happen in America. Let's say you did something to offend Americans. You know, let's say what would offend Americans?
Oh fuck!
I mean, screw the Americans. There's people whose parents, whose grandparents, people that they know and loved who used to be comfort women. So the real correlation is, let's say your mom has some sort of disease, right? And Johnny Somali then made fun of that disease to her face and then laughed about it. Would you feel like you would have a right to get upset?
I would. All right. So,
but it's just words, right?
If I love my mom, I would probably get upset, but I would still support Johnny Somali's right to free speech. You know, like I'm a free speech absolutist. I believe free speech must be absolute, and it's the most fundamental right that a human being can have.
Is that because you lived in America for a few years, or you always felt that way?
I believe I always felt that way because America these days doesn't really practice. It preaches free speech in a fake manner, but it does not.
But it was not only what he said. Like, he always talks about, like, free speech and all. I agree. You should be able to say what you want to say. Right? But it's more so about his actions. It isn't what he says. It's what he does that is now getting him into jail. Not what he says, but what he does. Also, Zoom, that video doesn't work anymore. If I click on the link, I go nowhere.
Practice free speech.
Give me one example where America doesn't practice free speech.
Let's see. There are threat laws. There are they fine Alex Jones for exposing school shootings.
Okay.
And yeah.
Okay, but that's not you. That wasn't the government who fined him, though.
That was court. The court actually fined Alex Jones.
Yeah, I think that.
And said that Alex Jones must compensate all these victims.
Right.
What victim?
But
but he wasn't criminally charged.
It was a civil case.
It was a civil case.
Yeah.
Yeah, but,
You're right,
but Hank, I do wonder what country on earth has the free speech that you support. Is there any country on earth that has this free speech that you love so much?
Zero, sir. The last and the only country to have my version of free speech was 1800s America.
Don't you think it'd be easier if you join like the rest of society and, instead of trying to, go for this late 18th?
The free speech that he asks for does not really exist, because there is some things that when you say them, you will absolutely be charged. 100%, you will absolutely be sued. The problem isn't free speech, it's his lack of morals. Very much. It's really just the things he does. And also, freedom of speech does not mean lack of consequences. If somebody does not like what you say and they walk up to you and kick your head in, then it is what it is. That's something you gotta live with. Not tolerating that, but that is what's going to happen eventually. One thing that would offend at least millennial or older Americans is mocking 9/11 attack. Okay. Yeah, that's true. That's very true. That would very much. Yeah.
1800s free speech thing that hasn't been around for a while. Wouldn't it be easier for you?
100%. 100%. I would agree, but
yeah, but even in the late 1800s, if you threatened someone, you would get arrested.
Threat law didn't exist until like 1930s or so, actually.
Yeah, I think you could duel, actually.
Wow.
Really?
You actually have to do something in action.
Still duel.
Okay, so you want to go back to the Wild West?
I mean, But
right, I mean, like, if you wanted to go back to the Wild West,
I don't want to die.
People
People
shot people for like insulting them. You know, like fighting words is a term for a reason in the Wild West.
Yeah. Hey, so where's Johnny now?
Well, a fighting word was not a legal term until 1910s. Actually,
no, I understand
that's what he's saying. He's saying that if you're trying to avoid getting hurt, then living in that era would be
you might not.
To you
the state
because
might not
you would
prosecute you, but people with guns and revolvers will fucking shoot you.
Bro does not know what he's saying. If 200 years ago you would have insulted someone, if Johnny Somali was doing what he is doing in Korea now, he would have done 200 years ago in pretty much almost any country. Bro, you would have died. He would have died a long time ago with that behavior. I see it, Zoom. I see it. I'm not retarded. Goodness.
Right. I mean, it was more like societal than legal, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so where's Johnny now?
So the only problem with him is that the government punishes him and not the society. So he would be fine if the government dropped all the charges and somebody got into his car, saw Johnny Somali on the street, and ran him over. That would be fine, according to his logic, because, you know, it's society prosecuting him, not the state. I find that very interesting. I don't know what's going on in this man's head. It's very interesting. I wonder if he would be fine with that if somebody took him out.
What's he up to? Is he doing okay? His trial's next week, isn't it?
Yeah, Johnny's doing all right, but he's not with me right now. But
yeah, because everyone knows where you live.
Yeah, so like my location's like compromised, so like, I'm not gonna keep Johnny here, you know.
Wait, right,
obviously.
But do you still hang out with him? You have like meals with him? You have pizza with him? You eat jjajangmyeon with him? What do you do with him?
I talked to him about a couple legal cases because he is a witness to that aggravated assault, and he's a witness to like stalking, all that, you know.
Yeah. So do you eat with him or what?
I'm also a witness to those cases. No, not really. I mean, if I eat with him, that's gonna like compromise his safety too, you know.
So what's your take overall? Is he fucked in your opinion, or is he gonna be okay?
Well, they're trying to make it political, and
sure,
you know what happened to my case because they made my case political back in East Texas. I got fucked, right?
But that was from American government, not Korean government.
Yeah, but like Korea has like much, I would say, more lenient sentencing than the United States. So Johnny's probably not going to go to prison. He's going to.
Oh, you think he'll be let go?
Either let go or like at most like pay some fines, you know, because I mean, what did he do that was like felonious? Not really. Like he's.
They literally have things on him. They found another thing that can put him in prison for 31 years. Obstruction of business would be one of those, and he did that. 100%. The AI thing, he did that. 100%. They have proof. The problem is, the retort filmed everything that he did. He filmed his own crimes. What are you gonna what? We have everything on video, my guy. Everything. He wants to go back to his idealized version of America 200 years ago. Bro is in for a rude awakening. Also, 200 years ago, wasn't there also a lot of racism towards Asians, if I remember correctly? I could be wrong.
He hasn't done anything that would.
Well, the AI deepfake thing was, you know,
that's a felony.
That's a felony. So.
Yeah, I mean that wasn't sexual, and Johnny never created it.
Oh, that wasn't made by Johnny, huh?
No, that was just made by some random, random dude on like some app.
Hey, okay, so when you were in America and you got the guns, why did you lie about being a citizen?
So a random dude made the AI kissing of him kissing another woman, Korean woman. And Johnny Somali just showed it. Is that what you're telling me? I do not believe you. This guy's full of shit. This guy's full of shit. And he's also apparently a criminal.
Two reasons. I'll be very honest here, right?
Thank you.
Back then, I was an ultra-nationalist, so I was afraid
For
that
wait,
I was
ultra nationalist
not
for America or for Korea?
America.
Okay.
So I was ashamed that I was not an United States citizen at that time. So I didn't want to reveal the fact that I am a foreign.
Hey, what? 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 Huh? This makes no... What? Huh? Never mind, put this man in a straitjacket as well. Good God. This man is a threat to society too. Okay. Bro lives in the United States. Is a ultra-nationalist for the United States. Does not have citizenship for the United States, but is a ultra-nationalist for the United States. This makes no sense. Nothing. I am so confused. What is this dude? What is he doing? What is this? Huh? This makes no sense. Is this like a black white supremacist level thing? Like, this is so dumb. This is so dumb. This is so dumb. Bro, this is so dumb. Is he crazy? Isn't even their citizen? Yeah, they own guns. They are just interviewing him, Zoom. This is an interview.
Foreign citizen. Like at all. Whichever nation that might be, and second thing is on the ATF form 4473, it does say that if you are a non-citizen U.S. national, you should identify as a citizen. So, I mean, if I'm a permanent resident, right?
If you're
too far.
That might be, and second thing is on the ATF form 4473, it does say that if you are a non-citizen U.S. national, you should identify as a citizen. So, I mean, if I'm a permanent resident, right?
If you're a non-citizen U.S. national.
Yes.
Huh? How this? Bro, what? I am... Huh?
U.S. national.
On the ATF form 4473, it does say that if you are a non-citizen U.S. national, you
non-citizen U.S. national. Is that contradictory? Can you be a U.S. national if you're not a citizen? I'm so confused.
You should identify as a citizen. So, I mean, if I'm a permanent resident, right?
If you're a non-citizen U.S. national.
Yes.
You should.
Is there a chance that bro is just illiterate and can't read? If you're not a citizen, you should identify as a citizen. Bro just said, away with... Bro is a ultra-nationalist, but said, yeah, away with borders. Who needs those? Who needs to apply for citizenship? What the heck? I am so confused. He's frying my brain.
Say
You should
you're a
identify
citizen?
as a citizen.
So if you're a non-citizen U.S. citizen, that's weird.
Well, non-citizen U.S. national. There's a
What
classification.
was your status in America when you were in America? You're just permanent green card holder?
I am a permanent resident, sir. Yes.
Okay.
Right now, too, because I actually appealed.
So you got.
But that's not what it says on the form. It says, are you a U.S. citizen? If you are not a U.S. citizen, are you a foreign national legally permitted to reside in the U.S.?
Bro cannot read. Bro cannot read. There's no way. Hi, Cocos. How you doing? Everything good? Just came once this video about. We're watching a video about Johnny Somali's cuck getting interviewed.
Well, 8 USC Section 1101 defines what a non-citizen U.S. national is. It says, like, even if you're not a U.S. citizen, you owe permanent allegiance to the United States.
But that doesn't say anything about saying you're a citizen.
Oh, so you have like a legal. You should have been an attorney, huh?
Probably not.
Wait, so you were born in Korea, correct?
Oh, actually, it says it right here. If you are a foreign national, you must also include your country of citizenship, which must be listed in the Department of State's U.S. treaties in force.
Yeah. I'm not saying that I didn't screw up. You know, like.
Bro turned off. Bro said, "Nah, I'm good." Bro's finally said, "Yeah, I'm good. Goodbye." That is crazy. Bro just shut off. Bro was like, "Dude, shut the heck up. We're full of shit." That's crazy. Ain't no way, dude. Ain't no way. They're literally reading it out to him, and he's like, "Oh yeah, that's not meant like that. That's actually meant to be interpreted differently." It's like you know the scene from The Good Doctor where he like says constantly, "I'm a surgeon." Bro is that, but for Americans, I am a citizen.
I definitely did screw up.
No, I'm just saying because you said that on the form, it said that if you're a foreign national, you should still mark that you're a citizen. It does not say that.
Well, no. Not if you're a foreign national. Like, I thought if I was a permanent resident, you know, permanent residents only.
Okay. Hey, so
I just screw up.
Yeah, so a lot of people on the internet in Korea, they're saying that you're not Korean, that you're Chinese. Can you clear it up for us? Like, are your parents from China? What's going on there?
I am a Korean citizen, but I do have a lot of Chinese ancestry.
Like, you have mostly Han blood, or what are you talking about?
I believe Han. Maybe Mongol, I believe, but mostly Han.
What is this? Hi, Spider. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. I'm losing brain cells. What is this? Chinese man, citizen of South Korea. False citizen of the United States, but also ultra-nationalist. This is rotting my brain. This is crazy. This is so dumb. This dude is so retarded. It's crazy. What is this? I'm so confused. I am so confused.
Han, yeah.
Is it because you know your parents are from China, or?
No, both of my parents are from Korea. My ancestors are from China.
Then, what?
China.
Well, okay. It wasn't your grandpa like Attorney General in Korea? Wasn't he like a really big position there?
Yes, 23rd Attorney General in South Korea. That's been doxxed. Yeah.
Do you still talk to him?
Huh?
Do you still talk to him?
Oh, not really. So the reason why I'm pissed at my grandfather is my dad was abusive as hell, right?
Yeah.
Being an attorney general, he should know that upon turning age 14, I have right to go to the court and pick which side of my parents that I want to live in.
Yeah.
Whether it be maternal side since they're divorced. But to protect my mom from my dad's either physical or financial or like reputational retaliation, my grandfather purposely did not inform me of that law. That's why I got kicked back and forth between my mom and my dad and got abused by my dad and all that.
How are you? Yeah, how are you abused? Like, what's some of the horrible abuse that you went through that I'm sure
beat me with golf club, beat me with a baseball bat,
Yo, this is some heavy childhood trauma. That's some heavy childhood trauma. I hope I'm doing well. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. Bro, ain't no way.
Confined me to a room for like days.
This was in Korea or was this in America?
Both. In America, it was done by my dad's older brother, who was a total.
Wait. So
total like a psycho piece of shit. But
what age did you move to the United States?
10.
10?
11? 10? 11? Yeah.
Yeah, you lived in La Crescenta, right?
So then if you were 10 or 11 in America, what does the AG in Korea have to do with the laws in America? Because didn't they get separated when you were 14, you said? So then wouldn't you have been in America?
Negative, sir. They were divorced when I was 2. So I went to America
10
with my mom first.
Oh, and then you bounce back and forth because.
But the question still remains: if your grandfather was an attorney general in Korea, then how would he know about the laws in America to inform you?
Because when I was living in Korea and attending an international school, right?
Mm-hmm.
My grandfather had duty to inform me of that particular.
Yeah, but you're talking.
Why do I feel like this is just the guy that hates the Koreans because his dad and like his family was bad? What if it's just that at its core? Why do I feel like it's just that?
Talking about the 14-year-old law in America, right? Where once you're 14, you're allowed to choose which parent you want to live with.
Or is that
existed in Korea too?
Is that a same law in Korea?
Affirmative, sir. Yes.
Okay.
It exists both in America and
what happened
in
is
Korea.
at age 10, 11, you came to America with your mom, but then you had to bounce back and forth to Korea because you didn't know about this law, and you had to go back to live with your dad for a little bit, and then back and forth. Is that what's going on?
Well, I want to say back and forth to Korea, just like back and forth between my mom living with my mom's side, dad's side, because.
But your dad's side was in Korea and your mom's side was in America, right?
My uncle was in California.
Your dad's brother was in California, though. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
My mom was in New York.
Were you sexually abused?
Negative, sir. I was not sexually abused.
Because I read stuff that you were sexually abused in high school or something a long time ago.
Oh no! That's a different story. I gotta tell you. I wasn't abused. I was kind of groomed.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. So what happened?
For what exactly?
I'm not going to reveal her name, but it was a white American woman living in Korea at that time.
And how old were you?
I was 17. She was 37, and she took my virginity both front and back.
What? Did I hear that correctly?
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. So what happened?
For what exactly?
I'm not going to reveal her name, but it was a white American woman living in Korea at that time.
And how old were you?
I was 17. She was 37, and she took my virginity both front and back.
She used a device on you?
You use a strap-on dildo.
Bro got. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I shouldn't laugh, but bro got pegged. Bro got pegged by a 37-year-old woman. That is crazy. Not gonna lie, that is crazy. She pegged him allegedly. Yeah, that is crazy. Oh my goodness. But he said he got abused in America as well. So why is he this ultra-nationalist non-citizen? I have no idea. This is crazy. Wow. Wow. That is crazy. I'm sorry, but that is crazy. That is crazy. That is wild. I shouldn't laugh, but it's crazy.
Though to penetrate.
Okay, we
penetrate my anus.
Might not have needed such detail, but
did you like it though?
Why is he laughing though?
At that time, no, but it did turn me. I believe it did turn me bisexual.
Yeah, because you are bi. You told me that you.
Never mind.
You hook up with dudes or do things for them sometimes, right?
Well, I would say like this. You know, my price is 3,000 for sucky sucky and 10,000 for fucky fucky. You know.
Bro is a prostitute as well. At this point, bro is just trauma dumping. Also, at that, do you? What the hell, bro? This is crazy. This is wild. Bro is trauma dumping. Bro revealed his bisexual awakening. This is crazy. This is crazy. This is wild. This entire video is wild. This price, yeah, this entire interview is wild. That is the missing link.
10,000 won.
Huh?
10,000 won, not dollars.
Dollars.
Oh, $10,000.
Yeah, but
you're joking, right?
Yeah, this is.
I'm not.
You're not. Okay.
Wait, I'm confused.
I would actually do that, but I do like femboys.
You like femboys. What's an example of a famous femboy? Because I don't know what that means.
Well, I don't know like any like.
What is this? What is happening? What is this interview? $20 or 20 pounds or 20 pounds? Ugh. Hell nah, surely he's not talking about Korean won because that's $7. Bro, for $7. That's crazy if that were the case. Bro needs to go non-binary. We don't want him in our community. This is crazy. This is crazy. Yeah, you could get me for no money. No money at all. Hi, GT, are you doing everything good?
Femboy, that's like a celebrity, but if you can Google, like, femboy, like, there's a definite difference between a femboy and a tranny.
What's your definition of a femboy then?
So, femboy's like a feminine boy, like femininely dressed boy and stuff, but he doesn't take like pills.
What do you do? What are you doing? Don't use the word boy. Don't use in this context. Use feminine man, please.
To become like tranny, but femboys look prettier than girls. So,
but
I mean,
but isn't that like bordering on pedophilia?
Huh?
Isn't that bordering?
I don't think they're underage. I think they're just called.
Oh,
they're not underage.
They're just called boys. They're not actually.
So a white woman turned you bi, you think?
Yes, a 37-year-old woman when I was 17 turned me bi. Yes.
Yeah. So she was a teacher in Korea, but she moved back to the U.S. and then that's when it happened in the U.S.
No, that happened in Korea, but it was perfectly legal because Korean age of consent is 16.
Okay. All right.
Then legally, you technically were not groomed. We're talking about femboys because bro likes feminine men. In this case, we can throw out the grooming allegations because technically it was legal because of Korean age of consent. That's out of the window. Johnny Somali has a feminine boy built. Oh no, I know what you're implying. I know what you're implying.
And you were what,
Well,
17?
Yeah, he was 17.
Wow.
I was 17, yeah. But in terms of like femboys are actually very popular among women, and most femboys are straight. So I just gotta find a bi one, you know.
So
I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. Not from my experience. There's two categories of femboys. The femboys that are gay or bisexual in relationships, and the straight femboys that are not in that don't end up in relationships. So I don't know about that one. At least from what I have seen.
So currently, you're trying to come back to the United States. Is that correct? You're trying to appeal your case.
Negative, sir. I actually plan to move to China.
Oh,
Shanghai.
And do you think that they will accept you with open arms? It's kind of a difficult process to. I mean, I've looked into it. I'm also curious as well, but isn't it a difficult process to get naturalized there?
Open arms, I don't think so. But if you have an engineering degree or like a science degree, then it's much easier.
You are an engineer, or you have an engineering degree.
Yes, sir. I am pursuing. I'm going to pursue masters of engineering.
I see.
Okay, great. Hey, so this has been a pretty peaceful discussion.
Yes, sir.
It was kind of a little weird in the beginning because you were walking around and distracted, but after the trial, can you tell us more about the Johnny stuff? And where's Gino right now? Is he back in America?
Yeah, Gino is in Japan, and yeah,
he's in Japan.
Yes.
Okay. Good to know.
If he did come back to Korea, do you think he would be in trouble with the authorities?
Probably not. I mean, Gino didn't really do anything,
Goodness. How did it go from a serious topic, like abuse, to talking about femboys? That's a good question. You know what this boils down to? That man is just gay for Johnny Somali. Maybe that's just it. Maybe that's why he defends him. You see my gesture? Yeah. I looked at it.
Okay.
Yeah, you were there when.
Mostly Johnny.
So when I saw the video where Gino was there, and you were standing next to him, and Gino was saying like, "Can I eat your pee?" and like making the la 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 face, and you were laughing at that, right? So that's
right.
funny to you, right?
That is actually absolutely funny because most people think that's illegal. That's actually not illegal in South Korea.
No, forget the legal thing. The women don't want to be harassed like that. Or do you think it's funny that they get offended by that?
Sure, but like I think it's funny because they're in a club street and they should expect to get sexualized like that, but they.
What? Just because it's expected to happen? That does not mean that it should? What? Huh? What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
Get offended like that. I mean, I personally wouldn't do it, but
But
free speech.
But don't you think just like you should expect to get jumped if you're hanging around Johnny and like that? Shouldn't you also expect that? It shouldn't be a surprise, right?
To get jumped over that? No, I don't think so.
I mean,
like,
whether you
because,
agree
like,
with it or not, you can't.
Right. I mean,
not
like, so
expect it.
if you were in the fucking Wild West and you started doing this type of shit, you would just get shot. And
I have a question.
I mean,
how does grooming fit into?
Bro just threw him with some pills or something. He couldn't take this. Bro was there as well. He needs to get pegged again. Round 2. Bro does probably get pegged.
Free speech, because all she did was just use words, right? And she has a right to use your words.
Well, she had my fully informed consent to.
Yeah, I don't think he regrets that.
All right. Well, anyway, Hank, you know, thanks for doing this interview with us. You know, let's do a more.
I'm actually curious. Do you have a take on the recent happenings about in this past week in Korea? Because you seem to be against the Gen X Koreans, so you must be against like Korean people in general or whatever. You know, big things happened this week, I'm sure, as you're aware.
There it is, right? There it is. He just straight up confirmed that he's against Korean people in general. He just said, yeah. There we have the confirmation. I can predict it.
Do you have any thoughts about Yoon Suk-yeol and what's going on there?
Well, yeah. Like, I'm not against Koreans, you know. I'm just against like Korean politicians.
Sure. But yeah,
I'm against like older Korean culture.
Right. So then
we end the
do you have right? Okay. So
section,
then
I like to tell you one more thing, but on the
first it was Xers, now it's politicians. Yeah, I just think you just dislike your own people in general. I just think you dislike your own people in general. I just feel like, yeah. No, I have not reacted to it yet.
On the Korean president, he's saying that he did it to investigate election fraud. If he did, he's the hero. You know, I mean, if that's true, he's a hero.
But I guess I'm just like asking what you believe. What do you believe?
At this point, I don't have any evidences to believe one way or the other. I don't want to make a blank statement and I'm wrong later, but
yeah,
I do believe that if it's false, then all right. First of all, my favorite president is Chun Doo-hwan.
Okay, all right. Okay. You know what? All right. Before we open up that whole
can of worms,
you know, let's save that for next time because we're a little bit over now. We are going to get into why you like Chun Doo-hwan, but yeah, we'll talk about that next time. Okay. And
yes, sir.
you know, try to get Johnny on with you next time because we want to ask him some questions too. Okay.
That
next
time.
Happen,
I mean, that can happen when all of my legal cases are like
sure
pretty much
settled.
It's going to be like
whatever,
a couple months, you know.
Okay, sounds good. All right, then.
Yes,
let us know when that happens.
Let me tell you one more thing.
Yeah.
You know, like when like those like Korean actors, they always say like, "Ya 인사 안 해?"
Right.
Which means like, why aren't you aren't you like bowing down to me?
Yeah, but I 인사 anyway.
Greeting you.
I tell them, "니마 비 차오 니마 쓰러."
Okay.
None of us are Chinese, but
they deserve
what does that mean? What does that mean?
It's 2024. Yeah, hey.
Nima
Korea
means
is
your
one of the
mom.
most Americanized countries in the world.
Right.
I don't know that bowing down shit. I fist bump. You know what I'm saying?
All right. Well, you know, I'll fist bump you, but I bow to others. It's not a big deal. It's just you know. But okay.
Just different types of handshakes.
All right, Hank. Nice fist.
Fist bump.
Hey. Oh yeah, fist bump, buddy. Or not buddy, but 동생. Hey, you have a good time at the gym, okay? We'll talk again next time and get more information, okay?
You too, sir. Thank you, sir.
All right, peace.
Appreciate it.
All right. All right, and that was it with Hank Yu. You finally joined. It was kind of odd. It wasn't...
That's pretty much... that's pretty much the end. It's very simple. In conclusion... This guy's a retard. That's the conclusion. This guy just generally, I believe from what I've seen here, that he genuinely dislikes his own country. Not just Xers, not just politicians, not just anything like that. And I react to mine and I fix the link. If you do that again, I will time you out. I will react to what I want. There's no obligation to react to things. I react to what I want. But yeah, it's just... This guy's just a retard. It is so simple. It is so simple. That's the conclusion to me. This guy, to be honest, just throw him right. Just put him in the same jail cell as his lover. All I can say. And see, the issue with bowing down is just showing respect. Yeah. Also different culture. He just likes his culture. That's just what it is, I think. It's just so crazy. This is just so dumb. But I'm glad that you watched this interview and understood 100% of the Hank and Johnny relationship now. Yeah, it feels like I know things now. That was horrible though. Not gonna lie, that was horrid. Anyways, we are now doing... Also, I don't believe that I look like any character from Devil May Cry, as some people said in my stream yesterday. Zoom. Yeah, you're clearly Virgil. I want to watch this one. This one is also a longer one. But I'm gonna do the recommendation by Sumax. Why not? Let's just go. Where's he located? Okay, I don't need to move. Perfect. That works. I'm gonna react to this one. Next. My voice is kind of dead. Give me a bit. I need to... Whew. I have to use my mom's iPhone 13 Pro for now because my phone is charging low battery. Cooked. You are cooked. Anyways, let's do this. Let's do this. This was recommended. Andrew Tate ruined a generation of kids by Cam Kirkham Reacts. I put the strangest stuff. Has it gotten on the list? Yes. You mean the queso one? Yeah, that has gotten on the list. Don't worry. That has gotten on the list. Anyways. I feel like... Hot take, I think the Red Pill, and which Andrew Tate pretty much is, he is a Red Pill guru. I feel like Red Pill and feminism are two sides of the same coin. They're both extremists, they're both harming society. Andrew Tate is just a symptom of what is going on. Let's just see what this kid probably, very probably, is going to say.
Is traffic for poor people? People who go to work early and stay there late will never be in traffic. But it's the people who want to cut corners and be there just on time at 9 a.m. and leave just on time at 5 p.m. So that leaves the question, is traffic for poor people?
Andrew... What? Go back. That did not register at all. I'll be back because my uncle is meeting the mayor. Okay, take a zoom.
Is traffic for poor people? People who go to work early and stay there late will never be in traffic. But it's the people...
Technically, because it's not normal work hours, so if you go really early, there will be nobody on the roads. If you go home late, there will be nobody on the road. That has nothing to do with people being poor. Somebody could make 100K a year and still be stuck in traffic. Ah, yes, traffic is for poor people. Just by a plane, very true. Bro.
People who want to cut corners and be there just on time at 9 a.m. and leave just on time at 5 p.m. So that leaves the question, is traffic for poor people?
Andrew Tate has ruined a generation of children. Hello, you gorgeous donuts. Andrew Tate is a notorious influencer who became famous from just spouting the worst views on planet Earth.
I have nothing to talk to women about besides either sleeping with them or...
So, you know...
Bro has never been in a relationship where a girl actually wants to spend time with him. Ain't no way. or where a woman shares the same interests. There's just no way. I don't believe that a woman has ever loved this dude. I'll be back. I need to walk my dog out. Have fun getting walked by your dog.
The loveliest of guys. Possibly the biggest feminist on the planet we have to date.
Life for a man is harder than life for a woman. We need to have a lot of shit to be an important man. To be a woman, you need makeup. If you're truly beautiful, you don't need anything else. I've been on boats in Dubai with 19-year-old Moldovan girls. The guy who got that boat needed $100 million.
He isn't wrong. Quite. To impress the girls that he's looking for? Yeah, you need to have a lot of shit. I agree with him on this. But it's not that women in general want you to have a lot of shit. My woman would live with me under a bridge. It does not matter. The women that you're going for, they want you to have a lot of shit. So you better pick the better women. Just saying.
That makeup. Same boat. That's how hard it is.
Like, this is just absolute rubbish. Like, absolute drivel that he's speaking right now. The guy just says things because he knows the reaction that he's gonna get, and that drives him in the algorithm, meaning he becomes more famous from spouting even worse opinions. It's genuinely like the lowest form of content. And later on, you're going to see how a literal child has adopted methods that Andrew Tate has taught.
If you're the kind of person who feels like they need therapy, you're useless. Because in the harshest realities of this cold world, there are people in Syria whose entire families have been blown to
You can't equate one problem to another problem. They need different solutions. I don't think a child in a war zone wants therapy. They want there to be no war, bro. Also, controversial take. He is kind of right, but kind of wrong, at least with therapy, because there's a huge problem. A lot of therapy is tailored to women, and there's not a lot of therapy stuff on men, which is kind of sad, because we need more stuff on that as well, because men and women share mental problems very differently. Then they just share the symptoms are slightly different, or partially very different.
who are still getting up every day, making bread and selling it on the streets. So they
to the point where when he says, because he has said therapy's useless, it's only useless for dudes because there's no actual there's nothing that is really tailored to men.
They have enough money to buy a new pair of sandals sometime next year.
Like, I don't understand how this guy actually has viewers, because a lot of these, like, active fans are people that, you know, are quite lonely. That's the target demographic of Andrew Tate. And when he insults stuff like depression, etc., I don't understand.
They're either lonely or very young. It's one of the two things.
How these people still stick by you. He just has the worst views ever. The only talented thing about this man is he's dancing.
That's not Andrew Tate. It's somebody else. I like him already more, though.
Well, it's a 10 from Len. Get him on Britain's Got Talent. A large part of Andrew Tate's brand is basically saying you need to hustle every single minute of your life. You need to, like, lock in. You can't do anything else but make the most money and get the most attractive girls. One thing I will say about his content is it's had such a huge effect on young kids. The effect he's had on, like, young children's impressionable minds is irreversible and drastic. In this video, we're going to cover the worst and the youngest kids that are trying to adopt this Andrew Tate mentality, and how this is literally ruining an entire generation of children. So the first Andrew Tate clone that we're going to look at is a lad called Jake Ricks. Now, he is one of the older Andrew Tate clones that we are going to cover in this video. However, his content may be the craziest.
You actually do it as a man if you're not training every single day to reach your physical prime, and not even for all the normal benefits like being more attractive, increasing your testosterone.
Every day is not particularly the best idea. Like, I do it every day, but I also very much split up my muscle groups. There's dudes who train every single day, like, legs is one of the big problems. Where, like, you see dudes train, like, legs very often, and, like, they can't grow. They, like, have a huge upper body, but their legs are, like, stickmen. The problem comes from that, because if you train them every single, like, if you train them too often, they're not gonna grow, because they're very inefficient, kind of, in a way. They're built to be somewhat inefficient to train. So that doesn't work. You need a proper workout routine that does not strain your body.
Way more energy for everybody around you, or even for those, but purely just to turn yourself into a physical.
And every day does not work. I think the best results you get is probably just having 2 days off for regeneration. I feel like that has given me better results.
Weapon, because every single man on the planet is hardwired to want to be as physically capable and as physically strong as he possibly can.
Andrew Tate will pay for his crimes one day. What do you mean? Are you saying that yourself is the perfect physical specimen here? Is this what you're trying to say? Are we trying to get to your level? Because this is what you're kind of insinuating here, that we're not on your level, that you're training every single minute of the day. But you're not, because you're spouting shit on TikTok. Does this class as lock it in? I don't think so. To be fair though, he is already outworking me, because he's like got some sort of schedule that he's written like a notepad and then just blue tacked it to his wall. So I mean, that's more than what I'm doing, right? You can clearly see. I mean,
also, I feel like the dude here doesn't work out as much as he says he does. I don't feel like. And if he does, something's wrong with his diet. Also, look at those ears. He looks like Dumbo. He's gonna fly away.
Most interesting thing I've got on my wall is Tom Riddle's diary. So I don't think he'd approve of this. I don't think this counts as locking in. But if someone does attack us, I can hit them with the Battleless Fang. So who's the real animal now, Jake?
Every single second of the day, you're not doing some form of hardcore, focused and painful training or work. It's because you're scared of the pain.
What? Every single minute of the day, I've got to do something that's painful and hardcore. Brother, I might as well just top myself. Every minute, I've got to be in pain. To be fair, I'm kind of already there, just mentally, not physically.
I don't know. Like, I work a lot, technically, right? I constantly edit stuff. I've, like, pre-made, like, a lot of shorts now, which is pretty nice. I edit all my stuff practically almost immediately. In addition to that, I'm dropping some stuff on TikTok. I want to see if I can somehow get the Twitter algorithm to work for me. I work out a lot. And I don't think that whatever you're doing should be... You should do something that is productive but still fun. Because if it's not fun, then what are you doing? Now, you're not gonna be it's not gonna be fun every single time, whatever you're doing, right? But it should be enjoyable.
I need to add the physical bit, and then maybe that'll send.
In addition to studying and all what I do as well, it should still be enjoyable in the way.
Is over the edge. What do you mean every single minute? I don't know a single person that every single minute they're putting themselves through physical pain. I just don't think that's possible. Is it? Like, for a full 24 hours in the day? I don't feel like that's achievable or attainable. And then when you...
I mean, you cannot work out an entire day. That does not work. You physically, you can't. Physically, you can. You cannot work out an entire day. You cannot be constantly productive as well. You can study, for example. There's a limit to how long even you can study. Which is interesting, before it becomes less productive for your brain.
You're gonna recover. You need recovery time. You can't do that the entire time. You'll be bloody knackered, man.
Weak, lazy, emotional men have no ambition. So you have all the time in the world to sit there and cry and act depressed. Whereas a man with ambition, as we are naturally supposed to have, has to do. I haven't got time to cry about the past or fear the future, because right now I have progress to.
I also feel like he's looking slightly down, which means he's not looking into the camera. He's looking like slightly down. He's reading off a script. Bro is talking about lazy. You're so lazy you can't even memorize a few words. That's how lazy bro is.
Anyone else just feel the hairs on the back of their neck just rise together like an army of ants? I've got a mission to do. I don't know what that mission is yet. I haven't figured that out, but I've got something to do. By the way, everything he said there just went in one ear and went out the other. Let's just remind myself.
We have all the time in the world to sit there and cry and act to have.
This guy's acting.
What are the chances that this guy's selling a course? What's the chances of that this guy is selling a course? Just thinking about it.
Like he's the most busiest person on the planet, like he doesn't have time to be depressed. But
also, this form of content does not help. It's just motivational corn. You just feel better about yourself since you're like, oh yeah, I want to work hard, I want to improve myself, but you're not actually doing anything. You just continue scrolling. It's just very simple.
He's doing is making TikToks in like his parents' house. Do you know what I mean? I feel like if anything, this guy has loads of time to think about what he's doing. Also, he has took down his schedule behind him. You know, clearly wasn't working for him. I just don't think that was really structuring it down to the minute. You had the days of the week, but you've got to be active every minute, Jake, by your own words.
Normal, that will be my only ever fear. Yep.
To be fair, if there's one thing that you can't literally say about Jake, he's not normal. Okay, he definitely has that on his side. I don't know what this is. Is this helping him breathe? Did he get a cold?
Yeah, this is like the thing that makes your where you can breathe better, but to be honest, you might as well go and get a surgery so the wall that's usually when you need that, the wall in your nose is like too thick. So they're gonna scrape it off, and then you're gonna breathe better again.
Probably from always wearing his vest. It's the middle of winter. Also, I wore my vest in the Cheetahs Caught in 4K video, and people genuinely like freaked out because they were like, "How can you do that in the middle of winter?" Do you know how hot it gets in this room when I film? Genuinely, I mean, I am in here all by myself, right? Can't get any hotter.
Most people mold their entire life around it. Think like them, act like them. Because if you don't follow those rules, God forbid you get laughed at, hated. But I'd rather be a hated lion than a blind sheep. Do you think the lion cares when the sheep laugh?
To be fair, if you did, like, you know, a genie was there and he was like, "Calm, you've got two options here. You can either be a hated lion or a..."
But you are the sheep. You are the sheep. You are thinking you're the lion, but you are the sheep. 'Cause you are not thinking for yourself. What you're spouting weren't your own thoughts. You were told those things. You are the sheep.
Blind sheep, I'm probably going to go with the lion because I'm not really going to care about other people's opinions because I'm a lion. You know, I'm pretty cool. But a blind sheep, you know, being a sheep already is kind of boring, but a blind... It's not the best bet, you know, so I'm probably in the same boat with Jake here. I think I get the premise of what he's saying. It's like, you know, if you want to do something, do it. Don't care about other people's opinions. But it's just the way he's like framing it and structuring it. I think it comes a little bit from insecurities, possibly, that he has. Because I don't think he actually enjoys making these videos. Like, he never smiles. Ever. I've never seen this man smile yet. Hopefully, you know, we've got a couple more to watch from him. Hopefully we get a smile. Get in! Get in! Come on! There's one smile. Infectious. It made me smile, Jake. You should do it more. My smile's gonna be untouched. Get you for a model.
What the f*** are you doing? What kind of man walks around with a smile on his face 24/7?
Bro got too excited for a minute. Do not smile. Men, do not smile. You must look angry the entire time, or just nonchalant, or whatever you want to call it. Just look, don't smile, just have a straight face the entire time and look into people's souls.
The reason people do this is to let other people know that they're not a threat. This is because you're scared of and you cannot handle conflict. So you find a way to ensure that you never encounter it.
Or you're just happy. Potentially.
Well, that took a turn for the worse. How is smile a sign of weakness? What, do you expect us just to walk around the street like this constantly? Just a constant frown. I'm gonna develop wrinkles 2 times quicker. So what I've learned...
No, you must mew the entire time. Just mew. You know, strengthen that jawline.
So far from Jake's content is you can never smile, no matter what, because apparently it shows vulnerability. You've got to be doing something painful every single minute of the day, which I guess, you know, will help with the not smiling. You're not going to be smiling if you're in pain doing hardcore stunts. And also, I need a mission. I don't know how to get a mission, but I know I need one.
You can't resist this. A chocolate biscuit.
I mean, he isn't wrong. He isn't wrong in the case that you do need something to strive for. You do need a dream. You need to work. You do need something to work for or exist for. I think you should. I think you do need a reason to exist. I do think so, because if you don't, you're going to quickly fall into nihilism. We don't want that.
Okay, Tiny Temper, calm down. Would you risk it for a chocolate biscuit? Would you risk it for a chocolate biscuit? Oh, what a song. She's suspicious. She looks delicious. Sorry.
You're out of shape and you want to be in shape, and every morning you wake up, you look in the mirror and you get a bit upset because you see all these people that are in shape and you're like, why aren't I in shape? Why can't I be in shape?
Yeah, but the people we see that are in shape are taking substances. They're taking substances. It's not... Depends on the people you look at, right? Also, one biscuit is not gonna make you fat. In fact, you could eat 1,000 calories or 1,500 calories of chocolate biscuits and you'd still lose weight. It's just not particularly healthy.
And this is what is stopping you. Your inability to say no to a chocolate biscuit.
To be fair, that chocolate biscuit does look really gorgeous, I can't lie. I think it's one of those from Aldi, you know, the ones where you get like 2 in like a little pod and there's like 5 pot. Oh, I don't think it's down to one singular chocolate biscuit. Maybe it is. Maybe Jake Ricks has like completed obesity here. He's found the answer. It's because of Aldi chocolate biscuits. Also, I feel like somebody needs to keep watch of Jake Ricks like 24/7. I just don't think you can leave this guy alone to his own devices, because I think hell can be unleashed. He gives me the same vibes as like, you know, the Riddler of the Batman. Like if he has too much spare time on his hands, you know, something's gonna happen.
You would rather sit there fingering some greasy controller whilst...
I got a shock there for a minute. You'd rather...
I mean, the way he set that up, very true. That would have... Finger in what? That's crazy. Calm down. Hey, I do that. I do that. And I get to entertain people. And they entertain me. That's a win-win.
Rather sit there fingering your girlfriend and doing hardcore stunts every minute of the day without a smile on your face. You're a pussy. I thought he was gonna go really rogue there.
Whilst pretending to be a superhero on a screen, doom scrolling on TikTok. You do not love the people around you, because if you really loved them, all you would need to be is present with them, and you would be happier than any video game could make you.
Jake, how am I meant to support your career?
Nah, bro, my chat makes me sometimes more happy. Not gonna lie. My chat does. No matter how retarded they are at times, they're pretty good. Cool.
If I'm not allowed to scroll TikTok, this is the only way I can consume your content. So what are you telling me to not support you? Like, the hypocrisy's off the charts here. I don't know whether to follow your rules, because then that means that we're breaking we're relationship here. So confused. I wonder if his parents know that he's recording these type of videos at home. Hopefully they do, so they know, you know, just they can check up on his mental state. But he really doesn't look happy, and I actually want him to be happy. Hopefully he puts down the phone himself and actually just goes out into the world and realizes, actually, you know what, this stuff I'm saying actually doesn't really make...
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Our parents were right, or our grandparents. It is the damn phone. Not gonna lie.
Any sense, does it? Just quickly, guys, I want to say we are on the hunt for 500,000 subscribers on this channel, and I believe we can do it. The donuts can grow. If you want to be in the before a 500,000 club, like, you'll never be able to say that again, press the subscribe button now. Go on, join us on the journey. Moving on, next we have a bloke, or I say a bloke, a child, called Judah Cos. Now, he is arguably one of the weirdest Andrew Tate clones just because of how young he is. He isn't as young as the person we're going to react to later in this video, so stay tuned for that. But I can't believe the stuff stuff that this actual child is spouting on the internet. Already, I love his profile picture. It's so dramatic. Looks like he's running for Congress or something.
Is traffic for poor people people who go to work early and stay
What's he gonna say if somebody who has a who's like in home office, right? But still gets paid not that much. Like, is the guy now poor or not? According to this boy's logic. I'm just thinking about it, like, huh.
stay there late will never be in traffic, but it's the people who want to cut corners and be there just on time at 9 a.m. and leave just on time at 5 p.m. So that leaves the question.
What question? What are you saying here? The only people in traffic are poor people? How does that make any sense? Why would you want to turn up for work half an hour earlier when you're not going to get paid for turning up half an hour earlier? If your shift starts at 9, you don't get paid from the time you turn up. Of course you're going to turn up for the exact time. Also, this is an actual child. It guaranteed doesn't have his driving license. So how can you comment on...
Also, it kind of does not work, right? You have, like, a contract, right? This is when you can start, and this is when you can leave. You have to fulfill a certain amount of hours. Now, overtime is a thing, but in some jobs, there is no paid overtime as well. So you couldn't start earlier, and you couldn't leave later. Because at the end of the day, it changes nothing of your income. Yeah, I think this boy has never worked.
Sitting in traffic when your mom or dad's the one driving you in this traffic. Like, where is he getting this information from?
My goal for this account is to educate you guys on all the new things in the world that I learn every day. Let me show you my setup real quick. Here is where I do my work on. Here are the notes I take on the videos I watch. Here are the 3 notebooks that I've already filled out. I can learn from these every day. Here's the book I'm reading right now, taking notes on it. Like I said, I'm going to try to keep you as engaged as possible. I'm going to try to post 5 times a day. It's going to be all different stuff. I'm going to maybe do challenges for you guys. And yeah, it's going to be really cool. So follow this account if you want to see that.
Holy hell. You know what I said about Andrew Tate's influence on, like, impressionable minds? He's made children, literal children, believe that they need to be, like, researching how to do a good advertisement at the age of 10, making them believe they need to post, like, 5 times a day on social media. Like, what is going on right now? What happened?
5 times is much. Too much, possibly. On Shorts, they recommend you at least 1 to 3 on YouTube. On TikToks, they genuinely actually recommend you just 3 in general. So, that's more so the algorithm promoting it than it is... And in general, just like 1 to 2 times at least. Overall. It's more so consistency. So, I would say that comes from Andrew Tate. I think that's just in general how social media works.
The children just going on Xbox and PlayStation and killing people on Call of Duty. I remember when that was controversial. Now that seems like nothing. Like, why is the guy taking notes about how to make a good advertisement at this age? On the flip side, it's very nice that he's got something to kind of focus in on, and he's definitely going to learn some stuff. But you've got the rest of your life to work. You've got the rest of your life to, you know, do sales or do marketing and all this. Like, when you're a child, just be a child, okay? Like, you don't need to make all this money straight away, because the rest of your life you're going to be worrying about bills. You're going to be worrying about having to pay your rent. You don't want to have to worry about anything like that right now. This is the best time in your life.
Well, let's say if he does make it, assuming that he does make it, I'm like thinking, I'm thinking like, if he does make it, he doesn't have to worry about bills. If he doesn't though, he wasted his time on this. If it doesn't work out for him, he wasted his time on this, and then he's gonna be like, yeah, I wasted my time on this. Now I'm like in my 30s or 40s and I'm cooked.
Also, it's mental how adults can be so nasty towards children. Like, look at this comment. What an insignificant, prepubescent little twit. Christ. It's a child. Obviously, he has no parents or mentors active in his life. Here's my advice, kid. Big ears, big eyes, and shut mouth until you are like 40. Christ, Steve Davis. Somehow you've come off as the worst person in this video. You're not even in it. But this is the real life effect of these idiots who, like, aren't really doing anything with their lives, telling other people how to do things with their lives. It makes people believe that they've constantly got to be productive, when in reality, it's fine to just live.
I don't get why people trade 5 years of pleasure for 50 years of pain when they could literally go through those 5 years of pain and then have 50 years of pleasure. What are you gonna choose? Follow me for more tips like this.
What do you mean? Do you think when you leave
Also, what kind of tip is that? That's not a tip. That doesn't help. You're just saying your perspective of, like, work hard 5 years and enjoy the next 50, or enjoy 50, or don't do it and just suffer. I don't know. I don't get this child. Interesting.
school, they go, by the way, you can choose 5 years of pleasure and 50 years of pain, or 5 years of pain and 50 years of pleasure. Do you think that anybody would choose the 50 years of pain? Really? I'm not trying to be too harsh here or bully this child, because it's a child. But nobody older than this person is going to take advice from them, because in reality they haven't been through any of the struggles of life yet, becoming an adult and how hard it is to transition from like a teenager to an adult. You haven't been through any of those experiences, so you can't comment on how we should live our lives. It's harder than it seems, okay? But you can tell he's been influenced by people like Andrew Tate and these creators, because they always say, lock in now and then the rest of your life you'll be a millionaire. But that's just not real life. They're just saying like stuff that you want to hear, stuff that like impressionable kids can be like, well, all I need to do is just make like a course and then
it's mostly just motivational corn that makes you continue watching. That's really just what it is. It makes you feel better about yourself, but you're not actually doing anything. It just makes you feel like you're doing anything, but you're not really doing anything at all.
Years down the line, I'm going to be a millionaire. It's not how it works. God, I'm getting angry. Yeah, chill out.
There's 1,440 minutes in every single day. On average, people sleep for about 440 minutes. So that means you have 1,000 minutes every day to do whatever you want. Don't think about it as minutes, though. Think about it as dollars. If somebody's arguing with you for 15 minutes, don't throw out the 985 other dollars just because you're sad. Obviously, you want to make the most of your time. Follow me for more tips like this.
To be fair, that's a great tip. I'm going to drop a follow right now. Thank you very much, Judah. You're gonna have kids who are like 9 years old consuming this content going, I've got to treat me time like money. I'm wasting minutes here on Roblox. I could be a millionaire. It's just so sad because this child.
I would just imagine like a 9-year-old sitting on this tablet and be like playing Roblox and realizing, I should be a millionaire by now. Anyways.
Is going to reach the age where he actually has to get like a part-time job and realize that like, it's not as easy as what Andrew Tate said it was. Especially at this age, to be so consumed about like having to make the most money. It's quite sad, and I wonder, like, you know, in 5 or 10 years down the line, kids are going to get younger and younger where they start thinking about these things, and then they're just not going to be kids anymore. But it's impossible for parents to kind of, you know, stop this, because everyone has got a phone these days at, like, really young ages. So, like, you can't just stop your child having a phone, and you can't, like, really know everything that your child is consuming. So, like, how do you stop this? It's, like, basically impossible.
If I say what's 2 plus 2 and you go, 4, you look dumb. But if I say what's 2 plus 2 and you go 4, you look smart. Get rid of the in your vocabulary. Instead of that, just repeat the question. What's 2 plus 2? 4 instead of 4. You see? Follow me for more tips like this.
Oh my god, you just know that he was a
Bro, bro, nah, dude. Kinda feel bad for the kid when he gets his first paycheck and it's not $1 million. This belief he's solidifying will mess him up. Very true. It's also like, am I the only one who feels like it's kind of wrong for a child to for a child's top priority to be money? I kind of feel like that's wrong. Kind of feel like that's not what a child should be thinking about constantly. Maybe just me.
A twat in like top set math, you know, where like if you know every single time you do good at school and you like progress up a set, you know that he's one of the ones that like looks at you going, you joker, You don't belong here, and you know it. If we're really gonna focus in on the minor details here of like self-improvement, surely you should start with making your own bed. Surely that's a better way to start the day than taking out the in your voice.
Bro, pull the Jordan Peterson. Make your bed, which... Hey, depending on where you are in life, how bad you doing, that is actually probably really good advice. Make your bed, because it's like a small accomplishment, and that may help you if you feel like you have lost control. Like, small accomplishments are so important for people that are not doing that well.
Also, if you're debating how to answer 2 plus 2, I don't think this is no, like, what person's gonna consume this? Who's this useful to? Like a 4-year-old trying to work out their age?
I don't want to be the man that spends their whole life chasing money and then when they get older trying to buy that time back. Every single person when they're 70 years old would write a check of 100% of their net worth just to be your age again. So it's not the money that's valuable, it's the time that's valuable. Make the most of it.
But then now you're being hypocritical because you told us earlier.
It is hypocritical because you're saying work. I guess he's saying work a lot young and then enjoy your time. He's not saying like work your entire life. But it's yeah, it's somewhat hypocritical, I guess. It depends. He doesn't even need money right now. His parents are most likely providing everything and more for him already. Probably, very likely, yeah.
Earlier, that we've got to treat every minute like it's money, and that we need to make the most money. We need to have 5 years of pain making money so we can live the rest of our life like a champion. But now you're saying don't chase the money. So now I'm stuck. Judah, what am I meant to do? You're sending out conflicting opinions here. Also, it is hilarious that a child is literally telling you how to make money. Like, someone that probably has never made money in their life telling you how to make money. To be fair, that is like most of the internet right now. There's going to be a time in this child's life when he gets older where he wishes that he could have been this age again and had the ability to just play Xbox all day and not have a single care or worry in the world. It's just such a shame to see him acting like this, and he's gone down like the red pill kind of journey at this young. Okay, I'm done with this kid. We need to react to the worst one of the lot, the youngest one of the lot, and possibly just the most disturbing. His name is Ryan Talk. Ryan is a content specialist. He's an entrepreneur. He's helping creators grow and sell on social media. He's also the CEO of Ryan Wealth, and he has a program. Now, looking at the photo, you know, I know what you're thinking. How can a child have a program that they're selling? Well, from the advice that you're about to witness, you're gonna see why, guys.
9 to 5, 9 to 5, 9 to 5. Like everyone here is a 9 to 5er, guys. And having a 9 to 5 job is completely fine.
You're like 12 years old, Max. You're a little boy. Go play with your friends. Enjoy some, I don't know, play Mario Kart. Enjoy nature. What are you doing?
But you have to understand the consequences that come with it. Starting off, you have no freedom. Your boss determines when you wake up. Your boss determines when you go to sleep. Your boss determines what you're gonna do for the day. And that's not how humans are supposed to live, bro. I know everyone watching this is destined to be great, not to just rot away in a 9 to 5 job. And don't even get me started on the measly salary that's supposed to make you happy. Because when you really look at it, half of it goes to bills, debt, shelter, food.
More than Is it fair to say that the vast majority of your income is being taxed like 70 or 80%, considering that you pay taxes for almost everything? At least here you almost pay taxes. You pay taxes for everything you buy. Yeah, you pay taxes for everything, technically. So he's not technically wrong. But I'm gonna say this, not everyone can be an entrepreneur. Not everyone. Because otherwise society collapses.
Things like that, so you
Shut up, you're a child. By the way, I thought my window was open there, and then I just thought that's like a mad thing to say out of context if the neighbours heard that. Shut up, you're a child. Get back in the cupboard. Sorry, now the neighbours definitely think I'm a weirdo. First off, okay, you've just said that every single person at this hotel is a 9 to 5er. So surely that means that you are, or let me rephrase that, your parents are. Also, like, you're clearly on holiday with your parents here. Like, why are you, like, this is a time where you can make memories, okay? Go in the pool. Go for, you know, some food with your parents. Play with your siblings, whatever you do on holiday. Go to the beach. Imagine having a child that goes on holiday and then spouts about people being stuck in the 9-to-5 system. Genuinely, I'd put it up for adoption. I'd be like, you know what? Clearly,
It's maybe a bit harsh. That's maybe a bit harsh. Don't put him up for adoption. I wanted to say abortion. That would have been even worse. Yeah, I just... He should live life without care for a little bit. He's gonna have it hard enough. We pay taxes directly to the government. When we pay more taxes to the government on whatever you buy, any service or product. Yep, technically more than just half goes to the government. Technically. So, I find that funny.
have failed as a parent. Might seem a little bit intense, guys, but sometimes you've just got to cut them off. His parents have like worked all year to save up to take him on holiday, and now he's just mocking the people who have also saved up to take their children on holiday. They must be so proud.
9 to 5, 9 to 5, 9 to 5. Like everyone here's a 9 to 5er, guys. And having a 9 to 5 job is completely fine, but you have to understand the consequences that come with it. Starting off, you have no freedom. Your boss determines when you wake up. Your boss determines when you go to sleep. Your boss determines...
You have also you have financial freedom, but you don't really have freedom either if you are not doing a 9 to 5. You know that? Are you aware of that? People that I know that are their own boss. These dudes work a lot. And I mean a lot. In their earlier times, they had no time for family, no time for children, no time for, like, just doing fun stuff. They're working. Kind of like 24/7. There's also no freedom. There might be freedom at the end of it, but what if there's never freedom? You may achieve the possibility to do whatever you want. However, does not mean that it'll come true. If you have a company, you will be busy constantly. The freedom you think of is not that easy attained.
what you're gonna do for the day.
Bro, how do you know? You've never worked a job in your life. Also, if you're saying everyone else here has a 9 to 5er, surely that means you're a 9 to 5er. Because how do you know? I love that he's hashtag young hustler, hashtag business owner, hashtag entrepreneur, even though he's sitting in the passenger seat of his mum's vehicle. And he looks quite high up as well here. You know, I'm not putting it past him that he's possibly sitting on a booster seat. Watch this white kid expose the pain that is an illusion. It's piqued my interest.
It's an illusion, bro. You see me? Sleeves rolled up, shorts on, barefoot in the snow, because I've been...
Bro is like, the moment bro turns off the phone, he's gonna be running inside the house and drinking hot chocolate. And gonna go to mama and be like, Mom, can you make me a hot chocolate? That's what you're gonna get. We have 25 to 30% direct tax. Yeah, we are cooked. Depending on how much you make, they can take up to 48% of your income here in Germany. So, pretty much half of it.
Able to manipulate my mind into only thinking positively. It honestly feels kind of warm right now while I'm standing in the snow.
Why is bro going on as if he's Wolverine, as if he's made of metal? You're just standing on snow in bare feet. Hardly makes you evil Knievel. I love that he's talking as if he's going through the trenches here when this looks like the biggest house I've ever seen. Genuinely, the side house looks bigger than some people's houses in the UK. Sick video. Try jumping off a cliff. Gravity is just an illusion.
Jacob, no! He did tell little bro just to die. That's crazy. That is crazy. What the hell? 48% is crazy. 48 is crazy. Yep, it is. It is. And in addition to that, you're getting, I think with 3.5k after taxes, you pay 48%. Something like that.
Some people are so harsh. I get the overall message though. You know, like, to be fair to him, he's just saying, look, if you try and have positive thoughts, maybe you might feel a little bit better about your life. Okay, I'll give him that. I don't think he's trying to be a dick. It just comes off a little bit dickish.
Like, seriously, bro. When are you gonna realize that this is never gonna make you rich, bro? Like, can you remember what happened on the 5th last reel you watched? No.
So, like 66,000 years a year, you pay the highest taxes of 48%. That is what you pay.
Because this does nothing for you, bro. Like, I'm 14 years old and I just made it to Dubai. What have you done, bro? Like, you need to stop wasting your time consuming and start producing. There are two types of people on Instagram. Those who just waste their time and watch videos, and those who actually make money who post videos. Like, when are you gonna stop procrastinating all day and start logging in? Oh, I don't want people to find my account. Timmy down the street is gonna make fun of me. Bro! Start posting content. It's that easy. Just comment the word W and I'll get you started on making content, bro.
This child has clearly just got out of the pool. Maybe he's went down the slide. You know, his mum bought him a drink, a soft drink, obviously.
And he always does it at like a hotel. He never does it anywhere else, just at a hotel. Just at a hotel. That is crazy.
Just go and play. Like, why have you rushed up to the room to film this? You're outing people for not making money on social media. You're not making any money. Your account is not enabled to monetize on Instagram, so you're doing this for free too. So you might as well just scroll because you're not making any money off it. And also, you can't go to Dubai as a child. Like a 14-year-old child just booking into a hotel. Like, what is this, Macaulay Culkin on Home Alone? Just booking yourself into a room? You got here because of your parents, my friend.
Everyone just tells me to get a normal job.
No, they don't. Nobody tells you this.
I'm different.
Oh no, now I feel terrible. Oh, no, I just realised that this is actually like an actual child. Like, when you think about it, like, it's actually pretty cute that he went to a lake and he just like set his little camera up like this, right? His little tripod, put it up, and then went.
Also, why does it look like he... Why does it look like he, you know...
And then went home, put it in.
That is crazy. It's even the right arm. Goodness. Oh my god. Knob! Put down the hand! Oh goodness. Oh goodness. Oh goodness.
Some editing software and went, yeah, that's class, that they're gonna love this. Oh, I feel terrible. Now, obviously, it's not even this
Bro is definitely listening to Kanye's new song.
child's fault that he's posting content like this. It's just because he's a product of these absolute twats online who spout absolute nonsense. But you can clearly see how people like Andrew Tate are having such a negative impact on the youth, and it's not making them better men, it's just making them insufferable. When a lot of kids from this generation grow up, they're gonna be the most insufferable, like, fake finance people I've...
I'm just gonna say it. Why would somebody that's rich be okay with more rich people? I'm just thinking about that. Wouldn't that create more, what's the word? Shit. I'm looking for the word. Wouldn't that be just, create more rivals and more people you have to, compare yourself with? Wouldn't that just be counterproductive?
I've ever seen. Genuinely, Canary Wharf isn't gonna have enough flats for people to live in at this rate. Just before I end this video, I need to see what this guy's course is. Oh my god. No.
Yeah, wouldn't there just be more competition is what I'm thinking about. It kind of makes no sense.
No way. Sorry, this child has 2,000 people paying for the course. 2,000? Maybe I'm the idiot. Maybe genuinely I am the one in the wrong here. This kid's actually smashing it. Oh, now I feel even worse. To be fair, every single rating has given 5 stars, so I'm not too sure on the validity of this one. You know what? If this video hits 7,000 likes, genuinely, I will buy this person's course and I will do like a week or a month in it and see if it actually works, and we'll do a part 2 video. Let me know if you want to see that. Anyway, Donuts, if you want to watch another video of me...
That was, these kids are wild. These kids need genuinely help. More rich people, less wage gap, you won't have as many people to exploit. Very true. Very true. That's why I don't believe that these people genuinely want others to be rich. They just want them to be, to buy their courses. That's pretty much it. Maybe these little kids don't understand it. Maybe they in fact do. Maybe they in fact do. That was horrid though. I would just put that on Andrew Tate though. I would put that on other people too that do the same. Like, you know, those morning routine influencers that exist just so they can promote a product or other weird stuff. There's a guy who gives there's like a guy who gives people advice, and like he always wants to see dudes' physiques, and I'm like, that's very much homoerotic. Because like every time he talks to somebody, he wants them to reveal their physique to him. I'm like, I think you take it up the butt, bro. But anyways, this was horrid. This was horrid. Poor kids. Poor kids. Chat, I need a quick bathroom break. I will be right back. I will return. I have returned. Yeah. Yeah. But Tate made it popular to have your own online courses. That's true. That's true because he was the biggest one entering this. That's what made it popular. But those things did in fact exist before him already. He just gave it more reach. Do something funny next. Also, hi, ugly bastard is back. You're not ugly, bro. You ain't ugly. You just have really bad self-esteem, and you don't talk to women. Just the truth. Just like Croc Rock and Deer. You three don't talk to women. Yeah, and social media doesn't count. Just the harsh truth. What next? Oh yeah, let's do this one.
Today we're talking.
Let's do this one. Where should I place myself? I don't know. Ah, that's fine. Who cares? This was recommended by Coco's. The Disgusting Meow Boss Situation by Darth Fodder? Fodder? What is that name? Apparently Nah, you just need to look at that yourself. Apparently, I've seen it already. Hi chat. I literally just woke up. It's almost 12 p.m. Okay, hello Zeppelin. Hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. The last woman I tried to talk to turned out to be a drug addict who lost her kid. Not kidding, by the way. You should not pick crazy women. They are hot, but they're going to ruin your life. Anyways, let's go.
Today we're talking about a grown adult who literally pretends to be a little kid anime lollipop character for a living on the internet. Now, if you've got absolutely no clue as to what I just said, here's a short clip to give you an idea as to what we're talking about today.
Reading Meow's Discord questions, part 14. Meowba, how high can your voice get?
Yo, what is that voice?
Goodness, my ears, help!
Yo, let me mute this sus crap really quick. Now, if you're anything like me, you probably feel like your ears got violated and contracted AIDS. But at first glance, you're probably thinking to yourself, wow, what a wholesome cute YouTuber. But that is where you're wrong. Even though Meowba is a talented artist who's good at drawing and animating and who portrays herself as this innocent...
No, Madoka, free her from that freak's profile picture. Yeah, don't worry, it gets even freakier. If he brings it up, I hope so. If not, it gets even freakier, don't worry. I don't like these kinds of VTubers, not gonna lie, because that's what she technically is, or PNG tuber.
Kid, wholesome YouTuber, she's the furthest thing from innocent, don't get it twisted. I mean, if you don't believe me, all you have to do is check her Twitter page, and the first thing you'll see is a drawing of her literally clapping Kisu's cheeks that she's locking.
Yeah, I've seen the full thing. Chat, I've seen the full thing. She has Myoba x Queso smashing. We have Ahegao Queso. Do with that what you will.
Behind a Patreon paywall. Like, who would even want to see that? I don't think you guys understand how...
I've seen it. I googled it. I've seen it. I need bleach.
Messed up this is. Imagine minding your own business just for someone random on the internet to draw you getting your cheeks clapped by a 4-year-old anime kid character. Make no mistake, this is some EDP PDFL stuff right there. And anyone who's actually paying to see this needs to be put on a list. What a shame, guys. What a shame that Meowba is a talented artist who's literally wasting her talents drawing sus weird crap like this. Sus creepy drawings that are literally only in demand and sought after by weirdos who are attracted to...
I need to go on. Take care, GG. Have fun. I need bleach. A lot of it.
Little kids, anime lollipop characters, people like Dr. Chris Respect, who, in case you forgot, literally got exposed for busting a peanut on a drawing of a lollipop 12-year-old teenager.
That's not even the worst.
Your anime kid character. Chances are, a lot of you guys are probably already familiar with Meowba. After all, she went viral a few years ago for her rage bait content. One of Meowba's most infamous moments includes her getting exposed for saying the Nintendo word on her Discord server, just for her to justify herself by saying that it was all a joke, that she was just messing around, and for the very next day to upload a YouTube...
Yeah, it was all a joke, just messing around. Case, why him? He's such a cutie. Good question. I don't know how you can go and sit there and be like, yo, I'm gonna draw art of my character riding queso. I don't know how. I would love an explanation how she got to that conclusion, but you know, it is what it is.
Video of her literally turning her avatar black.
Does Meow celebrate Juneteenth? Of course Meow does. As a proud black trans male, Juneteenth is an important day of our culture. Meow, but today is as a proud black trans...
Bro's playing on the hardest difficulty. Now make no mistake, I'm not laughing because it's funny or I'm supporting whatever she's doing. I'm laughing because of the absurdity of it all. She's clearly using an AI voice in this clip, or maybe she got one of her on...
I mean, that's not particularly the worst thing I've seen. It's very edgy. That's very edgy, but it's not the worst thing I've seen.
Fans to record these weird lines for her, and she's clearly turning her avatar, her VTuber avatar, black to do a digital blackface in order to rage bait. Now, I already know I'm gonna get a lot of nerd emojis in my comment section who are gonna rage at me and say stuff like, Fader, you're so insensitive. You shouldn't be laughing at this. Bruh, unless you're brain dead, you know that the worst thing you can do with a rage baiter is take them seriously and get triggered. But you know what they say, guys. This Nintendo World incident of Meowba Well, these... But you know what they say, guys. This Nintendo World...
Takedown for the... What? Goodness!
Incident of Miaba. Well, these multiple...
She says ninja a lot. Yeah, that's terrible. It's peak rage bait, not gonna lie.
Nintendo World incidents.
Oh.
These countless Nintendo World incidents, well, they're all in the past. And you know what they say about the past? The past is the past, and maybe she's changed. At the very least, that's what Miyaba's audience seems to believe. Now, it should come as no surprise when I say that Miyaba's audience is mostly composed of kids or 40-year-old EDP Chris Tysons who are attracted to lollipop anime kid characters. I mean, it's pretty obvious when you look at this 8.
I mean, that's not too terrible. It's annoying as hell. It's annoying as fuck, but not the worst. At least she's not sexting her own viewers for money. Not yet, at least. We're 3 minutes in, but that's still a thing.
That the only people who'd unironically watch this content, or should I say this shit tent, are little kids or lobotomized victims with 50 mental disorders. But you're seeing a lot of these 5-year-old fans of her saying that she's changed for the better, which is hilarious because on Miyaba's latest video, where the comment section is filled with people saying that Miyaba's changed, Miyaba's literally seen collabing with a troll account who is literally cosplaying as a black version of a content creator. Now, if you've got absolutely no idea as to what I just said, I don't know what the fuck I just said either. So basically, there's this 14-year-old YouTuber TikToker by the name of CDA who's clearly just minding their own business making animation videos on YouTube. But then there's this random TikTok troll account by the name of Black CDA who decided to turn CDA's avatar black and put a I love t-shirt on it. And Miyaba decided to collab with them. So
this is peak rage bait. This is wild. This is wild. This is wild. It's so annoying. I don't know how people could sit through her whole VOD. The headache I would get. Very true. Very true.
clearly Miyaba hasn't changed at all if she's associating her brand with rage baiters. But the fact that we're seeing these kind of comments of people saying, wow, Miyaba's changed for the best on a video like that from hers confirms to me that most of Miyaba's followers are 5-year-old kids with no critical thinking skills. Bruh, this is the equivalent of someone commenting, wow, Kanye West's mental health is finally getting better.
Like I said, I just think it's, at its core, I think it's just rage bait. At its core, I think they're just trolling, rage baiting. Not gonna lie.
A picture of him dressing up as a ghost. Another example of Miyaba acting like an unhinged clown is when she went from identifying herself as a black trans male to then identifying herself as a Muslim who's celebrating Ramadan.
Miyaba, are you fasting for Ramadan? Wallah, baby!
This is wild. Yeah, I just think this is very edgy. This is very, very edgy. Hey, but at least this time, for somewhat rare case of Muslims being the butt of the joke. That doesn't happen often. Not that it should.
Hey, yo, my bad, my bad for crashing out, but every time I hear this chipmunk talk, I get triggered. Subscribe and smash like if her voice makes you crash out as well.
Miyaba, are you fasting for Ramadan? Wallah, baby! Of course Meow is! Happy Ramadan, yeah? Baby, please, God,
And then she's just eating chips. You can't...
Okay, never mind. That is crazy. That is crazy. Okay, she is very unhinged.
Take this seriously, guys. But I'm gonna be real with you guys. Calling Miyaba solely a rage baiter would be a gross understatement of what she truly is. You see, Miyaba is well aware of the fact that her followers are mostly children, to the point where she literally convinced her kid followers to worship her, as we
There's more?
just saw. Part of Miyaba's rage bait content is mocking religion, but she goes a step further and not only does that, but she also decided to make her own religion and convince her audience into following it. But of course, at face value, you're probably thinking to yourself, Who gives a fuck? I mean, after all, surely no one is stupid enough to unironically worship her. And all these comments are obviously just bantering around with Miauba. And if that's your train of thought, I want you to consider the possibility. No, I want you to consider the fact that kids, they tend to be acoustic. As we all know.
Kids tend to be acoustic. She sounds like she's just trying to appeal to the dark humor type male by doing stupid, unfunny shit like this. Yeah. It's really just... There's more. I watched it all. Goodness. She's starting her own cult. Yeah, we had a 14-year-old rapper currently that does the exact same. Sahidism. I don't know how that happened.
Oh, kids are extremely impressionable, and guarantee that some of these kids who are actually obsessed with Miauba and who actually think that she's a role model, well, they're actually worshipping her. But don't take it from me, take it from Miauba's old Discord server. A Discord server filled with kids, filled with Clash Royale minors who were so obsessed with Miauba that they literally decided to, draw her name on themselves with a Minecraft sword.
The encouragement of minors her name into their arms to get a special role.
You can see it's blurred right there, but you can see the name Miauba.
What the fuck? Also, I don't think this is just dudes. I think this is also girls. Not gonna lie, because it's on TikTok. And she's clearly targeting... I think she's just mostly targeting children. To be honest, because they don't get it. Or old dudes. It's one of the two. Children or old dudes.
With a fucking into some chick's arm.
Now, what was Miauba's response to...
Yeah, into some chick's arm there. It's girls as well.
It's doing that for her, you may ask. Well... she decided to give them a Discord special role as a reward for worshipping her, I'm guessing. And when someone confronted her about it by asking her why she rewarded those kids with special Discord roles, Miauba's response was as to be expected.
Because self-oof is lols.
Fuck. What the fuck? What do you mean it's funny? Huh? Yeah, she's just... I think she's just an unhinged bitch. And someone is sticking his dick in crazy here. Someone is. Maybe they're gooning all together in her Discord server on call.
Yo, I don't care who you is. I think we can all agree that this is beyond edgy jokes. This is beyond rage baiting. This is straight up some creepy evil shit. Look, guys, I'm all for edgy jokes sometimes, right? Like maybe some R words there, maybe some Nintendo words here and there, but... I'm joking, guys. No cancel me, please. What I'm saying is that what Miauba did is absolutely disgusting. It's not even being edgy at that point. It's straight up being an evil witch. Worst case scenario, Miauba is this creepy, evil, unhinged VTuber who finds joy in making kids do disturbing stuff. Or best case scenario, I guess she's just mentally unstable and probably has like 50 mental disorders. But whatever the case may be, I know I'm speaking facts when I say that Miauba should not be on the internet and should not have a platform with hundreds of thousands of kids following her.
Yeah, she's gonna stay around, not gonna lie. If she still is, she's gonna stay around. Do not mess with somebody's crazy, community. Just saying, do not mess with somebody's crazy community. I wouldn't do that.
And who see her as a role model. I'm gonna be honest, guys.
It's so crazy. The poor Queso is the victim of all of this at the end of the day as well. Poor Queso. This is crazy. I still don't know how someone came to the conclusion of being like, yes, I'm gonna draw myself doing the deed with a queso. I still have no idea how that works.
Guys, I'm no parent, but even I know that having kids follow a mentally unstable girl who literally promotes drawing on your body her name with a Minecraft sword, who literally draws sus lollipop content, well, that's probably not the kind of content creator kids should be following. But you know what, guys? I feel like I'm being too harsh, because once again, this is all in the past, and Miauba is apparently a good person now. Even though Miauba got exposed for drawing sus kid lollipop art in the past, content that creeps like Chris Tyson definitely would have enjoyed. Even though Miauba is clearly still drawing lollipop sus art in 2025, even though she's still featuring rage-baiting content on her channel in 2025, people are still convinced that she's changed. Apparently, another reason for why that is, other than her following mostly being composed of kids with no critical thinking.
I don't care much about the art. Just keep it away from your child audience, which I believe you are not doing. I just don't. The way I see this and the way I've experienced it, you just don't. The rage bait, I think, is just... the unenlightened masses, they cannot make the Gumbers call. I just feel like this is just an unhinged bitch. That's it. It's just an unhinged bitch.
skills may be due to the fact that Miyoba recently rebranded her channel into a VTuber commentary channel. Yeah, so apparently before, Miyoba wasn't a VTuber and she was called a PNG tuber, which I'm guessing is the Timu version of what a VTuber is. But apparently, Miyoba is one of the good guys now, and we're all just meant to buy this BS. But bruh, I've got to give credit where it's due, because Miyoba has perfectly nailed what it means to be a commentary channel. A few months ago, Miyoba used to be friends with another trash content creator by the name of Bella the Wolf, who's literally a—
Oh, nah. Oh, nah. Okay, never mind. Sorry, chat, we gotta kill her.
teenager that ducks a 10-year-old kid. A raccoon.
Apology video, I'm sorry. Yeah, nah. Nah.
Why does she look like a raccoon? But apparently these two clowns had some kind of fallout and Miyoba decided to make a 40-minute commentary exposed video on her. Hence my comment about—
Duck, what's a PNG tuber? Just a V. It's technically a V. It's still just a VTuber, but without a model. Like mine moves, the PNG tuber usually doesn't, or has like pictures swapping in and out and stuff. That's the difference.
Miyoba being the perfect commentary channel. I mean, she's literally mirroring the I.H3 situation because of how they used to be commentary channel friends, and now they're out there dropping 1-hour commentary exposed videos on one another.
This video will discuss sensitive topics and other things, has shown a pattern in her scrap.
Bro, this chipmunk's literally got chapters and shit. Bro, you is not the good guys. Like, what is this?
Part 4. Bella.
Damn, she cooking. It's a different form of PDF tuber. What? You good, buddy? What? But yeah, this is crazy. This is crazy. They're dropping videos on each other.
Bella's reluctance to ban. Bella has shown a consistent pattern of refusing to ban people involved in from her servers until she—
What? What about your reluctance of banning minors from literally writing your name on their arms? But instead of banning them, you're literally rewarding them by giving them Discord admin permissions or Discord custom roles. You can't make this up, bro. It's like I'm watching an expose video of a murderer literally criticizing another murderer. Like, what?
Bella clearly knew deep down what Shez did was wrong, which is why she did eventually listen to us and ban her. However, it didn't last long, as the next day she unbanned Shez because—
This is just wild. This is just wild. It's just two retards having a fallout. Once again.
she wanted to keep using her for art.
Bro, my bad, but why is Miyoba talking like she's the arbiter of morals? Like she's there, like like she's moral grandstanding. Bro, do you, like, look at her art. Look at her art. Look at her face. Like her VTuber, PNG tuber face.
And she's technically still a PG. She's still a PG tuber. She still doesn't use the model. So I don't know why she rebranded.
Like, like she's animating this like she's cooking. Bro, the only thing you're cooking are my eardrums.
Choco cookie. I don't play this game, but a quick Google search shows they are father and son.
Yo, I'm way too unplugged for these BS. My bad, guys. Yo.
Oh, they're shipping Cookie Run Kingdom characters that are also plot related? What is going on?
Smash like right now if you want a part 2 of Miyoba, okay? Like, I'm not watching this 40-minute video. My bad. Peace.
That's the end of the video. That was horrid. Thank you, Cocos. Now I at least know. We got another unhinged woman. Hey yo! Fishman from Face Connect! I've got a contender for your next generation on Face Connect. I've got a contender. I got a contender. You like unhinged bitches. How about this one? Yeah, I think that's probably too unhinged. A joke that PDF is also file thingy, like PNG. It's also a joke that a lot of YouTubers are pet. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That didn't hit first. You gotta make it more. You gotta make better jokes. Not a fucking Cookie Run incest. Well, it does exist. It does exist. It very much does. Let me drink something. Perfect. What do I want to watch now? Huh, let me think. Let me think. Oh.
All right.
See? Yeah, naked sugar girls, do it. Do it. I want to first do this one. So, Coco's, the diaper video that you sent me, I already reacted to that. But that one's new. So we're gonna react to that. We're gonna do that. Why are ads so freaky now by Please David? We're gonna see some horrid stuff. Now there are ads that are absolutely horrid, right? The AI chatbot ads. Some other corn apps where you can straight up see people touching themselves. You cannot directly see it, but they exist. We got a lot of like these puzzle games where you can undress characters, or you're the boss and you can peek at your secretary and stuff like that.
All right, listen, I have an idea. I want to sell markers, okay? And I have an idea for an advertisement. I really want to run it by you guys first.
What? Huh? Hold up.
All right, listen, I have an idea. I want to sell markers, okay? And I have an idea for an advertisement.
Fart King content equals sales. Goodness.
I really want to run it by you guys first, okay? Just watch this.
No! No! No!
Was that compelling?
No! Why? Why are we doing this? Why is this happening? Why is this happening?
Compelling enough? I feel like it really speaks to where we're at in the marker community now. And undoubtedly, we're gonna sell quite a few brown markers. So if you couldn't tell by the little intro and the title of the video, we're talking about freaky or just trash ads. Now, I mean, we've all been served up horrible ads. Tell by the little intro and the title of the video, we're talking about freaky or just trash ads.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Goodness, what the heck, bro? What the fuck? I should send this to Crockrock. So he swears and send this. This is crazy. This is wild. The banging the crocodiles.
Now, I mean, we've all been served up horrible ads in the past, I'd say, at least 3 years. It's gotten really bad. The combination of every mobile game for some reason trying to
What the what? What? Save me? I'll let you suck my D? Save me, suck your D? That's crazy. Okay, so she has a D? Are you really a woman then, bro? and the donkey will suck your D. What the heck, bro? This is crazy. Yeah, I'm saving the donkey.
Be as freaky as hell in their advertising, mixed with as freaky as hell in their
fantasy RPG game, tempting adventures, enticing collection, 18 plus, Erica Legion. Why is it a caked up Wolverine? That is crazy. He even got 4.6 star rating.
Their advertising mixed with just like AI slop.
Oh yeah, those also exist. The AI add a bikini.
And you put that together and we're living the dream, baby.
Experience pregnancy with AI.
Chat. There it is. MPreg.
Just upload a photo and Facetrix app will make a video of you being pregnant.
And you combine those two things together and somehow you have high converting ads? I would have never guessed. By the way, that little video I showed you earlier, that was an actual advertisement for markers. Here, I'll show you the rest of the ad.
That is crazy. That is crazy. That is crazy.
Look at the saturation on these markers. I'm barely applying any pressure. So click that orange shopping cart below and snag that free shipping.
So I thought we'd just take it easy today. Just take a look at some just horrible, funny, garbage ads on the r/bad ads subreddit. So we're gonna get right into that. But before I do that, I just want to say, hey guys, how's it going? I am so happy to see you again. And if you're new here, stop. And don't forget to join the Discord server. The link is in the description down below. But anyways, guys, let's just get right into the bad ads. Okay, this is like one of your stereotypical like fake mobile game ads. Help the girl fart.
Help the girl fart without being noticed? What?
Without being noticed. She farted in
What? 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 This is... Who plays these games, though? I mean, they don't look like that when you download them, right? But who plays these games? Who is playing these games, and why? I need to know. Fart bros, I need to know why.
in a pair of pants, and it inflated and she tied the ends off, and now it's floating around like a balloon. Why is she passed out on the ground? Oh shit, the cops are coming now, and she's just farting uncontrollably. You know, that's really sick. I think I fully gathered what the game is about. See, the problem is you go and you look at an ad like that, and let's just say you're stupid, right? And you're like, oh, this looks fun, for whatever reason. You go to download the game. That's not what this game is. It's like a puzzle matching game or like a block color matching game.
I was wrong, actually. I found this guy on Instagram that does Let's Plays of this fucking game, and he's actually playing it, so I was wrong.
And there's no farting or
unethical, unreliable, bad journalism here. Very true. It's a shitty time to watch some streams and eat some KFC. Very true.
Police or, well, farting either. Yeah, I mean, farting was kind of the main thing here. Man, I'm not gonna escape the fart stuff, am I? I don't think I want to jump right into the confessions. I think I need something to warm up. So why don't we start with a little bit of fart stuff? Because you guys loved that last time. It's been a solid 3 months since I've done that shit, though. New viewers are so confused right now. Oh yeah, dude. My favorite YouTube ad of all time for X video downloader. It's just just spreading it.
It's just almost corn. It's not that far away anymore from corn. It just is. My voice is in the trenches with these videos, not gonna lie. I laugh too much.
Just letting it go. Yeah, I wonder what X video downloader is about. MP4 and MP3 downloader. It blows my mind because there's probably so many like old dudes watching cop body cam footage that get this ad on YouTube and they're like, hell yeah. Click it. 15 fucking viruses. All of your data sold. Okay. This is an ad for a game called Wizard Tower. All right. Mobile game. Kid-friendly game. Really.
Ain't no way. It's just a woman sucking wiener. That is crazy. That is great. What an ad, bro. What an ad. That's totally a video game.
What are you thinking about? I'm playing a game. So big and huge. Monsters. I can't resist them. Please, help me, honey. Get out your magic wand. Faster.
Get out your magic wand. Faster. That is crazy. And that is what kids are seeing on YouTube? How?
Like, I feel like you could have just made a regular ad for that game. You didn't need the bigger, harder, faster, get your wand out, fucking, the fake blowjob at the start. Well, what? The game looked cool, and I mean, I wouldn't fucking play the game, but I definitely won't play the game now. Okay, this one has copyrighted music again. So many of them have copyrighted music because they're from TikTok, but this is for Vidya, AI video maker. It's just a filter that lets you take pictures of two separate people and just make them kiss. Oh yeah, give me a tutorial. Obviously it starts with the download. You just pick two people and fucking make them kiss. Awesome.
Why the fuck does that exist? Who needs this? Who wants these deep fakes? And I can almost guarantee there's some there's gonna be some paywall behind this as well.
Do you know how many 12-year-olds probably downloaded that and then made Sonic and Shadow the Hedgehog kiss?
No! Get your yaoi ships out of here!
At least like 3 or 4, but probably more. Oh, okay. I've been seeing a lot of this one too. All right. This one has a bunch of copyrighted music, but they're screenshots of the video that it's from. So this is for a product called My Realistic Robot Dog, being sold by US Store. We have the great American product. It's a dog toy, like a toy dog. But like these are the, so this is like the first frame of the ad. It's just a woman carrying a bunch of puppies. Handmade, and it's this fucking dude in a factory making all these. They're just everywhere. USB charging. Look at how they just look so AI. My Realistic Robot Dog, and then it's just, this is a video, this is an actual dog video that someone just posted to TikTok, and they ripped it. They were like, this kind of looks like our toy dogs. Our toy dogs that probably don't exist, but it's okay because it's sold from US Store. Imagine buying something from a US Store.
Yeah, imagine buying something from a scam store. I mean, that's not necessarily something crazy or bad. It's definitely a scam, though. It's definitely a scam, but it's not actually that horrible.
Store. If you buy from US Store, you're begging to get something not from the US. Like, you're guaranteed that. A My Wife Beats Me shirt. Oh.
I'm gonna get one. I'm gonna get one. And she's gonna get one. One is my husband beats me, and the other one, and I'm gonna wait my wife beats me. And they're never gonna get the context of which one it is.
Oh, and they're all AI. That's so funny. If you zoom in here, those aren't real words. Even up here, this is not real words. All you had to do was write "My wife beats me" on all these fucking t-shirts. Why did you need an AI to do it? Sorry to say, if you order the "My wife beats me" t-shirt, you're probably not going to receive it. TikTok has an ad, allowed an ad for find horny strangers online, limited time free.
That is so cursed since kids have access to that. Find horny strangers online, limited time, free sign up. Yeah, I'm gonna sign up for that. Definitely not a scam. Definitely not gonna steal my identity. Definitely not. I'm definitely not gonna get pegged by the Chinese government.
sign up, and what you see behind that blur is just a woman squirting. That's just on TikTok, bro. If you were to advertise
full on TikTok, what the fuck? We may need to commit full on. We may need to commit full on anti-goonicide and just delete every gooner on the planet, so these ads disappear.
An AI chatbot, what would you do, right? What would your ad be? Whatever you're about to say, it's wrong. What I would do is make a video of SpongeBob fucking the shit out of Gary the snail.
What? Huh? You want to do what? These people doing what? Gary? SpongeBob? What the fuck?
Every day, Gary.
God, Gary is
My good. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. That is crazy, bro. Is clapping Gary cheeks. That's crazy. That is crazy. There is no way people are actually... There's no way people making these ads. Not with Gary the snail. No. And what? Since it was so beautiful, you're gonna see it again.
the snail.
It's laundry day, Gary.
God, Gary is fucking caked, bro. Oh, this is one of my favorite ads of all.
Gary is caked. I've seen similar things on that on IG all the time. Yeah. The difference is you are actively seeking it out. We are not.
All time. Yeah, just fucking the crotch. Light it on fire. Start another fire. Drinks the statue's piss. Classic. Yeah, and it makes you stronger, of course. No, you can't do that, Frog. You can't do that. Now you just got pissed on, bro. And it's like, what is the gameplay? What?
They killed my girlfriend. Oh no! Excuse me. Whoops. I guess. I'm gonna send this frog immediately. Not gonna lie. I'm gonna send that to her immediately.
What is the gameplay? Oh, you wonder what the gameplay is? This is what Ever Legion gameplay looks like. That's the game that was just advertised. This right here. It's just your typical mobile money hole. But nah, this level 5, level 15 tag team the frog shit. Oh, dude, a classic YouTube ad. The Dobre brothers, well, the Dobre twins. Unique and creative children's toys video for a happy childhood.
What the fuck?
What?
You swindler!
Why are you like this? What are you doing?
Are you the boss? The ads keep telling me that if I download Tamil, I can get a tablet as a gift, but I haven't received anything. You're such a liar.
What the hell is going on? Calm down, sir. Where did you download the app? Just download it by clicking on this video, and then you can get this tablet for £0. This tablet has the latest Android OS.
That's a smooth way. That was a smooth way to get that in there. Where did you download that? Calm down. Where did you download the app? All you have to do is download.
Yeah, there's Temu ads are everywhere, or Temu ads, whatever you want to call it. They are everywhere. I still get them in a similar style.
Download it on this video guy I'm talking to in real life, and then you could get a tablet for free. Buddy, the tablet's a bomb. If anyone gives you a free fucking tablet, you should be burying that shit deep underground. There's Nothing good about a free tablet, I'm telling you right now. Oh, cool, a flash sale alert. Save up to 70% off of, hand...
Okay, that's an... My voice is completely gone, it's crazy. That is an interesting ad. That's very interesting. That's incredibly interesting.
Feet? What the fuck? What even is this? They took my girl's hand and put it on her foot. Also, who are you smushing? What fucking homunculus is underneath you right now? Oh, cool. Another one of those creepy ass fucking AI video apps. AI undress tool. See anyone naked. Oh, dude, and the fucking link picture is like a little girl. Oh, there's deadass just tits in that video.
Yeah, there's dead ass just tits in there. Just straight up. Just straight up booba. Nice. That's exactly what we need.
They're straight up just tits. Like, you're literally just signaling to people to be like, oh, I can find images of young people on the internet and make them naked? Awesome!
Throw $2,000 in the trash with the Google Pixel Fold. There is a government subsidy program that gives you Google Pixel smartphones completely free. Yes, free. I didn't believe it until mine came into my hands.
Your phone did what into your hands? Brother,
Yeah, your phone came into your hands. The phones can come nowadays.
I'll pay you to come into your hands. A government subsidy program is coming in your hands? What? Yeah. The most my most trusted place for government subsidy programs is Saving Money. Sponsored. Yeah, I love when my government starts handing out Google Pixel phones. Like, it's just one of those things where you click on it and then makes you do like 15,000 fucking surveys until you get tired of it and then you leave and obviously never get the phone, but now they got a shit ton of data. It's gotta be those, right? Okay, I'm not really sure what this is advertising, but it seems like it's supposed to be advertising some sort of like short story app, like an AI short story app. The fucking advertiser's name is just My Passion Google.
My Passion Google. Oh no, is this gonna be some, what's the word? Werewolf smashing once again?
You know what? My Passion Google too. So it's just one of those slideshow videos, and the first slide is, she dreamed of losing her V-card, but it didn't turn out the way she dreamed.
Also, these are little kids. These are little girls. Bruh. These are little girls, bruh. This is crazy.
Slide is, she dreamed of losing her V-card, but it didn't turn out the way she dreamed. Oh, okay, we got 2 children and a werewolf. 4 men ended up in the same room with her. Show me how loud you can be, baby. 1 boy thrust hard into her. Oh, and now the werewolf is bringing the children in closer. What are we doing? She gritted her teeth and glared at him. Open your mouth. There's just room for my cock. The other guy took her by the chin and yanked her toward him. And now they're fully embraced by the werewolf. Hey girl, pretty stubborn, huh? The remaining 2 guys grabbed her hair and somethinged her all over her body as she shuddered. What is that word? Oh shit. Keep hitting her. Her caw is clenching, said the 2 guys who were her. 4 guys calmed, leaving the girl almost unconscious. She thought, if she survives this time, she'll make them pay. And that's just an example of the short stories on this.
What the fuck? Starring what the fuck and what the fuck and what the fuck. Did I just listen to Grape? What the fuck are these ads? What is this? What the heck? What am I? What? Huh? That's crazy. This is.
This app. So this person actually reported this ad, and Google said, we decided not to take this ad down. We found that the ad doesn't go against Google's policies, which prohibit certain content and practices that we believe to be harmful to users and the overall online ecosystem. No. Google, the online ecosystem is fucking thriving with this shit. Like, dude, so many of these shitty AI apps are literally designed for fucking creeps.
Wissen Sie schon, wie man
It's
auf
an
einem Smartphone
X-ray
ein
app.
Röntgenbild einschaltet?
An X-ray ad. That's crazy. Who still believes that these things work? Who genuinely believes that these things work? Not gonna lie.
Mit dem der Körper einer Person durch die
You're,
Kleidung
first of all, you're
gesehen werden kann?
fucking moron if you think this is gonna work. Like, if you actually download that and think it works, you're stupid. The idea of you wanting to download it because you think it works is also fucking insane. Oh, now that's just egregious. YouTube.
Yeah, it's just Echo Eclipse. It's a gacha game. I've downloaded it before. It's not that good.
YouTube. This is an ad on YouTube. Those are... Oh my god, those aren't tits. No, those are peaches. Oh my god. Is that how they're getting away with this? I'm still gonna blur this shit. Those straight up just look like... albeit unhealthy breast.
This is Echo Eclipse. I'm aware of that game. It's not as it's not as bad as Azure Lane or Brown Dust 2. It's still up there though.
Tits on this character.
Just a heads up,
Yo,
if you were like me
hold
and
up.
picked up that women's electric razor that the stripper put us all onto last time, thinking this was gonna get you a
Whoa, so many things just happened in the first 6 seconds. Wait, I got pube baited heavy. It was a Barbie doll.
just a heads up, if you were like me and picked up that
Yeah, that was dangerous. Not gonna lie.
women's electric razor that the stripper put us all on.
What stripper? Oh, is this Girl World that I don't know about? Your cooch is bald, smooth, and it's not from waxing. POV. Oh, this is also Best Sale Store US. This is also from the Best Sale Store US. Yes, America strong. No pubes, no wax. Just a product from the US.
Onto last time, thinking this was gonna get you a bald kitty. Now the same company just released an upgraded version specifically meant for the bikini area. Now the older model is still gonna be good for large areas like your legs or your armpit, but the bikini trimmer was specifically designed to tame your downstairs mix-up. This one is double-ended with a super
It's insane to me that this is acceptable. Like, we need just like standards of quality for advertising online now. Yo, what?
Dumb donkey. My child was tranny of the month at Woke Tart Elementary School. Okay, that one's kind of... that has something. Not gonna lie, that has something.
I'm sorry. If you're ordering the shirt, 1, it's probably not coming in. 2, you shouldn't be wearing it. Funny anti-woke merch. You know, at least one idiot ordered this and has not received it. It's been months. You know what, honey? We got that thing to go to this weekend, and I still don't have my Tree of the Month shirt. That's my good shirt. Yeah, that's my going out shirt. What am I gonna do? I don't got my Tree of the Month shirt. No, I am not gonna wear my Bud Light shirt in front of my friends. I can't wear that anymore. This was gonna be my good going out shirt. The damn...
The Bud Light shirt. Hey! Bud Light did suffer from that. They are morons. And another game. Fun fact, another game that was simply just existing because of Kirsche parted ways with Kirsche. And now the game is losing gradually in money. It went from good reviews to really bad. Based. Wow, I should buy all of you one of those shirts because I'm tranny of the month. Perfect. Get to work, come on, buy.
Dumb donkey shopped and stole all my money. I mean, just not very fashionable, honestly. Okay, this is an ad for a company called Fidget Trigger. It's a fidget toy. That's a gun. Can you take this to school?
Can you take it to school? That's a great question, and I have the answer for you. But before that, let me tell you about the Fidget Trigger. We've created the world's first fidget toy that looks like a blaster.
A blaster.
It has all features of the real version and comes with a reloadable clip and ejectable shells so that
It's a fidget.
What is this? What is this? What is this? What is this? Imagine being so sensitive you stop drinking a brand of beer because one trans woman advertising it. Honestly, I'm gonna be straight up honest. I don't think that dude is trans. I think he is AGP. Not gonna lie. Straight up. And from the clips that surfaced from that person, 100% true. Don't get me wrong, I don't really fuck with her either, but my god, breathe, people. Well, if you don't want to support something because you don't agree with it, just don't support it, I guess.
Fidget toy for school shooters. When you really got that itch to just fucking blow someone's top clean off, don't worry, we got the ejectable shit, so the fucking shit comes out the side and it looks like you're shooting, but you're not actually fucking shooting anything. But you really want to, though. But that's why you got the fidget toy. So you could just fidget with it. And pretend to shoot people in the fucking dome. And then you could just imagine the blood. That's the cool thing about blood. You could just imagine it. Fucking hell. I'm astonished. The problem is that has 341,000 likes. Too many people bought that. Okay, what the hell is this? Amazon finds ad.
I know exactly where that is going. I know exactly where that is going. I think it's time for my aunt to change her handbag. I know exactly where that is going, chat. Yup. I should send this to Deer. I'm gonna send this to Deer. This exact point. Absolutely. I found another victim once again.
I think it's time for my aunt to change a handbag.
Infinity pillow. Why get a scarf when you could be cozy all winter long in this pillow? It has a twist
Fuck does
here
this
and
have
it's
to do with a handbag?
thickly padded. You're supposed to be able to take this
Oh!
Handbag? That's not a handbag. That's not a handbag. That is crazy. This shit is crazy. These ads are fucking nuts.
Are we fucking serious? Oh, I see the little feet symbols over here now too. Ah, okay. Okay, wait, this is a great one to end on. This is an ad for King Mufasa. It's the channel trailer to their YouTube channel. It's an ad. They paid to promote this. Is Mufasa still alive? Is he dead? Or is he gaming? Dude, Mufasa's just squatted up with the boys. Anyways, I think that's enough bad ads for today. Jesus, I did not know the extent of how bad it got. I mean, I got...
Yeah, Mufasa hit the gym, got the milk, left Simba behind, and, yeah, just became a peak Chad. And, is now gaming with the boys. Not paying child support, nothing. Why would you want to be a Lion King if you can just, play Call of Duty with the homies?
Got some horrible ads myself over the past few years. I've seen some pretty crazy shit, but yeah, it's horrible. I really do think we need to like implement some like quality of advertising into TOS for a lot of these sites. It's just we gotta do it. This is brutal. I think this is genuinely causing people mental distress. Anyways, guys, that's gonna do it for today's video. I really hope you enjoyed it. If you did, leave a like down below. And if you're new here, fucking stop. Also, once again, don't forget to join the Discord.
That's pretty much the end of the video. These ads are crazy. We have straight up tits out. Great fantasies. Everything you just could dream of is exactly here. Everything. It's kind of horrid. Not gonna lie. And this is all. This is what children can look at. This is exactly what children can look at. That's crazy to me. That's crazy. Yeah, Neku's Sugar Girls time. Yeah, just one episode though. I'm gonna split these up. Why be the Lion King when you can be a god gamer like our dear Elon? Yeah, the god gamer, Elon. Neon Echo Sugar Girls Episode 3 by Soap Opera 46. Let's just go. Let's just do this. I'm gonna skip the intro. Every single time.
Raku-chan, I think the van went this way. Let's go! Yeah! Over there, Raku-chan. That's the van that took Hitoshi-san. Hitoshi-san. Yeah. Yes.
What are you gonna do with me? Right, bro is still kidnapped. I just realized. Bro is still kidnapped. I just realized. Yes, way. Yes!
Get away! Like I said, we're just gonna have some fun. I'm
Sagex? Is that what this is about?
not even supposed to be here. You have no right to hold me captive. There's freedom in this country. This is America, Japan. I have stripped you of your freedom. Now get down on your knees.
It is Sagex. He's even blushing! No! It is! He's even blushing! It is he is blushing! No!
Hitoshi-san, we have come here to save you!
Raku-chan, Koneko-chan, have never been this glad to see you.
That looked different, bro. That looked very different. That looked like you wanted the schlong, the wiener.
Hitoshi-san, come on, let's go where we can! Yeah, what Raku-chan said.
Arigato gozaimasu, you two. I'm very arigato-ful.
Denada, Hitoshi-san.
Arigato, fool. Also, he gets the chiseled he gets the chiseled chin. He turned into Chad real quick. That's crazy. They're going to have some fun, don't worry. Gay. Consent is important. Is it really? Depends on the species. Apparently there's no consent for in dolphins.
I would have had my way with him if it weren't for those meddling Kodomos.
Oh, we better get going home now. It was good to see you again, Hitoshi-san. Sayonara. Yeah.
Thank you so much for your brain.
Yeah. Her tits just grew. her boobs just grew. Where she got to have those breast implants. She got the breast size increasing potion. That's gonna cause some back pain. That is goodness.
Brave deed. I will never forget this moment we are having right now. Sayonara, kawaii neko girls. Nya. Roar.
Roar. Goodness. Goodness. That was terrible. Croc. Yeah, hello. Hi, how you doing? Hope you're doing good, Croc. Here's Croc. Yes, truly. That was terrible. That was terrible. The next one we'll do tomorrow. Because that's 7 minutes long. That's grossly long. Matashi like big titty people desu rar. Yeah, very. It's over. Hooray! Yeah, let's do Xenoblade so that man shuds it finally. Let's stop this man from being annoying. Let's do the Xenoblade video. It was actually beautiful. Shut it. This is painful. Anyways. YouTube poop. Xenoblade Chronicles. Booty Vision. By Binonis. Let's go. YouTube poop. Let's suffer.
No.
That's the wrong cow, I'm not gonna lie. That is the wrong cow. No, not the wrong cow, that's the wrong song. Wasn't the Polish song for that cow?
You got the moves. Ah, said. What the fuck?
The moves? For real?
Ah! Boy, you're next. Ah!
That's Dunban over there.
I am Dunban.
He just stands there. He just stands there and looks into nothingness.
No, well, what's this? No, this is your bullshit.
69. This door. This door.
40 seconds.
An ether lamp.
44 seconds.
At this rate, the men will all be dead before they see any action.
Man, that's grim. I don't want to go like this. Not even killed by mech on just some
fire
emblem. No wonder it's been so long since.
I'm gonna open it for a real quick. This woman, was it Camilla? This woman is the origin. This Fire Emblem game is the origin of most men. At least that play Fire Emblem. Most Fire Emblem players, Mommy King. That's all I need to say.
Since the last got played.
They probably had families. Children.
Maybe. It wouldn't surprise me. But why'd you say that?
Head.
14 hours played. 84 hours played. Fire Emblem Fates. Fire Emblem Awakening. 79 hours played. Goodness. How do you only have 14 hours, but here you have like close to 80 or over 80? Which Fire Emblem is that? Asking for research purposes? It's either Fates or Awakening. I'm not sure. I'm not sure anymore. Also, you have a Mommy King? I didn't know that.
Spinning. No reason. Ryan, shouldn't we return them to the Bionis?
Huh? Oh, Bionis! What's born from the Bionis is returned to the Bionis. That's the way of the Bionis. Bionis. I'm way harder than I thought. I'm just about ready to
Everything is a sex joke. Everything is a sex joke.
Let's take a rest. We need to be at our best. I'm wide awake, so I'll kill Ryan.
Yeah.
Good point. A
gun! Yeah.
Ryan, you're such an easy target.
I ain't letting that happen.
What? He killed Ryan! No!
Wait, to you! Not gonna work. End of the line for you, pal. What? Thanks, man. The nap will do me good. Shulk. My turn.
No! It's my Monado!
My turn.
Dunbar says it's my turn! The Monado!
My turn. Shush. My turn. Who am I? What?
Hey, you. Finally
awake already.
Finally awake already. Hey you. You're finally woke.
Didn't sleep a wink. Still feel like I just drilled in Vanguard. Keep going. Drill. Break.
Fight the power!
Hey. Why do you think...
Was that a Gurren Lagann reference, or what was it?
I don't know! It's hard to believe that living things that live... The Bionist. Yeah. You know what? The Bionist. The Monado showed me, but...
I suggest you stop staring.
I couldn't stop staring!
Gooning.
It's not your fault. Just because the Monado showed you some Lucy. Yeah. That's... I've been thinking about it. Why you... Sim Monado, I mean. Your mum and dad fucked Dixon. And then Dixon fucked the Monado.
Huh? Shulk's parents fuck Dixon. Dixon fucks the Monado. Shulk fucks the Monado? What?
Shulk, I'm fucking your mum. I'm fucking your dad. I'm fucking your Monado.
What? And then Dixon fucked you back. Oh, wait.
Soon enough.
Is that why you do it? Trying to fuck the Monado? Maybe. Part of me does see it as something to remind me of my mum and dad. But mainly, is the main, that's the real reason. Real. You were chosen by the Monado. Huh?
Do you wish to fuck?
Huh?
What is run, Shulk? Could it be you're craving my cross once? Oh shit, is this feeling excitement? Calm yourself, try to embrace in finish underwear. Oh fuck, his hot. It is every man's desire to fuck Monado. Is that not so?
Did I just hear Rex say I like your attitude after someone said fuck the Monado? Did everyone fuck each other? Yep. Apparently so.
If you can fuck the true Monado.
The true Monado. This door, an ether lamp.
Psycho Mantis. The Monado is now in your hands.
I didn't read that. Hold up.
Is now in your hands.
Wow, this...
The Monado is now in your hands.
Monado. This door, an ether lamp.
Psycho.
This door, an ether lamp. Psycho Mantis.
Mantis. The Monado is now in your hands.
Wow, this... The true Monado. Was I dreaming?
Yeah, enough fucking. Okay, nothing horrid is happening. Pain. Pain. We just got, 10 million more to go. I must admit this is almost on the same level as Neon Nick and Neko Sugar Girls. Not gonna lie. Just as horrible. So when this video spoils the entire story of Xenoblade, it's okay, but when I... True. I see no spoilers. If you knew. But I see them. I do. I very much do see them. Well, do not compare this art to such trash can. It's just both brain rot, regardless of how you see it. It's both brain rot. Anyways, I want to see this one. I want to see this one. Yeah, I'm stealing at this point. I'm just stealing from Smugalana. Alrighty. Blissful ignorance. Yep. Want to see some spoilers then, Dixon? Scare this man. Scare him. Why Everyone Hates Pokimane by Curse. That's pretty cursed. There's not much to say why people dislike Pokimane. There's a lot of reasons to dislike her. First of all, she's kind of a commie, but at the same time, she's like, tax the rich, but not me. I'm not that rich, but I'm still rich, so please don't tax me. I'm the good rich. That's what she does. The cookie incident. The cookie incident. If you're just broke, just say so. Where she sold cookies that were like, you could get them like for half the price on like some in some supermarket, in some grocery store. She said the gamer word a couple of times. She also uses her being a woman as like a as like a shield for criticism. Oh, you don't like me because I'm a woman? Nobody cares. Let's go.
So recently, I've been scrolling through the internet.
Hold up. Audio. Need to turn that up again. Slightly. Let's go.
And I realized that a lot of people hate Pokimane. And when I say hate Pokimane, I mean they wrote entire essays on Twitter about her, and her mentions basically look like this.
Yeah, they also called her like, Pokimane also got rid of its Gundam sponsors. I hate motherfuckers that go after people's sponsors. If you don't agree with someone, just leave the... Just at least leave... Just leave them alone. Don't go after somebody's sponsors. This is a pussy move. You have 0 balls. And the sponsors that drop somebody based on false outrage, I'm gonna say this here, there's 2 of them that I know right now that did this. Go fuck yourself. The only thing you're doing is if you drop somebody's sponsor, if you drop somebody over outrage, is you are showing that you will drop me if I don't share your opinion. Therefore, why should I be sponsored by you?
Fight back! Fight back! So yeah, let's get into how this first started. On April 20th, Drama Alert posted a video on Twitter titled Pokimane ranting about the ultra rich. And because of this video, she started receiving a lot of hate.
Do you think someday we'll have a revolution like that in America? Right? It's getting there, right?
We already have one.
Another one.
What's going on?
The wealth disparity is getting bad.
The wage gap, I hate that.
No, wealth disparity.
Wealth disparity.
Wage gap is like between men and women. Men and women, we love each other.
Facts.
And we hate the rich. Anyways.
We hate the rich. You are the rich.
Before this video continues,
Bitch, you are the rich. She's really just like, eat the rich, but not me. I'm a good rich person. Shut the fuck up. You hate poor people. I can tell. I know you hate poor people, based on your cookies. That are really bad. That aren't even that good. From what he said about the sponsor, the company was so huge in the game industry. The fact that he couldn't even name it tells you how big that sponsor was. Yeah, that was pretty big. In this case, I think Crime Boss was it. Really just like a who? Really just like a who company. They made that game, and Kirsche picked that game up, liked it, streamed it, which most of its revenue came from Kirsche liking it and streaming it, and they dropped her over a new Vice article about her. And now that game is cooked forever, because nobody's playing that shit show. Did you know that Rin Penrose dropped gamer subs effective immediately? Yeah, probably. It's either because of Cinder, or it's because of Kirsche. I find it funny though. I'm gonna straight up say this. This is not an airport. You don't need to announce this. You only announced it, and you were a coward in not even saying why you've dropped gamer subs, and that's virtue signaling. I can tell it's virtue signaling. You have no balls. I hate her so much. Oh my god, she's insufferable. She absolutely is.
I just want to do a simple Google search. What is Pokimane's net worth? Her net worth is estimated at around $25 million.
Yeah, 25 million USD. Yeah, I'm not rich.
Wage gap is like between men and women. Men and women, we love each other.
Thanks.
And we hate the rich.
Now, personally, I'm going to consider somebody with a 3 million net worth to be rich. I mean, 3 million is a lot of money. But 25? What does she mean she hates the rich? She is the rich. What does she think, she's one of us? It's like that one Spider-Man meme where they're pointing at themselves and like one side is we hate the rich and the other side is her. But I will play the full clip so you guys can get the full context.
Women. Men and women, we love each other.
Thanks.
And we hate the rich. Anyway. Too much.
Aren't you the rich?
No!
Bro pointed it out. Bro pointed it out. Bro pointed it out, and she's like, "No, no, no." I don't know. With 25 million USD. I don't know. Look at her. That face. That could be a. If that wasn't daylight, that could be a great meme. That could be a great meme. Not gonna lie. What do you mean? No, I'm not rich. 25 million USD. That's like barely above poverty. What the fuck, bro? Yeah, but like you can't really say too much because contacts and giant companies have too much power. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I just hope it was because of Cinder, not because of Kirsche, at least for Rin. Because that's a doo-doo move, not gonna lie.
Like the ultra rich, the ultra giga rich, the unnecessarily
You have to clarify.
rich.
They're gonna clip that and it's gonna make you look bad.
Oh.
You
the
gotta
ultra
say
giga
you
rich.
gotta say the billionaires.
The billionaires.
Because you are rich.
The Bezos.
You can't be saying that.
I am. I'm rich in friendship.
Yes.
So yeah, that was the full clip that was posted to Drama Alert, even though it didn't change anything I said.
Do we think bro gets pussy? I think he gets none.
Pokimane, in a nutshell, was basically asking somebody off screen if there will be a revolution against the rich in America, even though she is literally the rich in America. And that is where the backlash started from, because on the original Drama Alert posts, people were pretty mad. And besides the over-the-top, very rude comments, I think people in the comments were even speculating that she makes around $100 to $500K a month. And obviously that's nowhere close to Elon Musk money, because I'm pretty sure he makes a couple billion a month. But even if that is true, Pokimane's income is still in the top 1%. So to suggest she isn't a part of the rich or ultra rich is just insane to me. And it's even more insane to me for her to suggest that if there was a revolution, she wouldn't be on the other side of it. After this clip of her went viral.
If there was a revolution against the ultra rich, against the rich, you are small enough so that they would start with you, bro. They would start with you. Elon should give me $1 billion. The problem is that he can't. He could give you, probably could give you that in stocks. I'm gonna be straight up honest. I don't even think he has it as like a liquid form of money. Like he can't just go up to to his bank account and just pull that out if he was able to. I think this is mostly just in stocks and things he actually physically owns. Not gonna lie, because that way they can't tax him.
There was obviously the backlash, but other streamers also reacted to it.
Jesus, that's tough. I don't really get it. So what happens if you're rich and you somehow get richer? You're automatically bad. You know what, chat? I think this is like some brain rot. I mean, no disrespect. It's all good.
So XQC brings up a great point. Since Pokimane is already rich and owns companies, let's say one of her companies all of a sudden is worth 200 to 300 mil. Now she may be the ultra rich that she's been talking about, but are we supposed to now hate her? It doesn't make any sense.
I'm not mad at Poki or anything. I just think that I don't think it makes you. So if you make a company.
I just think she's retarded. I just think she's retarded. I think that's the simple. You know, if somebody says stupid shit, they might just be retarded. That's the explanation for everything. I feel like she's trying so hard to be the girl next door, but she isn't. It's frustrating how she's trying to so much to avoid saying, yeah, I'm rich girl, you are rich, not only in friends, but also in money. Just accept it. Very true. No one in the world needs $1 billion. Well, need not. But he has it. And it's his. So he can keep it. I don't think there should be a limit on how much money you can have. I think there should be a limit on what you can spend it. Or like, yeah.
And it makes $100 million. You're chilling. But then something takes off while you're on vacation. Some guy makes a new product in your company. They invent the cheese taco. Okay? And then your Taco Bell becomes a billionaire venture. Now you're a billionaire. Now you're a bad person?
XQC wasn't the only streamer that reacted to this clip. Other streamers like Sneeko
not the cook. Not the cook! Get the chair out!
also had choice words.
Aren't you the rich? No! Like the ultra rich.
Shut the up! No! I'm just like you poor people! On a yacht drifting through Paris making millions of dollars. Shut the up. If you're gonna eat the rich, you gotta eat yourself.
I think Pokiming's fake relatability.
I mean, I don't like him, but I must agree with him here. I must agree with him here. He isn't wrong. If she says eat the rich, you gotta start with yourself. Hand it over. I'm poor. Hand over some money.
Ability is what pisses people off the most because she quite literally makes more a month than people will make in a few years. And yet somehow she has the audacity to come on the internet talking about wealth disparity. And it's the fact that she's low-key trying to reject the notion that she's actually rich as well, because she never admitted it even in the clip. The first time Jason asks if she's rich, she just outright says no.
Aren't you the rich?
No!
What on earth?
You know how quickly she said that? You know how quick that came out of like immediately. While Sneaker's recording this video, his girlfriend is getting back shots. When XQC and even the cock understands that what the issue is, you are just retarded. I don't know who bro is, but he's right. Sneaker is a red pill dude that's also likes to watch his girl get back shots.
Earth do you mean no? And then the second time, when Jason clarifies that she is the rich, once again she deflects, talking about being rich in friendship.
The billionaires.
Because you are rich.
The Bezos.
You can't be saying that.
I am. I'm rich in friendship.
Yes.
Bro, just admit the fact that you're rich. It's just weird mind games that don't really make any sense. After this clip gained a lot more traction and a lot of people started hating on her, Pokimane finally released a tweet that says, "There's been a lot of opinions about me on Twitter recently, and I just want to thank people who read past the headlines and see me for who I truly am. I appreciate y'all so."
I see you for who you really are. You are retarded. That's what I see you for. You're like a commie. You are a commie that is rich, which is a complete oxymoron. That makes no sense. That's what you're doing. The most alpha male thing is watching your girl get ducked by other alpha males. So true. Nah. I lose every respect for lose respect for every man that does that watches or even listens. Not just watches, listens. But technically, if you watch Korn, there's technically also some form of being a cuck in the way, like a baby version.
so much. And I'm guessing she's talking about reading past the headlines of her not being rich, I guess. She then addressed all this stuff on a live stream she did, but she didn't really say too much.
It's weird to think about how many people have opinions about me, especially people who've probably like never consumed any of my content, which is understandable. Like that's just what happens probably when you're online for so long. But my main point is actually, as much as sometimes it bothers me to feel like my name is known in circles that I don't affiliate with or that are not a part of my community, the upside is
you have no community. You have dudes paying you that think that they have a chance. But they don't. At least you're not doing the girlfriend experience, but you call your own viewers broke when they can't pay you for your really bad cookies. For your 3.2 out of 10 cookies. That's pretty much. You gather more alpha energy from the alpha males and learn from them. You know what's even more alpha male? Alpha males doing it with each other. A communist benefiting from a capitalist society. So true. I can bring up Hassan here. Mr. Eat the rich, but yo, I'm rich as hell. I'm buying a mansion.
sometimes I'll bring such nice people to my defense and I'm like I'm shocked. My heart is warm. I am flattered when I see people stand up for me that I never expect to, especially other streamers and stuff. You know what I mean? Kason just said he wants to do a pokefish with you. A pokethon? I was in the middle of something.
Is this a pity party or ego stroke?
Both. 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 Yeah, It's a Gundam did a lot of work. Broke that woman so often. Incredibly based.
Yeah, people just don't like Pokimane. There was also another post she did a few days before this one that went viral, and the post was just a picture of her face that said Angie, and that spawned a lot of people in that were just talking about her age.
This is gonna be fun. This is gonna be done. Fun. Incredibly fun. No, dear, I will not give you another one. I will not give you another one. One per stream. Die. For being annoying. Forgot was gonna watch you say Gex with other men. I will edit that out. It's gone then.
And look, I personally didn't see anything wrong with it, but I guess people are mad that when you're almost 30, you shouldn't be posting stuff like this.
Major news for the unemployed today. So Pokimane posted this picture saying Angie, and it's this like puppy dog face that she was making. People have been cooking her non-stop for this post, saying you aren't a little girl anymore, you're old. Why can't streamers act like adults?
These mean comments then led to Pokimane making a response on her Twitter that says, I got a weird influx of weirdos commenting on my age, lol. To be honest, I find it so dumb. At 28, I'm the happiest, richest, most knowledgeable, and self-assured I've ever been. And that only becomes more true with every year that passes.
If you have to make a post saying that you're the happiest, richest, and most knowledgeable and self-assured you've ever been, that does sound very insecure, because if you actually were that, at least self-assured, you wouldn't address it, you would just ignore it. I feel like. Which one is it, woman? Well, she's not rich. Did you hear it? She's not rich.
And overall, this seems like a decent response. I don't have many complaints for it. However, one person had a lot of complaints. So many complaints that they decided to write a 700-word Twitter response to this tweet. And I only know it's 700 words because I plugged it into ChatGPT.
Bro, bro, okay, okay. I can't understand if you're upset, but writing a fucking essay is a bit much. That's a bit much. 739 words is a bit much. You were not supposed to write an essay. Calm down, bro. It's not that, it's deep, but not that deep.
The response starts off as, "You're 28 and main, not 18, not 80. You can tell this is serious because he used her real name and not Pokimane. It's time to lock in." But every year, you get more self-assured and somehow less self-aware. This isn't growth, it's arrested development in HD. Streaming hours at a time, daily, since adolescence didn't empower you, it just froze you in digital puberty. You talk like a life coach, post like a thirst trap, and react like a teenager whose ego is held together by brand deals and soft lighting. This isn't harassment, it's grown adults pointing out that grown adulthood doesn't look like this. And if life really gets better every year, why do you still act like you're one comment away from spiraling into a subtweet? Yeah guys, I'm not gonna read the whole thing, but I think in general, there's a healthy amount of hating on someone you can do, but I feel like this exceeds that just by a little bit.
Bro really just wanted to absolutely annihilate this woman. Bro was so ready to roast her. This is crazy. That's a violation I would not take. It's like a massive forehead, land an airplane on it. Yeah, it's like Dr. Disrespect when people would point out how he cheated on his wife beforehand. He would throw around how he has money, call it his greatest achievement. Yeah, the greatest achievement is betraying your wife and child. With a minor, mind you.
And somehow, this response has double the likes of the actual post and 14 million views. I think it's safe to say that employment is definitely needed.
That is a diabolical ratio. If it's double the amount of likes, that is a diabolical ratio. This is evil. That was insane. That is insane. Bro, for real. Bro, for real. Bro, kill this woman. Not gonna lie. Based. Absolutely based W video. So true. I need water. I need water. Okay. I got another one that I want to watch. I don't react. I can always get behind shitty streamer hate. You're gonna hate me for real soon. Once again, I saw this at Smugalana. Once again, I saw this at Smugalana, so we're gonna do it. Home math. Self-maximize 4. What do you bring to the table? I don't know. I just like his videos because of his drawings. That's really what it is. Let's just do it.
What do I bring to the table? Excellent question. I am the table. What?
We start like this. No, you're not the table. You're not the table. The table's made of 2 people creating a relationship, not one person. You are not the table.
What do I bring to the table? I am the table.
You are the table.
We're not looking for no more tables to sit at. Let me remind you that you are the table.
I am the table. The TikTok girl.
There is no table. What do you mean? It's 2 people making the table. What is this, narcissism that you believe that you are the main focus of the relationship? What is this? Both of you are. Both of you are supposed to be the focus in a relationship. I'm actually confused. What does it mean when someone is the table? How do I put this? When you are in a relationship, typically, you know, you're at least in some form getting something, right, from your partner, right? Otherwise, you are you know, you're working together in a way. You get something from the other side as well. They say they are what you get, but the problem is they usually never provide anything. With women that say that usually provide nothing for the other half.
Girls say this a lot. They've been saying it for years. What the hell are they talking about? Are they saying that they want to be an object that you drop your shit on at the end of the day? Well, no. Actually, what it means is, I deserve. So when they say, I am.
Pretty much. That's the best way to put it. I deserve. And there's usually the problem is that women like that. And I'm not saying that there's not men like that, because there's certainly also men that just want, but they usually don't. They usually. Yeah, it's just the stupid idea that you deserve everything. That's pretty much what it is.
The table, what they think they're saying is, I deserve to be treated well by a man in a relationship. What they're actually saying, that most of them don't know about yet, is, my relationship needs are not connected to my sense of self-awareness because I don't have one. Here is a depiction of somebody who does not know what she can fetch on the market. She is the table. This attitude is more common than you would hope, leading to problems like demanding too much, avoiding people who won't give it to you, leaving people who can't keep up, and then believing that your value goes up over time and wondering why you're not married. So first I'll explain what's going on in the culture and how value transaction works in relationships, and then I have a solution for you that I made these special pictures for. I'm an artist. I even updated my table. The younger generation.
I'm an artist. I updated my table. I just like his cute little drawings, not gonna lie. He's putting way too much effort into this, not gonna lie.
Have low self-awareness, but it's not just women. I get a lot of these guys in my comments too, and you don't want to be one. The surprise I have for you later will help you develop self-awareness.
Yeah, these alpha males who are just, they're pretty much just the same. They deserve.
Which will also help you help women do it, but it's only a start. You have to keep learning, and nobody can take that away from you. If you're watching this video, hi, you probably enjoy what I do, and I would never be able to do it if I did not figure myself out first. And I could never do that without studying exactly the kind of content you find on Shortform, this video's sponsor. No one can read every book. I've got piles of them. I haven't even opened my own yet. So when I want to understand a book before I start, I check it out on Shortform first. Shortform is a library of book and article summaries that make it quick and easy to learn. You can pick a recommendation, this one looks appropriate, read the main points in a few minutes, here's a good one, get the whole book if you want to, and come back and review later. When I made these note cards, it took me weeks for each book. You can do it just by clicking. They did all the work for you. Shortform is great for self-improvement and psychology. They publish new summaries every week and you can vote on which ones, and they even have podcasts and audiobooks for when you're working out or on the road.
The Book of Numbers one-page summary.
For a free trial and 20% off, use my link in the video description.
Hey, at least it's not, you know, what Samax recommends.
If you want to help turn these times around, you've got to have a strong mind. You've got to get better all the time. I should have drawn a brain here. You can bring that to the table. Anyway, how did we start talking about tables? The popularity of being the table comes from another one of these downward spirals like in my situationship video, where I explained how when we changed the language about relationships, it changed all the rules, which degraded all the morality, which changed the rules again, and so on, until young women are now interpreting the behavior of young men as cruel, when actually they are mostly just protecting themselves from the nightmare that dating has become. But the
dating is a nightmare. It's absolutely horrid. It's absolutely horrid. It really is. It is terrible. I'm so happy that I'm out of this stupid game. And I hope I never have to return, because I would get obliterated. I would get obliterated again.
The table spiral is not about blame, it's about entitlement. It's about deserving. It's all about the idea of what do I get from you without any idea of why would you want to give it? What do you get back? Like most of our problems, it starts with women's financial liberation.
I'm a very simple man. I'm a very simple man. I really just demand what you can give me back. And I don't demand anything material. That's the first thing. I would never demand anything material. That's not what I'm interested. At the same time, I do not want to be forced to build a relationship that's based on material things. Also, no, I'm good. I'm just 100 guy. You belong to me and I belong to you. Very simple.
Which means giving women more without asking why. So now a lot of women have more, never mind why. And when they have more, they no longer respect men with less, or even a similar amount. And when women don't respect you, then you are icky, because now you don't have the power to do something for her that she could not do for herself. Very unimpressive. So men are no longer good enough unless they give more, even though they no longer have more, never mind why, which makes relationships expensive and risky for most men. That's why men are beginning to ask,
I feel like a relationship based on material things like money is just not going to last. The moment one party struggles with money is the moment the relationship is over. Not gonna lie. I've seen that too often. Now that's mostly dudes. That's just mostly dudes. When that happens. But still. I feel like not demanding material items is common knowledge, but apparently not. It's no longer. It was, but it's no more. It was, but it's no more. You would not believe, I don't know how it's in the United States, but you would not believe what opportunities open, at least here in Germany, what opportunities in dating open up when you have a car. Also depending on the car.
what do you bring to the table? I bring art skills. I'm a sensitive genius. Men are saying, you want all this stuff from me, which costs me, and what do I get in return? Nothing? I get to watch you have it? Can I get a hug? So, to review, making more money than me is attractive, so when men make more, it's easy to find one, but also, men should not make more money than me, never mind why, which means that fewer of them are attractive. And when we're done with that, then where have all the good men gone? So what do you bring to the table means why would I want to pay the cost of being in a relationship with you? I'm skeptical that this is worth it because I've seen this happen to so many men and they didn't even get anything on the way there. We're basically trying to avoid this. If daddy does dishes, then he can have beer.
That's terrible. That's terrible. React to the leg bottom incident. Okay, maybe if I find a video.
Otherwise he can't, because mommy's in charge.
What the? Who did this? Go out again. Who the fuck did this? What is this?
He does dishes, then he can have beer. Otherwise he can't, because
Wash dishes? You get the full sticker 12th pack of your favorite beer. Put toilet seat down. No nagging for a week. I'm definitely saying this isn't working. Change diaper. Naked hula dance from yours truly. What the fuck? Bathe the Rugrats. Won't donate your favorite pit stain plus shirt. Pack the kids' lunches. I get it out of the home free card. Vacuum car seats. I don't have to go to some annoying kid's birthday party. Clean up throw up. BJ's? He doesn't even get sex! He doesn't even... Who made this? He doesn't even get sex! What a horrible... No. What a horrible relationship. He has to do things in exchange for intimacy? Or other things? What the fuck is this? Bro is cooked. Also, that is crazy. That is crazy. Imagine you're in a relationship. Imagine you're in a relationship. And you have to wash the dishes, for example, to 6 times, for example, to receive a kiss. Or to receive a hug. Or to do intimacy, something that should be romantic, as an exchange. What are we doing? And this is probably not even the only chart. What are we doing? This is horrible. I'm gonna say this. If you gatekeep things from your partner, of course they shouldn't be lazy, but if you gatekeep certain things from your partner, I'm gonna straight up say it, that's a form of abuse. Not gonna lie. He's explaining this like we are toddlers. Is this how bad it really is that we don't understand basic fundamentals of relationship? Yep, apparently it is. But we just don't do those stuff till marriage, obviously. Be right back, I'm getting alcohol. Oh yeah, when I see that, I want to drink as well. Both should put 100% in a relationship. It's simple as that. Yeah, I wish people would do that.
Mommy's in charge, and I'll do a naked hula dance if you change diapers, otherwise I won't. Imagine.
Also, that's hyper specific. That is hyper specific. Why a naked hula dance? That's hyper specific.
That's what she brings to the table for 10 years and then you lose your house. And that's not even the worst case scenario. So what do you bring to the table is a reasonable question, but the TikTok girl response is just another trip down the spiral. Here's a fairly standard answer.
Y'all, where are the men that are just giving women money for just looking good and doing nothing?
What? Where are the women just wanting to spend time with somebody? What about that? Where are the people that just want to spend quality time with somebody? No, nothing attached, no money, no particular place to go, just people just enjoying somebody's presence. What happened to that? Genuinely, what happened to that? No material things, no whatever, right? No demand for sexy time, whatever, just two people spending time with each other. What happened to that? 2025, men and women are all retarded. Not all, a lot of them though. Just leave. Have some self-respect and leave. Well, this guy can't leave because he has children. He's cooked.
Because I am a lady. I don't bring anything to the table but myself.
And another.
This is what I bring, so...
I don't care that you look good. I don't care. That's not getting me to fall in love with you and marry you. That's not happening. What does that mean?
Bronzer, powder, lip balm.
But you choose to do these things. Nobody's asking you to do this. Nobody. Nobody is. You can tell me 20 more. You can tell me 20 more things you want to put on your face. That's not going to cut it. You know, here's what I look in a partner. How do you treat me? How do you treat your parents? How do you treat your siblings? Are you good with children? How do you treat elderly? How do you treat people who are weaker than you? Do you want to have a family? Not how much money do you make, but are you a hard worker? Are you reliable? Are you loyal? These things. These things, where are these? When are these mentioned? They aren't mentioned. It's just, one side is, do you look good? The other side is, how much money do you have? What is this?
Hairbrush.
And if those girls were too subtle for you, this one should get the point across. The music really sells this one, but I can't post it. Also, she got POV wrong. There's the ever...
Sorry, your body also is not what you bring to the table. What other qualities do you have?
popular dashboard monologue.
You know what you bring to the table, especially when you are the damn table, darling. Like, you do have a table. Don't ever let somebody make you feel like you don't have a table. You can choose to eat at other people's table, but you got a table too. You have the table.
There's Shira7, the sprinkle lady, which means give me money.
Sprinkle, sprinkle. If you want a woman to bring something to the table, go to IHOP where you can tip her, baby. Sprinkle, sprinkle. If I bring something to the table, you're going to be mad because it's going to be another man.
And the memes that follow.
What do you bring to the table, Miss Nothing? I'm not no waitress. And if I was, I'm putting extra food on that bill so you could give me extra.
And of course, endless advice.
If a man is asking you what you bring to the table, it's already an error. It's a problem. This is not a person you want to date. They're not looking to expand with somebody.
3 things you can tell about a man who asks what you bring to the table.
Oh, so you want somebody that's going to expand with somebody. How about you date somebody who's not already an established man? How about you date young, get into a relationship young, and just, build something for the future together. Oh, you're not doing that either, because you'd much rather look for a dude who has it all already. Make it make sense. You don't want to build something with somebody. You want to sit on a table that's already made.
Relationships as
You want to move into a house that already exists.
Transactional. He has unmet needs. He dehumanizes a partner.
They even made table templates.
Fear.
Smelly cheeks. A bad
Smelly cheeks. The Brazilian waxer is not going to be happy with that one.
I like her. I like some of them. Here's what everyone's getting wrong. Number 1, some people think it's all about money, and it's not. And number 2, it makes people who are dating treat each other like enemies. It's like a competition of who can take the most advantage of who they're dating. So if what do you bring to the table means how do I benefit from this relationship, or how are you adding to this relationship, then I am the table means I don't care. I'm doing me. Some of them haven't even thought about it.
I am only a
Not gonna lie. I just want to take care of somebody because they're important to me. Very simple. I don't particularly care how much they provide, as long as they, how do I put this? As long as they're grateful for it. I think it goes really wrong if somebody's not grateful.
attracted to wealthy, generous men who provide for me. That's all I've ever dated in my entire life. It's all I ever would. I'd rather be single than split bills.
What are you bringing to the table besides your body?
You'd have to ask them.
So from your perspective, what do you bring?
Me.
So you don't know what you bring to the table?
I don't really give it that much consideration.
Essentially, you're just giving them sex, and in exchange, they're giving you money, and that's it?
Hopefully not.
Well, then what else is there?
I don't know. You'd have to ask them.
Do you see how mad she got? I don't know what's good about me. Now here are my demands. Here's a sneak preview from my next levels video. The drawing's not done yet. This
Like, I would exactly know what I bring into a relationship. I know that exactly. How does one not know that? Like, you know yourself. You know what would do well in a would do you know, it's like even the simple things like loyalty. She couldn't even say something like that. either because she doesn't have, oh, can offer that, or I don't know. What?
Level 1 here would be her needs and what she wants. Level 2 would be realizing that others have needs and she has to negotiate. Level 3 over here is understanding that she lives in a world where everyone is negotiating with everyone. It's not until level 4 that you get outside of yourself.
I'm currently, well, Frog and me, we're currently in a situation where, like, we put the other's needs over our own, but both of us, and then we compromise, so both are happy. that's how we are doing it. That's how we're doing it. I don't know if that's the most healthiest form right now, but I enjoy it. Like somebody also considering my needs. I like that.
And think, what do I look like to others? How should we be negotiating? So I am the table is part of the maturity crisis. It's all deserving and no self-awareness. It's basically like a girl Peter Pan.
What do you bring to the table?
I'm not going to answer this question. I'm not going to answer how many books I've read.
What do you expect men to bring to the table?
Integrity, clarity, consistency. What is the female equivalent?
Just a bunch of words. What does that mean? In what context? This is just a bunch of words thrown in there. What does clarity mean? Go back.
Answer this question. I'm not going to answer how many books I've read.
Also, no dude cares about how many books you read. What the heck? Like, that's not something... How can you bring that actively into a relationship?
What do you expect men to bring to the table?
Integrity.
What does that mean? In what context? What does that mean? Integrity.
Clarity.
What does that mean? Clarity. What?
Consistency.
What do you mean consistency? Like, are you like somebody who likes to do gifts and consistently give them? Do you mean like you're somebody who's like consistently affectionate? What does that mean? What does that mean? Context.
What is the female equivalent of that? The same. Then why wouldn't you just say that?
She wouldn't say it because she doesn't want to admit that what other people want matters.
I feel like it's more so that she doesn't even understand what she actually meant when she said those things. Like, what does that mean? Again, it's just a bunch of words thrown together.
And the thing about that is, other people don't agree.
You ask me what I bring to the table, I'm bringing myself. I'm peaceful, I'm caring, I'm loving, I can listen.
Whoa, hang on a second. Did she just...
That's what I mean. That's exactly what I mean. She actually said what she can give, like what makes her a good partner. What could make her a good partner. She says that. She knows what works for her, who she is. She knows that.
Name things about herself?
I'm peaceful, I'm caring, I'm loving.
So you might say those are things that she brings to the table, and she named them. You could try that. This generation of women thinks that the table is all about money.
If you date and if you marry a what you bring to the table type of guy, you're going to be fighting over the toilet paper. You're going to be fighting over who bought the rice.
And yeah, money matters more than it used to, never mind why. But you're really killing this conversation before it even starts. People trade a lot of things in relationships.
I'm so happy that mine doesn't give a rat's ass about money. I am so grateful. I am so grateful. Loyalty where? Say the word. She probably didn't get the chance. I hope so that she would have said it. But at least she's saying something.
And that's really all relationships are, trading things about you, whether you have to or you want to. Relationships are transactional. Some people don't like that word. They say things like, I don't want to be chosen for what I offer. I want someone to like me for the real me. But there is no real you. There's no such thing. What is the real you? Who are you? Have you ever thought about that? Have you ever said it out loud? You'd have to name things about yourself, wouldn't you? And those could be anything. They could be features of your body. They could be how much money you have. They could be your views or your values. They could be a skill you have, a hobby you enjoy, a place you grew up, or just your dreams for the future. The things about you are who you are. Some of them can be changed and others not so much, and different people will like different things. There are things you know about yourself, things other people know about you, things everyone knows, and things that you haven't become yet. But none of these things are just some magic ghost that can't be named. They're things that you can see and talk about. And the ones that can change usually start as thoughts, and then they become intentions, actions, habits, and eventually they become a part of who you are. And people are complex. There's a lot in there to figure out. So if you want someone to like you for you, but you can't name what you is, you might be the table. Relationships are about
I think everything that uh I think everything that a person has, maybe thoughts, feelings, memories, experience, obviously things as well. Though I think I would accept things because they are not really you. You just have them, but you can quickly lose them. But memories, thoughts, personality, you cannot really lose them. They can change over time, sure. But I think that works pretty well.
knowing what you have to give and what you need, and also what you won't give and what you don't want, and then talking to someone else about what they have, what they need, and what they do and don't want. That's the negotiation. And if you reach a deal, then you get to be happy forever. Just kidding. It's a constant negotiation. So it's not a flex to go, ha ha, you have to guess. It's just dumb and annoying. I once met a girl who didn't have any money, so I said, okay, I'll take care of you, but I need you to get a better job at some point and kick in for some of these bills. And she didn't do it, and that's why I don't know her anymore. I later met another girl and I said, hey, I'm not doing that great right now, and she said, that's okay, I'll work through it. And then she didn't. Constant negotiation. How can you negotiate if you don't know what you have to offer? What do you bring to the table does not always mean you pay half. Usually it just means, what is this going to be like? Are you worth the risk of all this time and money and emotional damage? I don't know is not a great answer. What if you went to a dealership and the
It's pretty much just find somebody who it's worth suffering for, I would say. Because everybody's gonna hurt you. You just gotta find someone where it's worth getting hurt for. That also goes for friends.
salesman said, hi there, ready to sign? And you said, can I know something about the car first? And he said, I know this car's value. This car is worth it. Wouldn't you just leave? What makes you any different? And I can hear some of you saying, people are not objects. Yeah, but you like some of them more than others, right? And there are reasons for that, right? So then what are the reasons that people would or would not like you? A lot of people just don't know. And that's why I made something for you. It's a self-awareness exercise. There are some explanations to get you started, some drawings to help you visualize, and finally a worksheet where you can compare what you offer to
Bro literally made a table. Bro made the table. Bro made a table. Bro made for real a table. Bro actually made a table.
what other people want, so you can gauge how well things are working. You can use the table alone or with others. I designed it for dating, but you can use it for any relationship. Consult the table to get started, and you can get it for yourself or for someone who really needs to figure things out. The exercise will lead you through what the table is, new ways to think about who you are, choices you have to make a change, and a little story about me. So if you want to bring a little more to the table than myself, pick it up on my Patreon. We are not going to fix our problems by becoming more self-centered. If you want things to be better around you, you have to be what fits into those things. taking a look in the mirror is a great first step.
Chat, get the table. That is crazy. But yeah, he did explain it fairly well. He did, in fact, explain it fairly well. I'm getting blinded by the sun. I'm getting cooked here. He did explain it very well. I agree. He did explain quite a bit. Chat, I gotta block out the sun here on this side because I'm getting literally killed. I'll be right back. I have returned. I'm back. Hi, back. Dad joke. We love them. We do. Anyways, let me look at what I'm now gonna look at. Huh. Well, I have something. I have something. I do. This. Where is it? Oh, let's do a ref video. Let's go. Let's do a ref video. I haven't done one in a while. In a while, I mean, like, I think like one last week. 3 fucking people have used that on me now, bro. Yes. Yes, it's necessary. I must dad joke you, whether you like it or not. What spoiler was it even in that YouTube poop? Good question. I don't remember. It was so unimportant that I completely forgot what was in there. That's interesting. Anyways. Wokeness is being purged from gaming industry, and shields are seething in confusion, by Ref says Desu. I think this is about Polygon's Rip Bozo, because Polygon did go Rip Bozo. Rest in peace, you won't be missed. And the first bad game journalist website, or whatever you want to call it, has officially died. You will not be missed. Don't hire these people. Let's go.
Hey, what's up guys, Rip here. So today we're going to be looking at some more bad news for games journalists. For the average person watching this video, it's probably not too surprising to see another
games journalist on the bottom of the bottom. Worst people ever. Because you're not actual games journalists. You don't talk about games. You talk about things like, how people not choosing, Chikorita is sexist or homophobic. Things like that.
Big round of layoffs because games journalism over the past decade plus has really devolved from providing insightful articles on gaming related news and game guides and stuff like that to endless attacks and culture war related stuff where they have turned themselves into activists more than journalists, using their position to attack people they ideologically disagree with. It is definitely one of the more woke mediums out there, and that is reflected in their work, which is, again, devolved into something that doesn't even resemble games journalism whatsoever. Now, the latest group to be hit with a massive round of layoffs is, of course, Polygon. So Polygon's been around on the scene for a very long time now, but over the past couple of years, pretty much all they do is release hit pieces on various things they find problematic and release some of the most cringe-worthy.
Yeah. So problematic. So problematic. Yeah, Chikorita's trash. How dare you filthy sexist calling Chikorita trash? How dare you? You are so gross, Sway. I'm gonna ban you. Yeah. That's how these people talk. Half the time I have no idea what the hell any of this YouTube drama means or even is. Well, this is just Polygon dying video game journalists.
Articles you'll ever see on the internet. So here's the news. Ironically enough, reported by Kotaku, is probably next. They say this: Polygon sold to Valnet and hit with
foreshadowing because Kotaku's next. It's gonna take a while for IGN to kick the bucket though. It might take a while for IGN to kick the bucket, but they eventually will too.
Mass layoffs. One of the biggest gaming sites around was just blown up. You can see down here, the video game website Polygon has been sold to click farm powerhouse Valnet, and much of its masthead has been laid off, Kotaku has learned. The sale was subsequently...
I mean, if they... New owner. I mean, if the new owner actually manages to save it, I mean, why not? But in that case, they would actually need to do proper games journalism, which they won't do.
Announced in a press release, multiple staff members have posted online about losing their jobs or about colleagues now being out of work. So, as you can see, they've been sold off to this Valnet, who's described as a click farm powerhouse. And you know what? Kotaku's not wrong here, even though Kotaku's pretty much guilty of the same thing. Valnet pretty much exists to grab as many of these various platforms as possible, get them under their wing, and then just produce as many articles as possible. Okay? Quality doesn't matter. It's quantity. They just want to push out as many articles as...
Okay, never mind. Just articles. Okay, that's not an improvement. That's just more horrid.
Possible to collect ad revenue and basically go from there and hope it's a financial success. Now let's see some of the reactions on Blue Sky, because where would you find the reactions to this news about games journalists other than Blue Sky? Because that
MAP Sky, Pedo Sky, no matter what you want to call it, because that's where everyone exists. Yeah, Blue Sky's just Twitter pre-Musk. That's really what it is. That's actually what it is.
That's where all of them go. It's the biggest echo chamber for their kind. So you can see Chris Planty here saying, I no longer work with Polygon. If you're hiring, please consider the many talented writers and editors now on the market. Every one of them deserves a spot on your staff. I won't be talking more about the sale because I wasn't involved. going to hang out with my kid, taking wins where I can. Here's another one saying, by now, you've probably heard the news. Polygon has been sold to Valnet, and I, along with most of my wonderful colleagues, have been laid off. So it's very clear from the jump here that it's the majority of the employees.
Please. Please do not hire these people. I beg of you. Nobody out there, please don't hire them. I beg you. These people will do nothing but cause you problems. As harsh as and you know, it is sad in a way, you know? I do feel bad, but kind of not, because it's your own fault. But in the same way, I do feel kind of bad for them. Because, you know, some of these do have families, they do have bills to pay, they do have maybe children who are depending on that job, right? Potentially. You know? So I do think that I do feel kind of sad for them, but at the same time I'm like, you brought this upon yourself.
Who have been laid off as a result of this sale. And here's one more from Nicole Carpenter saying, I'll say more later, but I no longer have a job. I'm looking for work, as are so many of my amazing colleagues. I have lots of ideas and things I'd like to write.
Just put the fries in the back. McDonald's it is. McDonald's, Subway, KFC, you know, Burger King, Wendy's. There's plenty of room for you. But please, no more, don't put them into charge for writing articles. I beg of you.
I'm really in shock. Now, I covered this post because of this final part right here. A lot of people acting very shocked that this happened to Polygon. In fact, if you just search Polygon on Blue Sky.
I don't think that this is, yeah, also, I don't think, Zeppelin, I don't think anybody minds if you join. Not really. I don't think anybody does. This isn't really surprising as much as they want to make it seem that it's surprising. Because when you look at numbers and you look at money, they're all in the trenches. Polygon, Kotaku, IGN, some other things. No, IGN's not so much, but it has dropped. It has significantly dropped. They're all in the trenches. Because first of all, nobody wants to read a weird... Nobody wants to read a weird article about, oh, this is problematic, or how gamers are racist, sexist, white supremacist, whatever it may be. Nobody wants to read that. Second of all, why should I read an article if I can't just watch a random YouTuber do it much better? Simple, huh?
Guy, you'll see a blob of tweets like this saying Polygon and Giant Bomb dead in the same week is just unfathomable. Polygon and Giant Bomb, people, drinks around me at Summer Games Fest from Jason Schreier. How the F does this happen to Polygon? God, this industry. So there's a lot of shock among the games journalists. They don't understand how this could have happened to Polygon. Well, to anyone who's a neutral observer of this entire thing, you're not surprised at all. I mean, the writing was on the wall. This is going to happen to pretty much every single one of these major networks out there for games journalism. They're going to get sold off and their employees are going to be laid off in mass. It's going to happen because no one cares about games journalism anymore. And that's a shame because they did it to themselves. There's no other people they can blame other than themselves. It's been...
Yeah, I remember Leaflet apparently is, or did, do some games journalism. And she actually wrote articles about games, you know? Actual articles about games. You know, reviews, other things, you know? Actual articles. It is crazy, but it does exist. It did exist back then. I don't know. Still, I just know that sometimes people get annoyed in similar situations, and I don't want to bother anyone. Maybe I'm just crazy and make up things in my head. Like, for real, let us move on. Zeppelin. Stop acting schizo. Most people want you here, so don't worry. Stop acting schizo. It's all good. No more schizo.
At this point, over a decade of non-stop slop and activism instead of providing insightful articles on the related subcultures. They have gone completely mask off politically. They've made it clear that that's more important than actually providing some gaming news and doing their job as they're supposed to. This is not surprising at all. And Polygon is just one of many where the quality of their articles is mediocre. And it's not just mediocre, it's cringeworthy. Like, some of the headlines they do are not only very abrasive and try to make some sort of a stance on various issues that they don't really have the right to be talking about as a games journalist, but also they just make some weird articles that just make you scratch your head and say,
I think games journalists' job is to talk about games. Only about games. These people weren't doing that. Hook, I'm hiring you as well. You're gonna get cancelled pretty quickly if you hire me. Then the game journalists would write an article about you immediately. Cause you know, I'm a little unhinged in speaking. Okay, I will never be schizo again. I'm healed. Perfect. Just as it should be.
how did they think that was a good idea? So to celebrate all of what I just said and to really show it to you, I decided to go through Polygon's website and just pick out their greatest hits, some of the classics from their website, and I just keyword searched some relatively predictable terms that will show up in a ridiculous article, right? This took 5 minutes to pull up all these articles. I'm sure there's a lot worse out there, but let's get into it. Starting with this one, there was one big snub in the Game Awards nominations. Dragon Age the Veilguard, a game engineered to succeed at the Game Awards, did not.
This game took Dragon Age, shit on it, smeared the shit over the entire franchise, flushed it down the toilet, and then had to lay off the writing team. I am still mad. I am still mad. What they did to such a great franchise as Dragon Age. I don't care about that this chick is non-binary. I don't care. I don't care about the writing. What does this weird speaking? What does this weird modern speech? It's not supposed to be in a game based on the fucking Middle Ages. That's not what it's supposed to be. Leave me alone. The gameplay is dog shit. In addition to that, the dialogue is dog shit. In addition to that, this game is ass. And they have proven that it's ass because the entire writing team was fired. Die.
So they're saying, based on their gaming knowledge, that Dragon Age the Veilguard was snubbed at the Game Awards because it didn't win any of the big awards, which to anyone looking at this, it is not surprising at all that they did not succeed at the Game Awards. The only thing that was surprising is that the people working for the Game Awards, especially the journalists who control the overwhelming majority of the votes, that they didn't just go mask off and say, well, this aligns with us politically, let's make it win. But it did not, and I guess this person at Polygon is surprised. This game was not engineered to succeed. The franchise was, but this game was not. It hyper-focused on...
The franchise was until Inquisition dropped. And 2 was rushed. 1 was amazing. I wanna replay that eventually, maybe even on stream, because 1 is amazing. 2 is mid because it was rushed. Inquisition is better than 2, but still mid. And Veilguard is just die. Just roll over and die.
The characters' identities and getting into identity politics and all of that stuff, and having a bunch of obnoxious messaging throughout the game, and overall just, it was a boring story. There's nothing to it. But let's look at other articles. Like this.
Yeah, and in addition to that, the character that we've seen here, the blue chick, that's not how these characters are supposed to look. They're supposed to look very beefy and like strong. They completely violated these. What the fuck is this article? Disney's hottest animated animal characters ranked? Fucking Nala. That's crazy. Gooning.
Absolute hood classic. Disney's hottest animated animal characters ranked. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I thought this was a meme. I thought this was like a made up article. And that's real. It's right on their website. And they actually go through all of the
Bernard? Tramp?
Animals from
Rita?
Disney. And
okay, yeah. For the women, obviously. That makes sense.
It's wild.
Miss Bianca! What?
This is games journalism in a nutshell. This is peak journalism right here. Like, if you want to do this sort of stuff, you're a little weird and you want to make some sort of a list like this, nobody really can stop you. But is this really what Polygon should be doing? And also, Polygon, by the way, is very judgmental in their articles about people who enjoy Japanese-style games and stuff like that, and also enjoy playing attractive female characters, as we'll see in a little bit.
Attractive female characters. Ah! The fucking mouse! They want to fuck the mouse. That's crazy.
But here's another one, a game changer right here in 2017, saying gaming's racist and sexist personalities aren't a new threat to children. Technology changes the fears, but not the strategies with it.
Dude, if somebody just yelled the N-word into voice chat, you just mute them and move on. If somebody calls you a whore in the game chat, you just mute them and move on. These people would never survive the PS3 and the Xbox 360 days. They would not survive. They would just evaporate.
A picture of JonTron here, so obviously making him one of the faces of this racist and sexist issue. Targeting
JonTron? Oh yes, right. They hate JonTron because he succeeded.
Children. So down here they say, in quotes, "Do you watch PewDiePie?" I asked my oldest son. He shook his head no, but then asked why I would even bring it up. Because he doesn't understand why jokes about genocide aren't funny, I explained. My son goes to a German language school, and this wasn't the first time this particular topic has come up. I don't think PewDiePie is an anti-Semite, as much as I think he's a rich white guy who doesn't understand that anti-Semitic humor isn't the best way to make a point. PewDiePie is thoughtless, and his wealth and built-in following insulates him from having to look at any of his beliefs very hard. I wouldn't be upset if my children were fans of his, but I would try to explain why shock humor is lazy and more likely to get you in trouble than to get a laugh. And then they move on to talking about JonTron, which that whole concept.
I swear they cannot let PewDiePie go. They cannot let this man go. They can't. The N-word incident. And what they want to put out here as well is probably, you know, when PewDiePie made that one video where he told like some guy, two guys on like some website that they should you know, say kill all the, you know what, since anti-Semitic. He didn't even expect them to do it, but they didn't know what it was, so they did it. So they put up like a sign saying it.
Controversy with him is just insane. Basically saying that he's parroting white supremacist beliefs and stuff like that. It's just
JonTron is a white supremacist? Yeah, I don't believe you.
Classic Polygon complaining about PewDiePie. I'll ask you, where's PewDiePie today versus Polygon? Well, one's living a happy married life and experiencing the first time being a father, and Polygon is Polygon. Yep, that's pretty much What's going on here? Let's look at some more classics. Wizards of the Coast is addressing racist stereotypes in Dungeons and Dragons. Changes to the Drow and Orcs and
That was so cringe. I swear to God, that was so cringe. It's crazy how cringe that was. Let's just finish one of your videos. So, man, hi, Fortification. Hello, hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. That is so cringe. They fucked over Dungeons and Dragons. Not gonna lie.
more diverse hiring. So in case you're not familiar with this controversy, I covered it many years ago, but Wizards of the Coast was pressured by a bunch of activists to change and censor some of the monsters in their IP, because those people, you know, the non-racist, the progressive people, they looked at these monsters and said this reminds them of black people. Therefore,
You heard that right. These motherfuckers looked at orcs and said, that's a black dude. Or a black lady. You can't make this up. They looked at orcs and said, black. Funny enough, they did this also with Lord of the Rings, where they said, oh, orcs? Black. What? They also did it with Harry Potter, where they looked at the goblins and were like, Jews. No. These are orcs. Also, they did the same with Frieren. A lot of trans people did the same with Frieren, where they self-inserted as the demons. You will not believe it. The demons, the unredeemable monsters in Frieren, are minorities. Well, I didn't expect them to do it, and they didn't know what it was. He should have added that in the final cut, but again, it's an old situation. No use on dwelling on it. Yeah, it was badly handled, but yeah, he didn't expect them to do it.
for Wizards of the Coast is racist. Try to wrap your head around the fact that these progressive people look at monsters in a video game and their first thought is black people. Very, very strange. It's pretty much a self-admission there.
Yeah, the anti-racist on his way to, the anti-racist on his way to say the most racist stuff ever.
But here's another one. The fascist subtext of Attack on Titan can't go overlooked. The story's twist exposes the ugly side of the manga and anime. I didn't even know they jumped in on this whole Attack on Titan is promoting fascism trend that people try to do about 5-6 years ago, but that's not too surprising given the fact that it's Polygon, of course. Here's another banger.
It is fiction. It is fiction. If I want to put fascism in my fictional story, I can, and I should be able to do so. Because it's a fictional story. The fuck do you mean that is something that's like, oh no, you can't do that?
Is this a Pulitzer Prize winner? It has to be. Understanding Ugandan Knuckles in a post-Pepe the Frog world.
Yes, yeah. Pepe the Frog is also problematic. If you didn't know, now you do.
That sentence will give you whiplash, dude. Yes, they actually sat down and went through this to try to compare Ugandan Knuckles to Pepe the Frog to understand whether or not Pepe the Frog is actually a hate symbol or, you know, acceptable.
Well, they said it was a hate symbol, and even in Germany they said it's a hate symbol. Yeah. And Ugandan Knuckles probably racist.
Or not. Let's read a little bit. So they're talking about Pepe the Frog, and of course, they say this. Pepe was co-opted and weaponized by alt-right groups, a radical movement that propagates racist, misogynistic, xenophobic, and other hateful ideologies, and used as a form of harassment towards those on the opposing side of the political spectrum and hit mainstream recognition during one of the most tumultuous political periods. Pepe represented the total power a character meme could yield. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is what...
Ladies and gentlemen, the face of racism, misogyny, and xenophobia. A depressed-looking frog. However that works.
What we're talking about. When you post Pepe the Frog, if you're watching a Twitch stream and you're posting something or a variation of Pepe the Frog in response, you're actually using an alt-right dog whistle. They tried this. They tried really hard. They actually got the ADL to designate it officially as a hate symbol, but people just laughed at it, and it's still very popular to this day, obviously. But they go on to say, like, wait a second, we're enjoying this Ugandan Knuckles thing, and there's that whole, like, do you know the way thing that people were saying, like, that.
Do you know the way? I do not know the way. You do not know the way of our queen. Such a good meme, such a good time. Man, my bad on my story and all, but like, yeah, let me change it up real quick because yeah, true. It can't be the power he radiates. Because your girlfriend's fault. The only thing you could give her, is that she's fairly anti-feminist. That's the only thing you can give her.
That doesn't make the character racist, but Pepe the Frog is still a hate symbol because, I don't know. But anyways,
just because the "do you know the way" meme has become a rather racist and offensive meme because of this portion of the internet does not mean that the meme is originally racist. There is a fine line. The default Knuckles was not originally racist, and the meme was not racist. The meme was never racist. It never was. Of course, from a VTuber. Of course. Yeah, what are you gonna tell me next? Why are you gay? Is that homophobic now?
Terrible article. This was a painful read. Here's another one that got them a lot of...
Link is a gay icon? And Zelda fans know it? But is she anti-feminist or anti-modern feminist? Anti-modern feminist, mostly. But she still blames old feminists for the decline of feminism. The Legend of Zelda's queer themes are more than just subtext. Bro cannot be gay. He cannot be. Because they somehow need to make more links.
Flack about 2 years ago. Link is a gay icon, and Zelda fans know it. The Legend of Zelda's queer themes are more than just subtext. So they're just claiming that Link is gay, which is a wild and outrageous claim, and really they're just kind of projecting their own desires onto this character that's in no way portrayed as this in the series, but they're really reaching...
It's really just super simple. My boy had to dress like a woman to get access to an all-woman society. In core, Link is basically a dude acting gay so he can take part in a girl's sleepover. That is what Link was in that moment. 100%. He's a sneaky little fucker.
To do this because it serves their narrative and their desires, and also they're implying that if you don't believe this, you wouldn't be a Zelda fan. Very obnoxious. But here's another one. Grand Theft Auto 5's misogyny is a problem its creators must finally address. Dated back in 2014. I'm sure.
What the fuck? Huh? Okay, I what Nexus Mario is, and Mario fans know it. I'm waiting for this banger. What are they gonna pull?
Sure, that went really, really well. But of course, there's more stuff like this. Sexism in League. E-girls supports and pretty champions.
Damn, he didn't even show it. I still don't get it. Sexism in League? E-girls? That has nothing to do with sexism. E-girls are just e-girls. They just want to pimp out dude for money. Dudes.
Maybe, just maybe, we should stop caring so much about what women do.
Maybe, just maybe we should stop caring so much about what women do in video games. Well, women play support. And men that play support are gay. We all know this. This is just a joke. This is just a joke. Don't cancel me. Fellas, is it gay to like a woman? Yes. Half of her DNA is from her dad, which is a man! Zelda fans know it in the game, literally named after his lover. Like, what would Link be even in love with? The bird, Ganon, Mifa. Mifa. Mifa is perfect for Link.
In video games. Well, I will counter you back on that one, Polygon, and really all of these games journalists. I think maybe you should stop caring about what people enjoy, including men enjoy when they're playing video games, because that seems to be all they're doing. They're trying to police the type of content that people can consume and the entertainment that they enjoy.
Yeah, remember, I think one game journalist website like nuked us with the take that men who play female characters or make female characters in video games if they can are just closeted trans women, and I was like, bro, there's no way. There is no way.
Enjoy. In fact, here is a great example of their hypocrisy side by side. You can see one article talking about Skullgirls, where there was an update getting rid of some fan service from that game and wristbands or armbands that looked a little...
Yeah, it was fan service, armbands, changed animations, changed art from the art book and stuff. Everything was changed. Yes, that killed the game. Fun fact. Zelda's is scaly. Does that count with fish? I guess. I mean, Link is a scaly in this case. This is scaly, I guess. Skullgirls is fire. Yeah, but it's kind of dead. They killed it. Genshin Impact covers up the booties of its boy toys. Bubble diaper. Yeah, I remember that, the bubble diaper. The internet is racist, motherfuckers, when they use the internet to call things like racist like that. What and why? Well, I haven't played a minute, so I don't know. No more is. It's actually, they killed it.
Little too close to a certain political party from Germany at one point. And of course, a lot of this was blown out of proportion because, yeah, oh my gosh, it turns out the bad guys in the game are actually modeled after bad guys in real life. There's actual bad guys in a video game. Holy moly. And also...
No, Riff is a little wrong here. The guys that had the Nazi-inspired imagery are actually technically the good guys in the story of Skullgirls. Just a correction.
Also, of course, the fan service being censored also removed digital copies from people, or they took away the digital copy. So they are quite literally taking things away from people as a result of this update that blew up in their face. But they're saying here, you know, censorship good, fan service bad. But then they made an article about Genshin Impact saying Genshin Impact covers up the booties of its boy toys. And they were upset about censorship of the male characters. Very interesting. Here's another one, Anita Sarkeesian.
Oh, Anita Sarkeesian. Oh no, this bitch. This bitch. Goodness. Oh no. So you're telling me they nuked Bloody Valentine on this lovely Saturday? They nuked a lot of characters and censored them. That's what I can tell you. How long is the stream planned for? I have a short attention span, sorry. For about 45 minutes still, and then I'm likely gonna end.
And looks back at Gamergate. The game industry's silence was shameful. Written by Anita Sarkeesian.
You gotta consider this. This bitch is so pathetic. This woman is so pathetic. She threw a wedding themed birthday party for herself. Because no man on earth is ever going to touch this woman. Ever. It is hilarious. It is hilarious. You're actually kidding. No, I'm not. They censored characters. They censored characters. They also censored like some story parts, for example, for the guy that plays like the tubes and stuff. The big guy. Big Man, was it? They censored him as well.
This is the old OG Gamergate days. Anita Sarkeesian was at the helm of her movement. She is a very deceitful liar, and she is someone who's caused immense damage to the gaming industry in the direction it was going back about a decade ago, focusing on censorship and attacking developers for not being inclusive enough or not focusing enough on women and what they want in gaming, and also labeling anything.
Incredible hot take. If you are a franchise focused on men, you should continue focused on men. The women that like your franchise, like it for the reason the way it is. You don't need, for example, Gears of War did that, where they focused on a lot on a female character in a game that's very much centered like around men. That game did not do as well, and people don't like the character. Big Band, what the fuck? Why did they censor him? I think they censored in a way. I think they censored. There was something like in his story where they censored him in the way where like it doesn't, because I think he's a black man, and they censored him in a way that's less racist. But when they censored it in the story, they actually made it appear more racist than before. Because now you don't want a black man to experience violence.
They possibly could, as misogynistic and any other phobe or ist she could think of. But it's ironic that she was still with them as close as 2020, and she wrote an article basically talking about her own experience in the third person. Interesting to say the least. But here's another one from recently. If you're thinking this is all stuff from 10 years ago or 5 years ago, you'd be wrong. They wrote this article days ago. The Last of Us's post-apocalyptic homophobia reveals its shallow setting. The story about tribalism that refuses to think about tribalism. Yes, there's post-apocalyptic homophobia in The Last of Us, because that is the main takeaway from this recent second season. Absolutely insane stuff, but you shouldn't be surprised.
Yeah. Also, that show is just horrid. That show is just horrid. Bella Ramsey looks nothing like Ellie. She gets mocked by a random TikTok cosplayer. Like, absolutely cooked. It's just a wrong role for the wrong person. And yeah, that I'm gonna be a dad. People didn't like that. People didn't like that at all. That's not how it was in the game. So you can't even do it accurately to the game, as usual.
Surprise. And also want to point out this little section here shared by Grums, where you can see this, I think now former Polygon writer, well, at least they're all former now, right? Saying they find it extremely difficult to believe that this was accidental, but who knows? And this was
Really? That was censored? That was censored? Really? Hard R? Hard R. That was censored because of just that. Nah, bro. Can we watch Last of Us without me, bro?
Referring to Stellar Blade in a short-lived controversy they had where there was this graffiti next to the R shop, so it said hard R.
Yeah, they also censored the main character of the game, which actually is really funny, because if you know who made Stellar Blade, then you also know which game they made, which is Nike. Nike is at the verge of getting the 18 plus rating. Just saying. But here they had a crash out over this character. Over Eve. Bro, that's graffiti. It's supposed to be funny when you do something like that. Also true. Also true.
And of course, these are Korean developers who made this, and this was clearly just a coincidence, but this Arthur guy was going with the narrative, and oddly enough, as you can see, they have some of the greatest hits of all time in games journalism. Bayonetta 2's blatant over-sexualization.
Man, Bayonetta. Bayonetta has been in so much controversy even when it originally released, but they picked with Bayonetta 2, it just picked up. That woman is so fine. And you know what's funny? It occasionally the talk comes up. You know, Bayonetta is gay. She's for the girls. But yeah, but she has a husband and a child. Which makes these Twitter freaks crash out when you point it out that she has a guy and a child.
Puts a big dent in an otherwise great game. I thought she was liberating. Interesting how they flip-flop on Bayonetta. But here's another one. A male character criticizing a woman for going into battle with her shirt hanging open is the snake eating its own tail of video game sexism. Wow, that's a lot of word salad right there. But checking in on this individual, I want to share this because I've never seen this before on Twitter. In many years of using the platform, AGs is temporarily unavailable because it violates the X hateful profile policy. And this is real. I've never seen this before. You can't even view their profile. I mean, you couldn't anyways because they've gone private.
They died. Interesting. They just died. Rip Bozo.
Sense, I've never seen this label. Like, you can think of the most diabolical users on Twitter sharing the most disgusting, hateful, dangerous stuff ever. I've never seen this label applied to anyone else but this account, and how they earned it, I have absolutely no idea. But, of course, the confusion and delusion of games journalists and their allies is continuing here. Khalif Adams, who's always involved in all this stuff, says, seeing brilliant people at Polygon lose their jobs while grifter content creators are getting seats in the White House press corps.
Grifters, I love that word because it means nothing. I tell you an actual grifter. I'll tell you an actual grifter. Ian, also known as iDubbbz, that man is the true definition of a grifter. If you want the grifter, just watch iDubbbz. There you have a grifter. An actual grifter.
Isn't fantastic. Well, not for you. And many things to point out here. If they were so brilliant, why did they get shut down? Because if they were so brilliant, making such good content, wouldn't people be interested? The market chose, and they didn't choose them. And of course, as usual with anyone who is a part of these related movements, the seething about content creators continues. I said it recently about some of the English voice actors and also some of the anime and manga localized.
Yeah, it's still going on. It's still going on. It is still going on. The VA stuff for Genshin Impact and Hoyoverse and stuff, it's still going on. Okay, I'm gonna get off here. Bye, everyone. Bye, Zeppelin. Take care. Have a nice day.
But games journalists and their allies are the same way. They absolutely hate content creators. They are seething in jealousy every single day. Every single person that's not aligned with them politically is a grifter. They won't accept or even give any of their opinions a chance as a result. and it's just showing itself once again right here. But that's going to do it for this video. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below. I'll see you guys next time.
Oh, chill. It's a bit fast.
Then we're talking about a grown adult who literally pretends to be a little kid and...
Stop. We jump back here. To this one. That's pretty much the end of the video though. Yeah. Rip Polygon. Nobody wants you anymore. Next one. Kotaku, baby! We are straight up waiting for you. Kotaku, you're next. You are next. And we are waiting for you to fucking die. Kotaku, you are next. I'm not gonna lie, that felt kinda long. That was a kinda long one. Hi Alex, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. More water. Doing good. Nice. Good to hear. Good to hear. As the last one, what am I gonna watch? As the last one. Alright, give me a second. I got nose cummies. My nose is running. I'll be right back. I have returned. Don't fucking call it nose cummies. But it is the nose cummies. It is. Sorry, I just took over Kirsche language. It just is what it is. I stole that. Not gonna lie. I think I'm gonna end off with the royalties here video. I think. Yep. We're gonna end off with that. How did that hey Alex vanish? You just died, I don't know. Rip Samax.
So
we're gonna finish with this one. I think. If he complains, I'll just sneeze at him. That's good. That's okay. Right, royalty? Right? Anyways. The problem with Twitch, by royalties here. Twitch has many problems. Many problems. So many problems. That website is actually cooked. Besides just financial reasons, you can get banned on there for calling a fat bitch a fat bitch. Which is really interesting. I was wondering how far down in the queue my video is, but I barely come around recently, so we'll see. Yeah. I just react to other stuff, mostly. I'm gonna put some of yours in tomorrow. Yeah, Royalty complained about you. A little bit. And Rosie Bell. And Kitsunero. Because you were reacting to his stuff. I think Alana wasn't in there, but I was in there. Yeah, this website is cooked. Twitch's problem with some Russian guys is crazy. If you know, you know. I don't think so. But, yeah, you have terrorist supporters on there. You have Jabba the Hutt on there. You have, yeah, just what did they say about you? Nah, just in general complain that people react to a little bit altogether. Let's just get into this. But yeah, Tecton got banned for calling Frogan fat. Do with this information what you will.
So we all know what Twitch is. No, I'm not referring to your body's primitive reaction
when you heard the rumor your parents can see your search history from the internet.
My parents could look at my search history and they would find nothing weird about it. Nothing weird. That's crazy, you're in online beef now. Nah, it's not beef. He complained about a few months ago. A little bit. But that's about it.
Bill, don't worry, I heard and believed the same lie growing up, but they never did discover that I was looking up Tomb Raider 1996 boobs. But anyway, Twitch, if you don't know, is a live streaming platform that has existed since 2007, when it was originally named Justin.tv.
Justin.tv? That's terrible. That's terrible. That's actually terrible. Yeah. That website is still cooked. They're not making any money, like, at all. Without Amazon, they would have already went bankrupt and shut down. If you know, you know.
Justin from Justin.tv. With Justin TV, you can watch, broadcast, and share live video, and chat with other viewers.
But then quickly turned into a place where people would stream things like anime and other shows like 2005's Hell's Kitchen. Those were the days. People were also a lot more openly racist on the platform back then. And Hell's Kitchen would make a return on Twitch in 2018 as a staple for reaction content. But when Justin TV was renamed to Twitch in 2014, around that time it was primarily known for streaming gaming content. I personally remember watching Maya Night Live back then. God, was that a time to be alive. But in the same year the platform was bought by the man with a hairline of steel, Jeff Bezos, or Amazon.
That did not save the company financially. It just didn't. It still doesn't. That company, Twitch, makes no money. It just is the infinite void of, I cannot make money.
For 970 million. And things went from there. Twitch got a complete makeover. And it was no longer known as just a niche platform for streaming games. It gradually grew more popular over the years, to the point where in current times, most people don't get the old references from Twitch, like Forcing CD, Forcing Boys, The Two of Wives, Use the Shovel Soda, PVC, Where the Fuck I Am,
Where the
Shroud has a fat cock,
Word on the street is that you got a fat cock.
Lord rest his soul, Billy Harrington, and using the actual syntax for emotes in vocal and social conversations. Remember Pepe Hands, Pepe Sad, Omega Lol, and Pog?
There he is again, the face of racism, xenophobia, and white supremacy. A depressed frog. Look at his aura.
Spelled P-O-G, not the other way. Nobody says any of that anymore. And if you remember a single one of those references, you've probably already started contributing to that 401k, buddy. You old fuck. And if you don't...
I know Pog, but I'm not that old. I'm just 24. What do you mean? What? I'm not old. I'm still young.
Remember him? Here's some Minecraft parkour gameplay. I know I have to jingle the keys every now and again just to keep your attention, but more people found Twitch. It absolutely exploded in 2020 due to COVID, where people for the first time discovered the beauty of watching streams and maybe even starting their own. And in the present day, you now have a whole host of content and personalities on the platform. You didn't even have to stream games anymore. In fact, most streamers on Twitch don't even...
Fun fact, the platform itself did not particularly grow because more people found it. The platform did grow because more content creators migrated to it as well. That's just the truth. Twitch is not a platform where you can grow an audience. Twitch is a platform where you can gather your audience and interact with them. The only thing that could kick them in their ass eventually is if YouTube makes their streaming experience better, and that's really just the chat. If the chat gets better, Twitch is done for.
touch games. They just react to YouTube slop for a few hours, like police body cam footage. But Twitch, like every platform, has its fair share of problems. The doomers wishing their Amazon overlords had never acquired it, and it should go back to just being about games. You've got people that are just in general disgusted by the platform due to some of the content on it.
Me, I'm never streaming on that platform. I'm dying before I stream on that platform. I morally do not agree with you. I don't want to stream on your platform. It will never happen. Because, first of all, Twitch thoughts. Nah, I'm good. I don't care. Leave me alone. I don't want to see your dirty old fanny through a glass chair. I don't want to. Thank you. Second of all, you have a bunch of people that are completely nuts, schizophrenic, a group of people, Hassan and his orbiters, absolutely nuts. And your owner, your CEO, is the greatest coomer on the planet. I'm good. Because YouTube is good, better than Twitch. Not the best either. Yep. I think YouTube really just needs that chat. If YouTube gets that chat, superior, easily, then why isn't YouTube doing that? Twitch is their competitor, isn't it? So why not? Because they're not. I don't know why they're not doing it. I guess they're just retarded.
Like the supposed streaming boober meta, and the fact the platform is more political than it has ever been, with many expressing Twitch has a bias when it comes to certain Twitch streamers.
Yeah. The booba meta. The booba meta. I remember when Marina completely exploited the new Twitch rules and streamed her entire, actually him, I'm calling him a dude, I don't care, streamed his entire thing, his entire model naked. I remember that. And yeah, the booba meta. Oh yeah, but you can't show VTuber hips. That's too much. But cameras up your dirty little fanny. Yep. Yep, that works. Same things can be said about YouTube though. How it promotes shitty people. Yeah, but that's almost every website, to be honest. That you will never get around that. YouTube doesn't have a lot of fun emotes and stuff. That's true, yeah. And how to recommend known pedos. Well, Twitch does that too. This man apparently was in an underage brothel, as far as I'm aware. They're all the same.
Bro, we're never beating the Hassan Runs Twitch allegations after this. This is crazy. Oh my god.
And the Twitch CEO may be a gooner himself. Which, you know, fair play, as long as the wife knows. Recently you've got suspected viewbotting, which started a whole kerfuffle. But Twitch has a lot of problems.
Yeah, but the viewbotting's like this. The viewbotting is also viewers botting the streamer. That can also happen. That has happened before.
But what else are you going to use to watch live streams? Fucking YouTube? It's probably easier to find the Ark of the Covenant than somebody streaming on YouTube. Except from the most obvious people that do stream on YouTube. Or maybe Kick, that has the reputation of harbouring all the controversial streamers that are banned on every other platform. Or maybe some would prefer the rigor mortis-ridden corpse that is Mixer. And I'm not even going to mention LiveLeak, but I think the first live streaming platform to implement semen racing.
It's been years since I heard the name Mixer. It's been actually years.
Will have my undivided attention. But I've been on Twitch for a while, and today I wanted to talk about the problems and common critiques it faces, and answer the question if the platform truly deserves it.
Thank you so much for the sub. Oh my... Let me put you on the chalkboard.
So probably the most prominent problem and loudest critique you will hear about Twitch is regarding some of the content on the platform. And by that I mean the content that is mainly within the just chatting or the hot tub section of Twitch, which the latter section was created due to the fact people hated that this was being put on the platform, and people started throwing...
Yeah, it shouldn't be there. This stuff shouldn't be there. If you want this stuff on the platform, go 18 plus. Now, you won't do that because it scares away advertisers. But kids should not have access to that, and kids do have access to that. That should not be on the same platform. And I found this dude here pretty rare, I'll admit, since the only stream I watch is Parker. Okay. Nice though, nice. It's hard finding live streams here. Yeah. But if they do get... at least it does have an algorithm. Regardless, at least it does have an algorithm. Twitch does not.
Throwing their shit at Twitch for it, because some of the streamers were taking it a bit too far, so Twitch responded by creating a whole section for it. Some of these people now aren't even streaming in a hot tub pool or anything. Why is there a monkey? But the just chatting and hot tub section of Twitch has somewhat of a negative stigma surrounding it, due to these categories being used to host suggestive, borderline NSFW content, or as some may say, softcore porn. Many of these...
What was she doing?
NSFW content, or as some may say...
What is she doing? Chat, what is she doing? She's holding the microphone at her... Or she's just farting into the microphone.
Softcore porn. Many of these being female streamers, and the occasional guys doing this just to make fun of the trend.
I got a mogul move for you. Ew. Ew. You smell it? Not yet. I'm trying to, though.
But many put these streams and people under one title, which is something you've all probably heard before, which is ethot, which is used to describe...
It is an ethot, though. It is... I actually use... I use another term. They're just e-horse, nothing more. I'll use it more vitally. They're just OnlyFans and chatterbait streamers that weren't able to catch an audience on both websites.
Things like these female streamers, and is used for people that use their bodies as their primary content to make money or garner attention. But this has been on Twitch for a while, and it's come in many forms over the years. First, you had the chalkboard meta.
Thank you so much for the sub. Oh my god, guys. Yes. Let me put you on the chalkboard.
So true. So true. So true. This is so true.
Then the 90% face cam, 10% gameplay meta, then the body painting meta, then the mirror meta, then the transparent chair meta, and the green screen meta, then just straight up being naked and only showing so much so you don't get banned, and then the hot tub meta. There has been a lot of metas over the years to capitalize on this infinite money glitch, many patched over the years.
And some of these bitches, when it no longer works, they become VTubers. Because then they have the new audience to pimp out.
Due to Twitch's updates to their terms of service, some rules Twitch had to walk back themselves due to the fact everybody hated them, especially with the artistic nudity rule. I get how body painting would be considered art, but this, I don't know. I wouldn't correlate this with a Matisse painting, but yeah. But this contributed to what many refer to as the just chatting problem, or more prominently known, the ethot epidemic, where most streams in the...
He just straight up says it. He just straight up says it. The ethot epidemic. So true. Powder? Powder! Hey, yo! Didn't expect to see her here. Hello, Powder. Based. Hello, base department. I'm going to, shove my head in a concrete ball. The cringe is too much for me. I'll elaborate. Ay, caramba, el cringe.
Just chatting or hot tub section are somewhat explicit, suggestive, and some of them do advertise their OnlyFans on there. Now, apart from the obvious problem of a platform that should be safe for kids 13 and up...
Yeah, the e-thought streamer into a corn pipeline, we know.
With this type of content being shown, some without age verification, and being environments where some come to tenderize their meat instead of the conventional websites. But this would also create a negative stigma for female streamers in general, who got lumped in with these types of streamers where some assume all female streamers are like this. Or heaven forbid there is a centimeter of cleavage on screen.
Not all streamers, female streamers like this. But this stuff should still not be on there. And most female streamers probably agree with me. Most.
And they obviously must be doing this intentionally. And unfortunately this has contributed to a lot of harassment some females face on the platform. Now, do I personally have a problem with these streams? Streams where they are intentionally doing this type of content, fully well knowing what they are doing, with the purpose of monetary gain? Well, I don't think I've ever had interest in watching these types of live streams, which for the most part is borderline just softcore porn for 4 hours, when I can just go to another website which specializes in this type of content, see the whole Dark Souls
Chess.com. Sure.
naked run, and after 2 minutes wallow in self-pity. But hey, some people are there for the personality, and to simulate what it's like to be a cook if they actually had a girlfriend. Or maybe it's something to do with edging, I guess, or maybe just like female attention, whatever reason, I don't relate to it. A lot of the people viewing anyway are from countries where porn is banned, like Turkey, and Twitch is the only way they can have access to it. But there's 3 takes people commonly have going against this type.
Corn is banned in Turkey? What Muslim country? I guess that makes sense.
Of content. One, they blame the streamer themselves, commonly saying they shouldn't be doing this type of content on this platform, and they take advantage of people that are lonely and desperate for monetary gain. 2, they blame the people that are supporting them and actively gooning to their streams, which I think no pep talk in the world will persuade them not to do this, and you're probably going to have to persuade the final boss that is the Twitch CEO himself as well. And 3, blame the platform for hosting this type of...
All 3 are true. All 3 are true. Even if the streamer can do it, he shouldn't. The viewers encourage it, so that's also true. And you can blame Twitch, so it's also true. It's also true. First, I have to ask, are they master rage baiters or raging master baiters? This isn't serious at all anymore. I'm just being dumb. We love dumb people occasionally, it's all good.
Of content and not taking action against it. I personally side with the third point, to be honest. Yes, the streamers know what they are doing. Some are constantly trying to push the line till they eventually break the terms of service of Twitch, in which Twitch will probably respond by adding a new rule, and to say no, you cannot deploy something.
It's either a new rule. My cat is eggy. It's either a new rule, or they just what's the word? Or they just ban you for 3 days. There was a chick literally getting her back blown out on stream. 3 days ban, back. Tecton calls Frogan a fat bitch. 7 days.
Equivalent to a periscope, just so your viewers can see your ass. And I think at most times they only get a day to a week ban. Many people do defend these types of streams, saying you must be gay if you don't like this, or you must hate women. No, I just don't expect this type of content on a platform that used to be just for gaming. And once again, the age rating is 13+. Like Jackmate, I would expect this, but not.
I don't hate women, but I really dislike these.
Not Twitch. But if there's nothing being done about these streams except the occasional ban for a day or 2, and some people in the category are brute forcing the Twitch TOS to see what they can get away with, which then other streamers will copy, and then that'll be the meta for the next season, I'm pretty sure it's a...
Yeah, I remember when gambling was a thing. Bye, Fortification, take care, have a nice day. I remember chat, being dumb is okay, being fucking stupid isn't correct.
Platform problem at that point. I mean, the streamer Mogpie that has set the meta for many of these streamers got banned multiple times in the year of 2023, some within the same week, and only got a 2-day
How often can one get banned? How often can one get banned?
ban at most. There did used to be a rule where if you got banned multiple times in the same year, you just get perma-banned off the platform. But to be fair, that obviously doesn't exist anymore, because some of these streamers have been banned numerous times in the same year. Yeah, you can blame the gooners, but they're never gonna stop. You can blame the streamers taking advantage of a money glitch that has yet to be patched or will ever get patched. But at that point, I personally think you should be hating the game, not the player. Because what are you gonna do? Call them a whore? And then hope they instantly turn to Christianity? And then become a celibate or something? But to their credit, at least some of them do age gate their streams, which is like a band-aid approach, but the platform itself is enabling this.
They may be doing it. They may be doing it, but if a child has unrestricted access to it, it does not really matter.
With poor punishment and not enforcing rules to counter this type of content. But another thing Twitch does get a bad rep for is its moderation itself.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
So another common critique of Twitch is that the moderation, or in other words, the actual staff of Twitch, that oversee the platform and are usually involved in tasks like banning or removing users or streamers that go against the terms of service of the platform. And they do this to keep the platform a somewhat safe place. But they do get a lot of shit, especially recently, due to the fact that many claim and believe that Twitch staff are biased to certain streamers, and when it comes to following their own rules and being fair, they are rather inconsistent. But does Twitch deserve this criticism, or is it just completely...
Well, it absolutely does. It absolutely does. If I invite literal terrorists onto my stream, if I did it on YouTube, I can almost guarantee that would get me killed. If I did that. When others do that on Twitch, totally okay. When they say, soldiers should get PTSD, totally okay. If I'm a great apologist, totally okay. As long as I agree with Twitch.
Unfounded. Well, the fact I'm fucking talking about it means there's some contention to that point, you dumbass. Whilst Twitch does not publicly talk about their banning decisions, and there's been one recorded event of a Twitch staff getting involved for their own benefit, I can see why people think there is a bias based on reoccurring patterns.
There is the bias, 100%. I'll head to bed now. Nighty night, everyone. Have a good one. Good night, Sumax. Rest well. I once had a person talk to me for like 7 days. Then she asked me how I'm doing with my streams. I told them I don't stream and I never heard of them since. That's crazy. What? Huh? That's crazy. I think he means to say, no, there's bias. Yeah, okay, yeah.
Patterns, like the inconsistency with bans. Some people like to use the example recently that occurred with the streamer Extra Emily, whose content is similar to that of an episode of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Okay. Yes? Oh, I'm cooking steak.
Wait, Extra Emily? That is crazy. They think she's cooking crack in the... That is crazy. That is crazy, bro. Nah. That was on Twitter. Probably a bot.
But pretty entertaining. But a lot of streamers get in trouble for streaming whilst driving, mainly due to the fact they look at their phone whilst driving to look at their chat, which is obviously dangerous. But Extra Emily didn't even do that. She was messing with her camera whilst driving and flips the camera at the exact time she runs a red light and basically self-reports herself. But obviously this was dangerous and against the law, potentially shows she was distracted whilst driving. And then after it happens, she gives the excuse that this happens all the time and that these lights take a while to turn or something.
That happens all the time. In Austin, you know, like the stoplights here.
I think People that use their phones or cameras or anything like that. Anything like that. I'm gonna say it. You should be punished to hell and back for endangering others in traffic. Simple. It's definitely California. Only a Karen California can think they could approach something cooking crack and survive. They haven't talked to a bot for 7 days. They playing the long game. Very true. Bye bye, Pocket. Bye, Sway. Take care. Austin, the city full of Californians. They run lights. Thanks for the head up. Yep.
Are really long.
But as a result of this, she only received a 1-day ban. And then to her credit, when she returned, turned her next stream into a learning experience where she completed a driving school. But she did get banned for looking at her phone in 2023 for 3 days, but for this time only a day. But after the latest ban, people were quick to point out the ban should have been much longer. Even people like Stable Ronaldo voicing their opinion. Someone who had been banned for reckless driving 10 months prior for 3 days after going over a speed bump too fast to the point where the car lifted up in the air. And he thought she should have been banned for the same amount of time he was.
Said, I'm running this red light, but when I hit a pothole going the speed limit...
don't give a fuck.
I hit a pothole, by the way. Chat, I hit a pothole with Adapt, going the speed limit. It wasn't even a pothole, it was a speed bump. So my car went like this, and then...
Possibly woman bonus? I have no idea. Probably not, but still. They are in general very inconsistent with bans. That's just what it is. It just is what it is. They are super inconsistent with that.
All of a sudden, I'm banned for a week!
This is the dumbest shit I've ever seen. She deserves to get banned for over a fucking month.
This and other instances, like when Pokimane pulled up the hub by accident live on stream.
Wait, we saw this, right?
And only got a warning for it, compared to when Foursome pulled up a gif of the famous horse, also by accident but got banned for a whole month. Which has...
Okay, now it's getting more so, now I'm getting curious if it is woman bias. A little bit. Because how can you do the same things but get banned for differently long? That's weird. Remember Pirate Software Cope saying only a week, only a day. Bans are not nothing, but Twitch does this and keeps paying out these users. No, it is in fact flash tubing women bias. That could be very... Yeah. Remember, you can't sit on a glass chair with a camera up your dirty old fanny. But don't you dare show hips. If you share hips, you should die.
Has led to a lot of people believing that Twitch are more lenient when it comes to female streamers, more than their male counterparts. The main comment being Twitch staff are simps, which at this point this argument has been occurring for like 5 years now, due to Twitch's confusing banning process, where ban durations seem to differ for the same rule being broken, and they also bring up the...
I also think you cannot call them simps, apparently, as far as I'm aware, in their own TOS. I could be wrong.
Point I discussed earlier, where some streamers in the just chatting section only get banned for a day for sexually explicit content, and some banned multiple times within the same week. But once again, there is no concrete evidence Twitch has a bias towards gender, due to the fact they do not advertise information regarding bans, or the banning process. But there are past events that have showed Twitch staff have involved themselves personally in the streaming environment and have even offered advantages to some streamers. A key example being Hassan. Not the Hassan you're thinking of, but he was a former member of the Twitch team and was the director of strategic partnerships. But in 2020 it came out that he had been accused of sexual misconduct and abuse of power. Launched by the streamer VO, and then later other female streamers who expressed the same situation with the same...
So yeah, exploited female streamers for sexual favors. Possibly. Interesting. Could be. remember Hassan 7 day for one of his terror comments. Asmongold 1 month for yeah, it was his racial comments. Very true. They do not broadcast data. Homie, the platform is public. We can prove it ourselves. Very true. Guys, I think that might have been an actual rigger that thought I was a streamer. She was actual people who she made models for. Yeah, could be. Well, you're cooked.
Staff member, it was claimed that he leveraged his role at Twitch, where he would promise things like perks and promotional items in return for sexual favours. Sexual favours he would still conduct even when the other party was saying no. He also shared explicit images to other people without consent and disclosed confidential Twitch information, in which an internal investigation by Twitch was launched, and he was subsequently removed from his role, but he faced no legal repercussions. Obviously, not all Twitch staff are like this. This is a single person, but at the time, this event...
Pretty simple. The streamers don't face any repercussions. Well, the people there also don't. The people that work there also don't face any legal repercussions. Pretty normal around here.
...and was used as a main point that Twitch staff do get personally involved and do have a bias, when they're supposed to be the complete opposite. But another point that people use that Twitch staff are biased is within the political sphere of Twitch. Yes, over the years, politics on the Twitch platform has grown significantly. It's not hard to find most streamers nowadays sticking their wrinkly, depraved toe into the political pool to give their opinion on the state of politics, in which I promptly click off the stream because it's not bedtime yet, and as I've said before, explaining politics to me is like giving me a lethal dose of NyQuil. But to some people's dismay, politics has been thriving on the Twitch platform.
Yep. And who would have thought that Asmongold would at one point be the #1 political streamer and also one of the most watched streamers on Twitch and make Hassan very, very jelly.
For a while now. You have Hassan, previously Destiny, everyone's favourite cockroach king Asmongold, where some people are no longer interested in WoW gameplay and just want him to talk about politics. And you also have streamers like... yeah, I don't know that many political streamers. I'm only here for the gameplay and slop reaction.
I mean, technically, Frogan is one of them. Denims is one of them. Somehow I'm blocked by Denims. I don't know how I did that. I'm also blocked by, who was it? Idub's wife. I don't know how I did that. I never interacted with her. I guess because I'm constantly calling him a cuck. I guess that just happens. Interesting. Polygon or whoever with their article, they're setting up their excuses given the Kirche thing. They will target those two, sadly. Anissa, yeah. Also realized I'm blocked by Marina, the VTuber, because I called her out. She's not his wife. He is her husband. Very true. Very true. It wasn't apparently another Vice article hit again, and Kirche actually lost a affiliate, which was that Crime Boss game. Funny.
But especially recently, politics has started a fiery war on the platform. And believe me, you cannot escape it. It is everywhere, and has lasted almost a year now. It's basically a blood gulch skirmish at this point. You have Hassan versus H3 versus iDubbbz for some reason, versus Asmongold, versus Hassan's friends or something, versus Twitch itself.
Somewhere there's Tectone missing, because Tectone also got involved somehow. And owning those frauds. Nuxtaku got also involved. It is crazy. But yeah, the Frogan and Tectone beef is generational.
But basically, everyone is throwing their shit at everyone, and some people believe Twitch has had a big hand in it, and as a result has led to their own YouTube adpocalypse of sorts. But what is this whole drama about? I don't fucking know. Wrong channel. I'm a political infant at this point. I'm probably going to load up Rust to learn my 3x3 has been fucking raided after this. But why is Twitch...
I think it's very simple to summarize. People are calling on Twitch for supporting people that support terrorism. That's really what it is. And the problem gets solved if Twitch kicks out the people that do this.
Twitch being brought up in this situation? Well, once again, they were accused of being biased towards other streamers based on their political beliefs. And again, their banning system being very inconsistent. People thought that the Twitch staff had a bias towards streamers like Hassan, who on stream said killing one US senator would solve a problem.
Cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott, okay? You wouldn't make Rick Scott, former governor of Florida Rick Scott.
And people were outraged he only received a day ban for this. And people think for what...
A day? A day? A day? Just a day? I also remember that people did not receive a ban for saying anything close to, you know, deleting the current president of the United States. Right, Tricky Wee? I still remember. And you did lose subs.
What he has done, he should have been banned longer, due to the fact other streamers get banned a lot longer for things others view as less significant as this. Many using VTubers getting banned for like 2 weeks as an example. And some people use the fact that the Twitch team and CEO have publicly wished Hassan a personal happy birthday. And it's uncommon for them to do this, so people use this as evidence.
Yeah, bro is running that show. That is crazy. That is crazy. Twitch employees? Yeah, you're not beating the allegations. So true.
Evidence that they must have a bias towards Hassan himself or certain political beliefs.
Birthday to you.
What the fuck?
Happy birthday to you.
The most rabid Redditors just clipped this and they're gonna use this permanently.
People use this as evidence. I hate this modern propensity of equivocate words. Shock people use evidence as evidence of evidence. Very true. Yes, I mean it's true. I think royalty just tries to not be too biased, I would assume.
They'd be like, see, I told you, he's got banning powers.
Asmongold going as far to say the team is compromised after things.
One day, 3 minutes. What was it?
Banning powers.
Asmongold.
1 day, 3 minutes and 12 seconds. That's 3 minutes and 12 seconds longer than I thought.
Going as far to say the team is compromised after things like another streamer, who seemingly has the same political takes Hassan does, never got banned for essentially putting a 30k bounty on Asmon's head. But some do see this.
Just what the fuck are you doing? Putting a bounty on somebody's head? You should not be on the platform. This dumb bitch shouldn't be on the platform. I'm just gonna straight up say it. She shouldn't be here.
As a joke.
Well, on Twitch, not here on YouTube, but on Twitch.
Look.
30k to anyone who'll make this dipshit disappear and make Eve's breasts bigger. Okay, you have to do both.
Twitch's moderation and Twitch's team, I think, is compromised. I think that they're biased, and I think that they don't have any principles at all other than responding to controversies.
But Twitch moderation obviously has a problem with consistency, and I think the criticism they receive, especially regarding their banning process, is completely valid. I think people that break their terms of service should be banned promptly, fairly, and given a duration in accordance with the weight of what they have done. The banning process, all in all, doesn't make any sense. Some streamers get banned for longer when they did something on the same level or even less serious than the other streamer, so of course people are going to think Twitch has a bias, or just an extremely incompetent staff team. So the last
oh yeah, view building. And the Asmon to send it there. I think they don't have any principles. I don't think that. I know that they do not have any principles. Yeah, true.
Problem I wanted to talk about is viewbotting. And if you don't know what that is, it is basically fake viewers, mainly used to inflate the views on a Twitch stream. Many other platforms face the same issue. I think even Kick had a problem with it, but all you had to do was open the stream on multiple tabs, and
Viewers can also open unlimited tabs. On Kick, that's wild. Infinite viewers.
Each tab would count as a viewer, but you can pay certain websites to increase your viewership or someone else's, so it makes it look like you have more viewers than you actually do. Now, viewbotting, like many of the other topics I've talked about in this video, is hard to prove. Probably the only way to get 100% concrete evidence somebody is viewbotting is either if they admit to it, or the provider of the bots shows they were bought and told to target said streams. But there are other things people look at to see if people...
Yeah, you can also look at, like, messages, right? If, like, one sends an emote and then just, like, others send the same emotes, spam the same emotes. You can also look at, viewership. If there's a unnatural jump, then you can also tell there might be viewbotting. Chat velocity, yep.
Viewbotting. Mainly they look at viewer engagement. Mainly if somebody has 50,000 people watching them and the chat is moving like a snail with arthritis, either most of the viewers are like Helen Keller, or they may be under suspicion they are using bots, because most bots do not interact with the stream like a normal chatter would. Now, why is viewbotting bad on the Twitch platform? Well, it can be used against streamers. For example, if you apply to be a partner on Twitch, and you finally hit the required viewers, if Twitch thinks some of those are bots, they will deny your partner application.
That's also apparently for, sponsored streams, where you get a certain amount of money for, like, that many viewers watching for an hour. Like, per viewer per hour. And you can use that to trick the system. You shouldn't, but you can.
And in some cases, even ban you. So it can be potentially used to remove somebody off the platform. Bots can also be used for things like hate raids, going into someone's Twitch chat and spamming messages or racial slurs. I think even recently a Twitch game show had to switch Twitch channels due to the fact their stream was being inflated with view bots, which you would think is a good thing. I personally would spam the add button and hope the view bots don't have ad block, but they basically had around 100,000 viewers and the chat was basically comatose. So to prevent allegations of viewbotting themselves and potentially getting banned, they switched the channel. And you've also had streamers accusing other streamers of viewbotting, specifically the top echelons of Twitch, where XQC was accusing Kai Cenat's associates of viewbotting due to the fact they had a high viewer count but low subscribers and low viewer engagement, and most of the people watching were not logged in, and this caused a bunch of drama and commotion because it is a serious accusation, and if in some way it is proven to be true, your streaming career might be...
Your streaming career might be cooked. Yeah. Sometimes it's also just, other people viewbotting. That also happens. The thing is, you can't really do something against that. What are you gonna do about it? If somebody goes and says, yo, I'm gonna viewbot you.
Over. Nobody is gonna let you live that down. But obviously, once again, it's very hard to prove, and some of the viewers may have not just been logged in, or sourced from external websites through things like embedded...
Yeah, you can literally look at other websites that works. I, for one, stand the rise of Kai Cenat and Azure Speed. I did not expect to say that, but they have won me over. I mean, they're both entertaining, and I mean, Kai Cenat does put effort into his streams, especially, the whole Elden Ring thing. I think that's where he won me over. For Speed, I don't know. He's just not my style because he's, like, very, like, over the top and stuff. I don't like that kind of energy, but he's still entertaining according to a lot of people, so yeah.
Streams which are very annoying back in the day, especially when I was trying to find a Warwick jungle build and somebody's stream just pops up on the bottom left, which just because you're on that website does count to them as a viewer, and was previously used to inflate people's viewership. But what can Twitch do about this as a platform? Well, they have been legally taking down bot provider websites, which are very easy to find apparently, and not cheap, but they also purge accounts which are suspected to be bots. But it is a problem that is very hard to counter, and it can seriously affect streamers on the platform.
Gee, that wasn't so awful.
So in conclusion, Twitch does have a lot of problems. Some of its content doesn't match the environment Twitch is said to have, and its banning system leaves a lot to be desired.
Not just the banning system, it's also the algorithm. You cannot use... If you can dual stream, do so. If you really want to stream on Twitch. If you don't want to stream on... If you want to grow an audience on Twitch, don't. Go to use YouTube. If you want to grow an audience, use YouTube. Twitch algorithm is dog shit. It has no algorithm. Its algorithm is from 1998. It has no algorithm. Whoever is in the top corner gets the most views. That's just what it is. Crazy. I just won me over because people expected him to go by route of Johnny Somali when he announced he was going on a big trip, and his experience is totally the opposite. Properly respectful and reverent. So it kind of showed to me like he can the clown mode on and off. He can turn the clown mode on and off. Yeah, true. He can do that.
I do think they need to start explaining in detail why they have banned someone, and more detail around the process, especially determining the length of the ban, but at the current...
Hot take. I think that you should be... Any platform, doesn't matter which one, any platform should have a legal obligation to provide reasons as to why you were banned. That should be a law. Not gonna lie.
time with somewhat of an arbitrary banning system, it has rightfully led to a lot of criticism, and Twitch does have a view botting problem that can be used to target streamers and inflate numbers for others, but I think Twitch is doing the best they can to counter that problem. I think Twitch is still a good platform. It has changed from its original design, but it still hosts a lot of entertaining people and innovative content. I'm probably going to go learn my base has been code locked now, but yeah, that's all I wanted to say, and bye-bye.
So recently...
That is... Goodness, man. Let me jump over there. Back again.
So...
That is pretty much the end of the video. I can't say much except that the platform does have a huge issue right now. And I wonder if Amazon is ever going to drop it, to be fair. At this point. Probably never. But it would be interesting to see where these people go. I mean, even Asmongold himself said that he much rather now wants to also focus on YouTube and because he considers YouTube more important. But yeah, we'll see how this is going to develop, if they're actually going to change things or if they're just going to continue the way they do. Maybe the Twitch CEO steps down, who knows, eventually in the future. Yeah, but we'll see. We'll really see. Chat. I am ending here. I'm ending here. Tomorrow we'll be back with the reactions as well. As usual. I had a lot of fun today. And yeah. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm gonna enjoy the rest of my day with my woman. But yeah, take care guys. Bye-bye. Have a great day. Or night. I will see you tomorrow. I'm signing out.